After about 15 minutes, the yin-yang formation under the feet of the people from the Tianji Pavilion gradually came to a stop. Originally, to trace someone's origin and foresee their future, one person would suffice. However, to overcome Lu Chen's challenge and to make the predictions more accurate, they chose to collaborate in their divination. Soon, the results of their divination emerged in their minds, and Xiao Yuanjia said to Lu Chen, "Your Majesty, the results of the divination have come out." Lu Chen, with his head lowered looking at the map in front of him and without lifting his head, said, "Speak." Xiao Yuanjia said, "Nangong Qingye is also a person of great chi fortune, and she is blessed by the cosmic origin. However, we were able to probe some of her information. According to our divination, we found that she is the biological younger sister of the Purple Emperor. Moreover, she is currently on her way to Black Moon City." Hearing Xiao Yuanjia's words, Lu Chen thought to himself that these Tianji Pavilion folks did indeed possess some capabilities. Nangong Qingye's score in the system was able to reach 90, so naturally, she couldn't just be an ordinary person, thus, it was normal for her to possess great chi fortune. Xiao Yuanjia and the others could determine the identity of Nangong Qingye, a person of great chi fortune, and even her actions, which was somewhat satisfactory. Lu Chen continued, "Since you all have divined that she is on her way to Black Moon City, continue divining what she intends to do in Black Moon City." This. Xiao Yuanjia appeared stunned in place. Just as Lu Chen was about to say something, Xiao Yuanjia hurriedly explained, "Your Majesty, Nangong Qingye is a person of great chi fortune and has many causations, we cannot possibly divine her true intentions. If we force the divination, it is very likely that we will suffer backlash from the cosmic origin, and die a violent death." Lu Chen thought for a moment, then said, "If that's the case, I will not trouble you further, you may return." Seeing that Lu Chen was allowing them to go back, Xiao Yuanjia and others thought that Lu Chen was unimpressed with their divination abilities and was sending them back to face their doom. Everyone hastily knelt down on the ground again. Lu Chen, seeing this, realized they might have misunderstood him and once again added, "I can spare some people from the Tianji Pavilion, but the Tianji Pavilion as a force is not allowed to continue. After you return, dissolve Tianji Pavilion. If there are talented disciples, bring them to Black Moon City." Hearing Lu Chen say this, everyone suddenly realized that this was what the Sum Emperor meant. They thought that the Sum Emperor was unimpressed with their abilities and sending them back to face their doom. Since it wasn't about waiting for doom, everything was negotiable, especially since the former pavilion master of Tianji Pavilion had committed an unforgivable act by releasing the heavenly demon. Tianji Pavilion really shouldn't continue to exist. Even if Tianji Pavilion was kept, it would inevitably be cursed by the people of this world. It was hard for these elder disciples of the Tianji Pavilion, so it was better to dissolve the Tianji Pavilion and fully commit to the Daxia dynasty. After all, the Sum Emperor was a person of great chi fortune, and following the Sum Emperor would be a huge opportunity for them. Xiao Yuanjia immediately brought the elder disciples to Lu Chen and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lu Chen continued, "Your Tianji Pavilion should not be a native force of the Ziyang world, so you must have some knowledge of other worlds. If there are any historical records of other worlds, bring them to Black Moon City as well." Xiao Yuanjia hurriedly said, "Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Once I return, I will immediately bring all the historical records from the Tianji Pavilion's library to Black Moon City." As soon as Xiao Yuanjia finished speaking, Bai Qingqing appeared again in the courtyard. "Your Majesty, the Blood Rainbow Pavilion Master seeks an audience." Hearing this, Lu Chen waved his hand to Xiao Yuanjia and the others, "If there's nothing else, you may leave." Xiao Yuanjia and the others hastily stood up and said in unison, "We, the guilty, take our leave." When Xiao Yuanjia and the other Tianji Pavilion elders had left, Lu Chen then said to Bai Qingqing, "Let her in." "Yes." Bai Qingqing turned and left the courtyard, and moments later, she returned with Nangong Qingye. The moment Nangong Qingye stepped into Lu Chen's courtyard, she felt an immense pressure. This pressure was not due to realm disparity, rather, it was a peculiar impurity that seemed to imprison the powers within her body. Especially when she saw Lu Chen in the pavilion, that oppressive force became even more evident. Lu Chen, looking down at the map in front of him, said, "Nangong Sect Master, Such audacity to willingly come to Black Moon City, aren't you afraid of what I might do to you? Nangong Qingye regained her composure and replied, if your majesty truly intended to do something to me, you would have acted already, not waited until now. Lu Chen continued, tell me, what brings you to seek me? As he said this, Lu Chen looked up at Nangong Qingye who was not far from him. Nangong Qingye was dressed in a long red gown with her hair swept up elegantly, exuding an immense dignity and nobility. Her deep, cool eyes and cold cheeks also displayed an air of arrogance, which made one unable to resist the urge to conquer her. Feeling Lu Chen's intense gaze, the spiritual power within Nangong Qingye began to stir restlessly. She felt like a prey targeted by a primordial cosmic beast, involuntarily breaking out in a dense cold sweat on her forehead. Seeing that Nangong Qingye had not immediately answered, Lu Chen asked again, what is it? Is it some unspeakable request? Gathering her courage, Nangong Qingye replied, I wish to learn your majesty's demon exorcising technique immediately. Hearing this, Lu Chen unhesitatingly said, it's not impossible, but my cultivation technique is only taught to my women. I just wonder if you are prepared. Nangong Qingye was momentarily startled. Then she declared, as long as your majesty is willing to teach the demon exorcising technique to me, I am yours tonight. Lu Chen chuckled lightly. Just tonight. It appears Nangong Qingye is somewhat naive. Lu Chen immediately said, there's no need to wait until tonight, I can impart the demon burying spell to you right now. As his voice fell, Lu Chen waved his hand grandly, and in an instant, he and Nangong Qingye appeared in a room. Nangong Qingye was slightly taken aback. Although she had prepared herself for this moment since arriving, she had not expected to lose her innocence so soon upon her arrival in Black Moon City. At that moment, Lu Chen was sitting leisurely on a plush couch, looking amusedly at Nangong Qingye, who was standing dazed in the middle of the bedroom. What's the matter? Didn't you want the demon burying spell? Why are you still distracted? Realizing her situation, Nangong Qingye looked up at Lu Chen sitting on the plush couch. Lu Chen's true appearance was indeed not much different from that of his puppets, but his true form was even more handsome, his aura more ethereal, and more distinctly masculine. Nangong Qingye thought to herself, spending a night with such a powerful man might not be so bad after all. Being a demonic cultivator herself, she lacked the moral constraints of others. However, she had always been the esteemed Blood Rainbow Pavilion Master, commanding from on high. Suddenly having to serve a man as a subordinate, she simply did not know how to proceed. Lu Chen took another look at Nangong Qingye standing in the middle of the bedroom. Just her mere presence was already a breathtaking view. Her cold and aloof demeanor, voluptuous figure, slender waist that could be encircled with a single hand, and the long jade-like legs faintly visible beneath her red dress, all stimulated Lu Chen's neural senses. Seeing Lu Chen staring intensely at herself, the spiritual power within Nangong Qingye became even more restless. She tried to calm the turmoil in her heart and then slowly walked toward the couch at the side of the room. No sooner had she approached Lu Chen, he immediately reached out, pulling her entire body into his embrace. Nangong Qingye instinctively wanted to resist, but the thought that only by submitting could she obtain Lu Chen's demon exorcising technique caused her to suppress her innate urge to struggle. Lu Chen then placed her on the couch and leaned behind her, pressing down on her hips. A dark fragrance wafted from Nangong Qingye's body, instantly igniting the brutal desires in Lu Chen's heart. Sensing something was awry, Nangong Qingye slightly turned her head to see what Lu Chen was up to, only to find his eyes were bloodshot, almost as if he wished to devour her whole. Witnessing this, Nangong Qingye felt her heart tremble. Never would she have imagined that, as a demonic cultivator, she would one day fear a man. Of course, a vital reason was that Lu Chen seemed to be constantly emitting a force that tainted the vigor in her blood, leaving her without even the slightest inclination to resist, her heart filled with dread. What Nangong Qingye didn't realize was that this force was the power of the demon burying spell. As a demonic cultivator, the demon burying spell hugely suppressed Nangong Qingye, which meant that even without having drunk the dragon and phoenix tea, she had no desire to resist in Lu Chen's presence. Seeing Nangong Qingye turn her head to look at him with a hint of timidity within her usual icy fa section aid, Lu Chen could no longer restrain himself. He bent down and sealed her red lips with his own. For the first time, Nangong Qingye was in such close contact with a man, and her mind went blank. Then, the scent of a mature man rushed into her nostrils, making the spiritual power inside her more restless. After what seemed like an eternity, Nangong Qingye vaguely heard a rip sound, but before she could react to what it was, a strange power surged into her body. After a muffled groan, Nangong Qingye realized that the force had completely suppressed the vigor in her blood. Her body released countless streams of vigor, which seemed to flee as if encountering a natural predator. Feeling her strength plummet, Nangong Qingye was seized by sheer panic. She hadn't expected Lu Chen's body to so strongly counteract the vigor in her blood. Nangong Qingye immediately struggled, but Lu Chen didn't afford her the opportunity, as he began to busy himself. Another peculiar sensation swiftly took over Nangong Qingye's mind. Originally fearful due to her loss of strength and the leakage of vigor, the strange new feeling instantly enthralled her, obliterating all thoughts of escape. Being a demonic cultivator with an inherent attribute of corruption, under Lu Chen's manipulations, Nangong Qingye became utterly immersed in the pleasure he brought her. Thus, filled with despair, fear, and unceasing euphoria, Nangong Qingye plummeted completely into the abyss. Several days later, news of the Tianji Pavilion's dissolution spread throughout the Ziyang world. Before disbanding, the Tianji Pavilion issued a public announcement, taking on much of the responsibility for releasing the heavenly demon. The announcement declared that this was all a scheme by Pavilion Master Gongye Liangpeng, who was not of this world, hence his releasing the heavenly demon in an attempt to destroy it. The Tianji Pavilion also pointed out in the announcement that if it weren't for the Sum Emperor's timely arrival, the entire Ziyang world might have already become hell. It was the Sum Emperor who saved the Ziyang world. With the Tianji Pavilion making such a statement, other forces in the Ziyang world that were initially resistant began to realize they had no hope and also sent envoys to Black Moon City, intending to pledge allegiance to the Sum Emperor. However, those envoys had not seen the Sum Emperor for half a month. It was said that the Sum Emperor was currently in seclusion and temporarily had no time to meet with them. This made those forces even more anxious. They were unsure whether the Sum Emperor was truly in seclusion or plotting something. An inexplicable pressure made it difficult for all the powers in the Ziyang world to catch their breath. At this moment, in the courtyard of Lu Chen's bedroom, Ji Chuyu's eyes were fixed on Lu Chen's room as she couldn't help but sneer disdainfully. HMPH, seclusion. What a unique way of secluding himself this guy has. She hadn't expected that Lu Chen had just been dual cultivating with her for over half a month, and now he had quickly gotten together with Nangong Qingye, and it was for another stretch of half a month. Now she even suspected that Lu Chen was also a demonic cultivator. Who else would consider dual cultivation as their main cultivation method? Of course, Ji Chuyu knew in her heart that she was just a bit jealous. After all, Lu Chen had been sweet-talking and doting on her just the half-month before, with all sorts of sweet nothings, all kinds of romantic words, and various methods that made her unable to stop. And now, not much later, Lu Chen had used the same tactics on Nangong Qingye. At this time, Nangong Qingye's voice was continuously coming from inside the room. Your Majesty, spare my life. The Venerable One. Ah. Your concubine. Lu Chen. Call me darling. Darling. Your concubine is going to die. Ji Chuyu once again cursed fiercely, shameless. As soon as she finished speaking, Ji Chuyu, out of anger, turned around and left the courtyard to go back to her own room to cultivate. She was afraid that if she kept eavesdropping, she wouldn't be able to restrain herself anymore. After leaving the courtyard, Ji Chuyu comforted herself in her heart. After all, Lu Chen had promised her the identity of a noble concubine, so she didn't need to care about other women. She decided to consider Nangong Qingye merely as Lu Chen's plaything. Thinking like this made Ji Chuyu feel much better. An unknown amount of time passed. A ray of sunlight entered the room, the golden light scattered on the shimmering droplets of water. At this moment Nangong Qingye was still being pinned down by Lu Chen. Half a month ago, Nangong Qingye thought she only needed one night to possibly exchange for Lu Chen's demon exorcising technique. Once she got her hands on that technique, she could consider whether or not to escape from this world. To her surprise, she hadn't secured the demon exorcising technique yet and instead had been toyed with by Lu Chen for half a month, and even most of her vitality had dissipated. Yet, she was unable to resist the feelings Lu Chen brought her. She had become addicted and couldn't extricate herself any longer. At this point, she realized that she would never be able to rid herself of Lu Chen again. The feeling of fear and pleasure intertwined had already plunged her deep into its clutches. Even if Lu Chen didn't give her the demon exorcising technique now, she was willing to stay by this man's side. Lu Chen gently stroked Nangong Qingya's hair, gazing into her red pupils. At this moment, Nangong Qingya's face was suffused with a beguiling red glow, and a few tears shimmered within her starry eyes. Lu Chen, suppressing his body, watched her and said, "The Nangong sect master truly has a unique charm." Hearing this, Nangong Qingya felt deeply humiliated, yet she did not contradict Lu Chen. Instead, she asked, "Huff. It's already been half a month. When does your majesty plan to impart the demon exorcising technique to me? Having served your majesty, I've lost a great amount of vital blood, and my strength has diminished significantly. If this continues, my power might very well fall to the yin-yang realm." Upon hearing Nangong Qingya's words, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Your strength has diminished. Are you sure that your strength has really decreased? Why don't you sense your bodily condition again?" Nangong Qingya looked at Lu Chen with puzzlement. A significant portion of her vital blood had already been depleted. As a demonic cultivator who cultivated with vital blood, the loss of this vital essence naturally caused her power to wane. Did she even need to self-assess? While she thought this way, Nangong Qingya still circulated her spiritual power to sense her bodily condition. It would be proper, after all, having been tormented by this tyrant for half a month, to check if her body had suffered any other issues. Being treated so gruffly by this tyrant, it was possible that not only had her vital blood depleted, but other parts of her might have been affected as well. As soon as Nangong Qingya began circulating her spiritual power, she noticed something amiss. Her divine sense became incredibly clear and her internal spiritual power surged. Although her vital blood had been depleted, her realm had not declined. Not only had her realm not diminished, but it had actually improved, and she was even on the verge of breaking through to the divinity transformation realm. How? How could this be possible? She had been so engrossed in the pleasure Lu Chen had brought her that even while in a state of dual cultivation with him, she was unaware of it, and so was oblivious to the improvement in her power. One could say that Lu Chen had completely muddled her mind. This was a huge surprise for her, and she also discovered that although the spiritual power Lu Chen had infused into her had a strong restraining effect on her vital blood, it had not caused any harm to her body. On the contrary, the internal injuries she had sustained from absorbing vital blood had all been healed. She had not expected such a marvelous use to come from this affair. Quickly, Nangong Qingya realized that it was not the acts between man and woman that had such an effect on her, but something Lu Chen had done that caused such a change in her body. With this in mind, Nangong Qingya immediately locked eyes with Lu Chen and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lu Chen smiled faintly, lifting his hand to tidy the hair beside her ear. "What's there to thank me for? You are my woman, I naturally wouldn't stand by and watch you suffer from the erosion of vital blood." With that, Lu Chen directly passed on the demon burying spell and the evergreen longevity technique to Nangong Qingya. As two golden lights entered Nangong Qingya's brain, the essential secrets of both cultivation techniques also became known to her. When Nangong Qingya felt the effects of the evergreen longevity technique, she was utterly astonished. No wonder why despite Lu Chen's violent treatment, she hadn't felt any pain. It was all due to the effects of the evergreen longevity technique. Looking back, had her internal injuries also healed because of the evergreen longevity technique? Is this what a saint-grade cultivation technique is like? Over the years, she had tried various methods to resist the invasion of vital blood so as not to be overcome by demonic energy and become a complete demon cultivator, but all her efforts were in vain. Unexpectedly, her opportunity came from an invader from another realm. After that, Nangong Qingya felt the effects of the demon burying spell, and realizing how it suppressed her blood qi, she understood why she was so completely suppressed in Lu Chen's presence. The power of the demon-burying spell was not just aimed at demon cultivators but also targeted her kind, the demonic cultivators. It was no wonder that she felt an uncontrollable, intense fear while Lu Chen infused her body with spiritual power. Noticing Nangong Qingya's distraction, Lu Chen said, "The demon-burying spell has a suppressing effect on all evil powers. If you practice it, the spiritual power in your body might conflict with your blood qi. Whether to cultivate the demon-burying spell is your own choice," he added. Hearing this, Nangong Qingya fell silent. The reason she had come to Black Moon City was for the demon-burying spell, to ensure that as a demonic cultivator, she would not be suppressed by the demonic qi of the heavenly demon or other demon cultivators in the future. One could say she sought to cultivate the demon-burying spell precisely to better continue on her path as a demonic cultivator. However, she now faced a conflict between the spell and her blood qi. If she chose the demon-burying spell over the path of blood qi, wouldn't she be betraying her original intention? But if she didn't practice the demon-burying spell, she wouldn't stand a chance against the heavenly demon in the future, and even a slightly stronger demon envoy would have the power to suppress her. Moreover, even if it wasn't related to demons, if she encountered a cultivator practicing a technique similar to the demon-burying spell, she would still be suppressed. What should she do? Should she give up the path of blood qi? After much contemplation, Nangong Qingya decided to first try cultivating the demon-burying spell and closed her beautiful eyes, then she began to circulate the spell within her body. As a milky white spiritual power coursed through her body, her blood qi started to dissipate rapidly. Just as the blood qi she had strenuously accumulated over the years was about to vanish completely, Nangong Qingya hastily ceased her cultivation. She still couldn't bear to abandon the path of blood qi so easily. After hesitating for a moment, Nangong Qingya began to circulate the evergreen longevity technique, intending to see if it could fully counteract the erosion of blood qi on her body. Even though Lu Chen had already cured her internal injuries, the erosion of her body by the blood qi was an ongoing process. As long as she consumed the blood qi of others, it would continue to erode her body. Nangong Qingya thought to herself that if the evergreen longevity technique could completely withstand the erosion of blood qi, perhaps in the future, even if she encountered demon cultivators or the heavenly demon, she might be able to use the technique to counteract the negative effects of blood qi. By doing so, neither the heavenly demon nor demon cultivators would be able to manipulate the blood qi in her body with their demonic qi, and she would no longer have to fear demon cultivators of similar strength. As a stream of green spiritual power flowed through Nangong Qingya's body, she immediately felt much relieved. Soon, the green spiritual power actually merged with the blood qi. When the two combined, Nangong Qingya was surprised to find that the erosion of her body by the blood qi had indeed disappeared. For a moment, Nangong Qingya felt indescribably excited. She hadn't expected to truly succeed. How wonderful! She would no longer have to abandon this path. Just as Nangong Qingya was thinking this, another idea came into her mind, and she attempted to circulate the demon-burying spell again. A milky white spiritual power quickly emerged within her body. Following that, the milky white spiritual power also merged with the blood qi, but this time the blood qi was not dissipated. The white spiritual power of the demon-burying spell, along with the green spiritual power of the evergreen longevity technique and the red blood qi, formed a stable force. Seeing her success, Nangong Qingya's delicate body couldn't help but tremble, and all her muscles involuntarily contracted. Lu Chen had not expected Nangong Qingya to be so excited while cultivating, which almost caused him to lose control of the restless spiritual power within his body. Just as Lu Chen was about to say something, Nangong Qingya suddenly opened her eyes, those ruby-like eyes staring intently at Lu Chen. "From now on, you are my master, this is my lifeblood essence." As she spoke, a mass of blood emitting a red glow appeared on Nangong Qingya's forehead. In the cultivation world, once you obtained a cultivator's lifeblood essence, you could control the life and death of that cultivator. Lu Chen naturally knew of this method, but he had never used it against anyone, because generally, when you obtain someone's lifeblood essence, that person's identity is no different from a slave. Even with his own subordinates, Lu Chen would not have them hand over their lifeblood essence. Lu Chen had not expected Nangong Qingye to take the initiative to hand over her lifeblood essence, which greatly surprised him. After being stunned for a moment, Lu Chen asked in confusion, "What do you mean by this?" Nangong Qingye said, "The opportunity you have granted me is too great, I will find it difficult to repay it in this lifetime." Although Nangong Qingye was a demonic cultivator, she was one with principles. The opportunity that Lu Chen gave involved significant karma, and she knew she was now thoroughly bound to Lu Chen. Moreover, from the first time Lu Chen countered her, she became deeply ensnared and unable to extricate herself, which also indirectly proved that Lu Chen was the person destined for her. Lu Chen thought to himself that, as a demonic cultivator, having a different way of thinking from ordinary people was normal, and he didn't need to overthink it. Lu Chen then said with a smile, "You need to think this through clearly. After handing over your lifeblood essence to me, from now on you will be my female slave." Nangong Qingye said expressionlessly, "I have already thought it through." Lu Chen responded, "All right, since you are so determined, I will fulfill your wish." Immediately afterwards, Lu Chen collected Nangong Qingye's lifeblood essence. The moment Lu Chen received the lifeblood essence, Nangong Qingye instantly felt as though her entire being had become a part of Lu Chen, and a statue of Lu Chen appeared in her sea of consciousness. However, what surprised her more was that although she had handed over her lifeblood essence, she did not feel the slightest bit enslaved. Normally, a cultivator who hands over their lifeblood essence would constantly feel their master's oppressive presence, but after she had handed hers over, Lu Chen's oppressive presence in front of her completely dissipated. Her body suddenly felt much lighter. What was happening? Just as Nangong Qingye was puzzled, Lu Chen's voice entered her ears. "I did not expect the Nangong sect master to enjoy this kind of treatment. Then I must ensure the Nangong sect master has a good time." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Nangong Qingye was utterly baffled. What did he mean by, enjoy this kind of treatment? And what did, have a good time, signify? Before Nangong Qingye could react, she was flipped over, and the next moment, Lu Chen resumed his journey. Now Nangong Qingye finally understood what Lu Chen meant by having a good time. Meanwhile, in the Zishao dynasty, imperial palace, Nangong Yuehua, clad in a phoenix robe, stood by the window of her bedchamber, looking at the moon in the sky with an extremely cold and indifferent expression, as if deep in thought. At that moment, a maid entered the bedchamber. "Your Majesty, the Blood Rainbow Pavilion Master has gone to Black Moon City." Hearing this, Nangong Yuehua's brows furrowed slightly. She had been wondering why Nangong Qingye had suddenly disappeared. At first, she suspected that Nangong Qingye might not want to be the Sum Emperor's woman, and therefore, had fled from this world on her own. She had not only refrained from running away but had actually gone to Black Moon City. Her only reason for going to Black Moon City must have been to seek out the Sum Emperor. What for? Could it be she wanted to become the Sum Emperor's woman in order to obtain more cultivation resources from him? The thought crossed Nangong Yuehua's mind and she suddenly realized, although Bai Qingqing was her sister, Bai Qingqing was a demonic cultivator. For a demonic cultivator to enhance their strength, there was nothing they wouldn't do. Even sacrificing her own purity meant nothing to Bai Qingqing. Perhaps, her trip to Black Moon City was indeed to trade her body for cultivation resources from the Sum Emperor, especially the saint-grade cultivation technique he spoke of. This was not a good sign. Even though she and Bai Qingqing were sisters, there was no room for affection within the royal family. If Bai Qingqing obtained the saint-grade cultivation technique before her and grew more powerful, it was highly probable that the Sum Emperor would shift his focus onto cultivating Bai Qingqing. Then, Bai Qingqing would call the shots in the entire Ziyang world. No. She could not let her succeed. With that thought, Nangong Yuehua immediately instructed her maid, "Announce that I will be in closed-door cultivation and cancel all upcoming court meetings." Before the maid could even respond, Nangong Yuehua had already vanished from the spot. Despite her residual distrust for the Sum Emperor, Bai Qingqing's proactive behavior in heading to Black Moon City also worried her, giving her a deep sense of crisis. She had to see for herself what was going on in Black Moon City, to see whether Bai Qingqing was indeed offering herself up for the saint-grade cultivation technique mentioned by the Sum Emperor. Soon, Nangong Yuehua arrived over Black Moon City, and as she approached the entrance of City Lord's mansion, a woman clad in black gold armor spoke to her, "Your Majesty has been informed of your arrival, please follow me." Hearing this, Nangong Yuehua did not hesitate to follow, her heart still tense and on guard against her surroundings. Following Bai Qingqing, Nangong Yuehua entered the courtyard where Lu Chen was currently residing, only to be immediately engulfed by the thick scent of blood and to sense Bai Qingqing's presence. Moreover, odd and peculiar noises were incessantly emanating from inside the room. "Your Majesty, your servant admits her fault. Good brother, no. Please." As someone who had lived for several thousand years, how could Bai Qingqing not know what was happening inside that room? Hearing Bai Qingqing's voice, Nangong Yuehua's brows furrowed slightly, not expecting things to be exactly as she had thought. Bai Qingqing indeed had sought out the Sum Emperor and was offering herself to him for the sake of the saint-grade cultivation technique. The once cold-blooded and ruthless female devil had now become nothing more than a moaning female slave in front of the Sum Emperor, which was truly laughable. Although she scorned Bai Qingqing internally, Nangong Yuehua understood that sooner or later, she too would become the Sum Emperor's woman. Now that Bai Qingqing had taken this step, if she did not become the Sum Emperor's woman, he would certainly choose to support Bai Qingqing in the future. Even though the Sum Emperor might not hold much interest in women, the presence or absence of conjugal relations still significantly influences a man's decisions. A high-end political alliance requires nothing more than the most primal form of union. What Nangong Yuehua didn't know was that when Bai Qingqing first came to Black Moon City, she too thought that Lu Chen held little interest in women, and believed that accompanying him for one night would seal the deal. Although Bai Qingqing did indeed get what she desired of the saint-grade cultivation technique and the demon-burying spell, as she had completely immersed herself into the situation. Yet, she felt not a shred of sorrow, for this was all her own doing. She just couldn't understand why the Sum Emperor was so keen on such pleasures, when even she, nearing the divinity transformation realm, couldn't withstand Lu Chen's multitude of methods. Nangong Yuehua entered the courtyard and sat continuously in the pavilion. At that moment, Ji Chuyu also entered the courtyard. Seeing Nangong Yuehua there, Ji Chuyu was momentarily taken aback. She had thought that almost a month had passed and it should have concluded, so she came to check the situation, but she didn't expect another woman to arrive. Ji Chuyu sighed softly to herself. She had misjudged people previously. She thought Lu Chen was a proper cultivator, only to find out he was purely lascivious. But pondering this now was useless since she had already become his woman. Ji Chuyu walked into the pavilion and said to Nangong Yuehua, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Nangong Yuehua glanced at Ji Chuyu and noticed she had broken through to the yin-yang realm, exuding a holy light, and her aura had become more ethereal than before. It instantly became clear to Nangong Yuehua that Ji Chuyu had likely become Lu Chen's woman too. When Lu Chen first arrived in Black Moon City, he was with Ji Chuyu, and she had seized the opportunity. Nangong Yuehua replied, "The Zishao dynasty has already submitted to the Sum Emperor. From now on, I am no longer the emperor of the Zishao dynasty, you need not give me such formalities." Just as Ji Chuyu was about to say something, Bai Qingqing arrived in the pavilion with a teapot, poured tea for both Ji Chuyu and Nangong Yuehua, and then said. His Majesty asked, "The Purple Emperor manages myriad daily affairs, what brings you to Black Moon City now?" Nangong Yuehua took another look at the maid in black gold armor. The woman was stunningly beautiful with a cold demeanor, much like a cold fairy, and to think such a person was merely a maid under the Sum Emperor. After looking at Bai Qingqing, Nangong Yuehua spoke without hesitating, "I heard that my reckless sister came to Black Moon City, so I came to see if I could prevent her from causing trouble for His Majesty." As soon as Nangong Yuehua finished speaking, Lu Chen's voice came directly from the room, "Aha, Purple Emperor need not worry. Your sister is very sensible and hasn't caused me any trouble at all." At that moment, Nangong Qingya, who was lying on a soft couch, listened to Nangong Yuehua's voice outside and felt a sense of triumph. She was smarter for coming to Black Moon City to find the Sum Emperor on her own. Although Nangong Yuehua had also come, she had arrived later than her. But, at that moment, Nangong Qingya slightly turned her head, her eyes tearfully looking back at the tyrant. Although she indulged in this affair willingly, she distinctly felt her mind becoming hazier. If this continued, her mind might just break down. Seeing Nangong Qingya's pitiable state, the flames of desire within Lu Chen were reignited, and he resumed his activities. Nangong Yuehua was about to speak when she suddenly heard Nangong Qingya's wailing from the room. At this moment, Nangong Yuehua felt extremely awkward. She didn't know what to do, though she too had decided to dedicate herself. But Nangong Qingya was still in Lu Chen's room. She couldn't possibly go in at this time. But standing here didn't seem right either. What could she do? Stand and listen to their cries? After an unknown length of time, Nangong Yuehua thought she heard Lu Chen sigh deeply. Then his voice came again, "If the Purple Emperor has no other business, you should leave for now." Upon hearing this, Nangong Yuehua was taken aback. Leave? That wouldn't do. She came here just to offer herself and then receive the saint-grade cultivation technique Lu Chen had spoken of, and now that she had gained nothing, going back this way would simply hand Nangong Qingya the opportunity to rise to power, possibly controlling the entire Ziyang world in the future. Nangong Yuehua's brows slightly furrowed before she said, "Your Majesty, the surrender documents for the Zishao dynasty have already been drafted. In a few days someone will deliver them. Now that I have allied myself with Your Majesty, I'm no longer the Purple Emperor, but Your Majesty's woman. Being Your Majesty's woman, I naturally should stay by Your Majesty's side and attend to him." This. Seeing how proactive Nangong Yuehua was, Lu Chen instantly guessed her motives. It appeared that both Nangong Yuehua and Nangong Qingya wanted to quickly acquire the cultivation technique from her. This was the true nature of the cultivation world, where cultivators would rather offer their bodies to others for the sake of cultivation resources. Just as Lu Chen was considering whether to involve Nangong Yuehua as well, Nangong Qingya turned her head towards Lu Chen, speaking weakly, "Your Majesty, just let her attend to you. I can't stand it anymore." Lu Chen thought about how long he had stayed in Black Moon City. It was time to unify the entire Ziyang world. Then he slowly withdrew and said to Nangong Yuehua outside, "All right, you stay then. Bye, find her a room." Bai Qingqing said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Following that, Bai Qingqing told Nangong Yuehua, "Please follow me." Nangong Yuehua didn't linger in the yard any longer and directly followed Bai Qingqing out, unwilling to continue listening to Nangong Qingya's wailing. After getting up, Lu Chen freshened up and then went straight to his study to gather the military generals for a military meeting, preparing to advance towards the capital city of the Great Chu dynasty. While waiting for the generals to arrive, Lu Chen brought up the system prompts. Last time, when he had taken Ji Chuyu's purity, he had received system rewards. He had glanced at it then, saw it was a cultivation technique reward, and hadn't paid much attention to it, focusing all his energy on dealing with Ji Chuyu instead. He had forgotten all about having system rewards upon leaving the room. Upon opening the system prompts, two text boxes appeared before Lu Chen's eyes. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a wife, awarded the heavenly level cultivation skill Heavenly Thunder technique. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a wife, awarded the heavenly level cultivation skill Chaos Demon Slaying technique. Lu Chen immediately called forth these two cultivation techniques, and the next moment, their contents appeared in Lu Chen's mind. Lu Chen immediately tried cultivating them, and as the thunder attribute spiritual power coursed through his body, he felt all the cells in his body rejuvenate, making the absorption of spiritual energy much quicker. The next moment, Lu Chen's fingertips shot a bolt of lightning towards the ground, instantly blasting a huge pit in the floor, covering the whole study in dust. Lu Chen quickly waved his hand to clear all the dust in the room. At that point, his attention turned back to Chaos Demon Slaying technique. He found that it shared many similarities with the Demon Burying spell, almost containing the entire content of the Demon Burying spell. It could be said that Chaos Demon Slaying technique was an advanced form of Demon Burying spell. Lu Chen thought to himself, if the Earth-ranked Demon Burying spell had such a strong repression on demon cultivators, wouldn't the heavenly rank Chaos Demon Slaying technique restrain heavenly demons and demon cultivators even more severely in the future? Those demon cultivators and heavenly demons should think twice before troubling him. With this in mind, Lu Chen then tried cultivating chaos demon slaying technique again. Moments later, as the generals of the Great Sum arrived in the study, Lu Chen immediately stopped cultivating to assign them military tasks. The War Dragon army now relied on flying boats for combat, and with the speed of these flying boats, it would take less than a day to reach the capital city of the Great Chu dynasty. Lu Chen believed that the emperor of the Great Chu dynasty was a wise man and knew what needed to be done at this time. If the Chu emperor were sensible, then the members of the Great Chu royal family could all survive, but if the Chu emperor insisted on resisting, then only destruction awaited the Great Chu royal family. After arranging the military operations, Lu Chen planned to visit Nangong Yuehua in her room, but just then, a Jinyue guard entered the study and said, "Your Majesty, the elder disciples from the Tianji Pavilion have arrived at Black Moon City." After dealing with the matters at the Tianji Pavilion, Xiao Yuanjia immediately brought some of the Tianji Pavilion's elders and outstanding disciples to Black Moon City. Hearing the words of the Jinyue guard, Lu Chen raised his hand, about to give orders, when a maid entered the study and said, "Your Majesty, Elder Yu Changqin from the Tianji Pavilion requests an audience." Lu Chen lowered his hand and immediately said, "Never mind, let Xiao Yuanjia come in." Yes. Soon, Xiao Yuanjia arrived in the study and said, "This sinner greets your Majesty." Lu Chen said, "From now on, stop calling yourself a sinner. You are no longer members of the Tianji Pavilion, and the matter of releasing the heavenly demon no longer concerns you." Xiao Yuanjia quickly replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Lu Chen continued, "Since you have now pledged allegiance under my command, I cannot let you idle and waste your abilities. I plan to create a new institution called the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, and you will be the first chief supervisor. The main responsibility of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau is to divine the heavenly mysteries and predict in advance the crises that the Daxia army might face." Although the people from the Tianji Pavilion were unable to predict the life of the Qi Fortune child, predicting potential dangers for the Daxia army wouldn't be too big of an issue. Hearing Lu Chen's words, an extremely excited Xiao Yuanjia knelt on the ground and said, "Thank Your Majesty. I will not let Your Majesty down." Lu Chen then continued, "Did you bring the historical records from the Tianji Pavilion?" Xiao Yuanjia answered, "Your Majesty, they have all been brought, currently on the flying boat." Lu Chen said, "Take me to see them." Xiao Yuanjia immediately replied, "Please follow me, Your Majesty." Led by Xiao Yuanjia, Lu Chen then arrived at a Tianji Pavilion flying boat. Inside the cabin of the flying boat, countless scrolls and books were piled up, most of which contained cultivation technique contents. Lu Chen was not particularly interested in those cultivation techniques, he mainly wanted to check if the historical records of the Tianji Pavilion contained any information about other worlds. He then said to Xiao Yuanjia, "In these books, which ones are about other worlds?" Xiao Yuanjia replied, "Your Majesty, the scrolls on the last row of shelves contain information about other worlds." Lu Chen glanced at those scrolls, which were either made of bamboo or animal fur, indicating that the Tianji Pavilion had been established very early in this world, a time when paper was not yet present in Ziyang world. Lu Chen then approached the last row of shelves, picked up a scroll, and began reading it intently. After finishing, he felt a slight surprise. As it turned out, the so-called Tianji Pavilion was not merely a power in Ziyang world. The founder of Ziyang world's Tianji Pavilion hailed from a more advanced high-level cultivation realm and was a disciple of the Tianji Pavilion there. That disciple had originally come to Ziyang world to establish the Tianji Pavilion with a mission, but only he himself knew what that specific mission was. Unfortunately, the first pavilion master of the Tianji Pavilion had limited talents, and after spending years delving into the cosmic secrets, he soon passed away. Following that, Lu Chen read through more scrolls and gradually grasped some situations concerning the Tianji Pavilion. The Tianji Pavilion was a vast force within the universe and had branches in many worlds. According to the records of Ziyang world's first pavilion master, the Tianji Pavilion seemed to be searching for someone. When the first pavilion master arrived in the Ziyang world, his honored master had instructed him about certain matters, but he didn't write them down, seemingly to keep them from being widely known. Lu Chen chuckled, finding this quite fitting of fortune tellers' styles, full of mystery and trickery. They wrote about the tasks of the Tianji Pavilion, yet the details were incomplete. Why bother writing at all? Noticing Lu Chen's expression appearing somewhat displeased, Xiao Yuanjia carefully asked, Your Majesty, if there is a problem with these scrolls, I can have them destroyed immediately. Lu Chen regained his composure and placed the scroll back on the shelf. They are just historical records, what could be the problem? While speaking, Lu Chen took another scroll from a different shelf and opened it again. When he saw the contents of this scroll, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. It stated that the actual person in power of the Tianji Pavilion was not the Pavilion Master, but the Saintess, also known as the Heavenly Mystery Maiden. The scroll recorded that the Heavenly Mystery Maiden's prophetic abilities were so powerful she could see what would happen in the previous and the next eras. Lu Chen was utterly shocked. That horrifying. Could this Heavenly Mystery Maiden be a being that surpasses a great emperor? However, the scroll mentioned next that although the Heavenly Mystery Maiden possessed such abilities, she would not lightly prophesy about other eras, because the backlash from doing so might cause her to disappear. This disappearance did not mean death, but to vanish into thin air, making everything about her cease to exist in the world, and only she would know the results of her prophecy. She could not share the details of other eras with anyone. While Lu Chen was engrossed in reading, the last line of the scroll suddenly made him feel speechless. All the above information is just hearsay, even I heard it from my honored master. Lu Chen immediately rolled up the scroll and placed it back on the shelf. The first pavilion master of the Ziyang world's Tianji Pavilion was truly idle to record mere rumors. Then, Lu Chen read through more scrolls, and unknowingly, half the day had passed. Lu Chen glanced and saw there were still many scrolls on the shelf. Although many of them recorded mere rumors, it helped him to learn more about the universe. This enriched his worldview in this world, which was somewhat useful. Then, Lu Chen instructed Xiao Yuanjia, move all these historical records to the city lord's mansion in Black Moon City. Xiao Yuanjia immediately responded, Yes, Your Majesty. Right after, Lu Chen used shadow shifting and left the flying boat directly to where Nangong Yuehua was staying. At that moment, Nangong Yuehua stood by the window of her room, looking up at the War Dragon Army's flying boats heading toward the capital city of the Great Chu dynasty, seemingly pondering something. The next moment, she sensed a presence in the room and turned her head to see Lu Chen had arrived. Nangong Yuehua immediately said, Greetings. Your Majesty. Nangong Yuehua spoke with difficulty and bowed reluctantly. After all, she herself was an empress, accustomed to others bowing to her. Now, she had to bow to another emperor, and her identity transition was a bit hard to adjust. Lu Chen smiled slightly, Purple Emperor, there's no need for formalities. As he spoke, Lu Chen glanced at Nangong Yuehua's file. He found that Nangong Yuehua indeed came for the Saint-grade cultivation technique, but that was a secondary purpose. Nangong Yuehua's real objective was still to compete with Nangong Qingye for control of this world. For Nangong Yuehua's arrival, Lu Chen was not surprised in the least. Having finally become the empress of the Zishao dynasty, she had long been enraptured by the taste of power and naturally did not wish to have competition in her dominion over the Ziyang world that was to come. At that moment, Lu Chen took a glance at Nangong Yuehua from head to toe. She was dressed in a long red gown with her hair cascading down to her waist, atop of which was a high, coiled bun, making her look exceptionally gentle and dignified. She also exuded a noble aura which made one can't help but want to get to know her better. I have no intention of destroying the Zishao dynasty, it can continue to exist, and you will remain its empress. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Nangong Yuehua was taken aback. She had thought that Lu Chen intended to dissolve the Zishao dynasty and reorganize the world, which would have meant the end of her rule as empress. It had not crossed her mind that Lu Chen had no plans of dissolving the Zishao dynasty. Lu Chen continued, Once I have unified the entire Ziyang world, I will split it into two parts. One part of the land and power will be incorporated into the Zishao dynasty, while the other will fall under the Blood Rainbow Pavilion, and then we will establish a cultivator alliance. Your sister will be in charge of this alliance, while you continue to rule over the Zishao dynasty. Nangong Yuehua's delicate brows slightly frowned as she instantly understood Lu Chen's idea. By dividing the world in two and governing it separately, he wanted to set her against Nangong Qingye so that he could control the entire Ziyang world. Nangong Yuehua, being an empress herself, understood the machinations of imperial rule. Since Lu Chen had made his intentions clear, it meant that no matter what she did, she could only control half of the Ziyang world. However, this was still enough for her. The previous Zishao dynasty, while strong, had never had the capacity to govern half of the Ziyang world. With the expansion of the territory and influence of the Zishao dynasty, her power would also increase. Although she would be limited by Lu Chen, he was a formidable being and someone like him would most likely not stay in the lower realms of the cultivation world forever. Once Lu Chen left, the Zishao dynasty would still be hers to command. Thus, striking a transaction with her body was a deal she found not to be at a loss. At this point, Nangong Yuehua inquired, "When does your majesty plan to have me attend your bedchamber?" Lu Chen revealed a teasing smile. "Why do you and your sister seem so impatient one after another?" Nangong Yuehua offered no explanation but stated calmly, "Should your majesty require my presence in your bedchamber, you may notify me at any time with the imperial edict of the Zishao dynasty. I am still untouched, never having been defiled by a man." Often, women who hold power keep male consorts, but Nangong Yuehua had always been focused on cultivation and had little interest in the company of men. Moreover, with the internal strife of the Zishao dynasty, many eyes were on her, waiting for her to slip up. She also dared not keep male consorts and indulge in such distractions during that time. Lu Chen spoke, "I know what you are thinking, you want a saint-grade cultivation technique." Nangong Yuehua responded indifferently, "Since this is a transaction, it is only natural that I have my requests." Lu Chen smiled and said, "You're right, a saint-grade cultivation technique is indeed what I promised you, and when the time comes, I will give it to you. Furthermore, I have already passed the saint-grade cultivation technique to your sister." Hearing this, Nangong Yuehua was slightly startled. Had Nangong Qingye already received the Sum Emperor's saint-grade cultivation technique? Could it really be true? Nangong Qingye had only arrived a little earlier than her, perhaps half a month. Could just half a month of service have gained the Sum Emperor's confidence to hand over the saint-grade cultivation technique to her? Full of curiosity, Nangong Yuehua asked, "Is your majesty not afraid that after she obtains the saint-grade cultivation technique, she will simply flee this world?" Lu Chen replied with a smile, "She voluntarily gave me her lifeblood essence." Thissa. Nangong Yuehua suddenly felt her mind go blank. She knew that Nangong Qingye had taken the initiative to offer herself in order to gain strength from the saint-grade cultivation technique, but did Nangong Qingye really need to express her loyalty to such an extent? That was the lifeblood essence. Once given up, from then on, Nangong Qingye's life would be controlled by the Sum Emperor, and he could make her die with just a thought. How could Nangong Qingye be so foolish? Was she really serious? Nangong Yuehua couldn't understand Nangong Qingye's actions at all, at least for herself. Even if she faced a threat to her life, she would absolutely never hand over her lifeblood essence. In her eyes, giving someone her lifeblood essence was no different from becoming a servant, or more accurately, almost the same as a puppet. From now on, whatever the Sum Emperor wanted Nangong Qingye to do, Nangong Qingye would have to do. Madness. Nangong Qingye had completely lost her mind. To become stronger, she had actively sold herself into servitude. Seeing Nangong Yuehua frowning and looking extremely serious, Lu Chen continued, "Of course, I am not suggesting you also need to give up your lifeblood essence. Your lifeblood essences are of no use to me. Even if you don't give me your lifeblood essence, I will still teach you the saint-grade cultivation technique. After some time, I will also return your sister's lifeblood essence to her." As he said this, a golden light shot from Lu Chen's forehead, and he continued, "This is the demon burying spell. Once you cultivate this technique, the spiritual power within your body will be able to suppress demonic qi and heavenly demon power." As his words fell, the golden light entered Nangong Yuehua's forehead. After perceiving the contents of the demon-burying spell, she felt a slight surprise. The Sum Emperor had dared to pass this technique to her before having possessed her body. She wasn't the same as Nangong Qingye, who had her lifeblood essence in his possession. She could leave this world whenever she wanted. At this moment, Lu Chen said, "All right, I have other matters to attend to, let's leave it at that for today. You may try to cultivate the demon burying spell for now." As his voice faded, Lu Chen's figure disappeared on the spot, planning to join the War Dragon army on their way to the Great Shu capital. Being the emperor leading the troops, he couldn't always hide behind and quarrel with women. If he was always going to stay behind, he might as well not have come to this world at all. Meanwhile, in the Tianqian world, within the icy chill of the bedchamber, a woman dressed in plain white garments was meditating on a soft couch, when suddenly, an icy voice appeared inside the room. Hearing this voice, Yun Shenxian abruptly opened her eyes. The next moment, snowflakes began to dance about the room, and shortly after, these snowflakes gathered to form the figure of a person. The visitor was none other than Yun Qingshu. She had already learned that Lu Chen was leading troops to the Ziyang world, and to her, this was an opportunity, a chance for a private encounter with Yun Shenxian. Seeing Yun Qingshu, Yun Shenxian became extremely tense. She had also guessed that after Lu Chen left the Tianqian world, her honored master would take the opportunity to come find her directly. Although Yun Shenxian's expression remained icy, her heart was already in turmoil. "Honoretta honored master, why have you come? Yun Qingshu spoke indifferently, "What, does I not welcome here?" Yun Shenxian retorted, "Does honored master intend to take advantage of the Sum Emperor's absence by destroying disciple's body, thus erasing this stain that is disciple?" Yun Qingshu coldly said, "I do not have the habit of breaking my promises." Having said that, Yun Qingshu approached the desk in the sleeping chamber and sat down, then she glanced over at Yun Shenxian. "After leaving the mysterious Moon Palace, your changes have indeed been quite substantial." Although Yun Shenxian still exuded a cold aura, it was now evident that she possessed the charm of a married woman. Seeing Yun Shenxian like this, Yun Qingshu felt somewhat complex emotions because, after all, Yun Shenxian was her own incarnation. Yun Shenxian was not wrong. To her, Yun Shenxian truly was a stain. If Yun Shenxian had been defiled by any other man, she might have outright killed this incarnation, but the one who had taken possession of Yun Shenxian's body was Lu Chen, someone who might hail from the ancient era. For such a person, even though Yun Shenxian was a stain, she was willing to preserve this stain for the sake of potential benefits. After all, Yun Shenxian was the bridge connecting her with Lu Chen. Moreover, she faintly felt that Lu Chen was not merely someone from the ancient era. Her intuition told her that Lu Chen seemed to be an acquaintance from her past. If Lu Chen truly was that acquaintance she knew, let alone Yun Shenxian becoming Lu Chen's woman, even if she herself had been intimate with Lu Chen, she wouldn't mind it in the slightest. Yun Shenxian said, "Honored master didn't come here today just to speak of these matters with disciple, did you?" Yun Qingshu spoke, "Do you seem to hold great animosity towards me? I was the one who created you. What right do you have to harbor animosity toward me?" Yun Shenxian coldly replied, "Honored master is correct. Disciple is merely an incarnation created at the whim of honored master, who could extinguish disciple's existence with a single thought. How dare disciple harbor enmity against honored master?" Just as Yun Shenxian finished speaking, Yun Qingshu's body suddenly vanished, and Yun Shenxian was slightly taken aback. By the time Yun Shenxian had come to her senses, Yun Qingshu had already reappeared in front of her and had pinned her down on a soft couch. Yun Qingshu lifted her delicate hand and grasped Yun Shenxian's chin, gazing into her face. "What's the matter? Do you so wish to disappear? If you truly desire death, I am not incapable of granting you that wish." Hearing Yun Qingshu's cold words and feeling the chilling aura emanating from her, Yun Shenxian was completely subdued and dared not speak. After all, Yun Qingshu was the original being, and the pressure she radiated was not something Yun Shenxian could resist, nor could an incarnation withstand the will of the original. Seeing Yun Shenxian remain silent, Yun Qingshu continued as she looked into Yun Shenxian's purple pupils. "When I created you, I had no intention of merging with you nor of destroying you. I created this incarnation of you as an early preparation for the epic calamity. I have already lived through the last era's calamity, and in this era, I may not be able to avoid it. Therefore, I hope that an incarnation could continue to survive in my stead. It's just that I did not expect that by granting you an independent consciousness, I harmed you. In Yun Qingshu's eyes, if she had not bestowed Yun Shenxian with independent consciousness, then Yun Shenxian would not have fallen in love with Lu Chen, would not have degraded herself as she had now, and would not have been jealous of her own original being. Hearing Yun Qingshu's words, Yun Shenxian was stunned once again. The memories of her daily interactions with Yun Qingshu in the mysterious Moon Palace surfaced in her mind. Though Yun Qingshu was very strict with her, she had always been helping her to become stronger. Furthermore, Yun Qingshu seldom forced her to do things she disliked. It was only when Lu Yanghua took an interest in her immortal spirit body that Yun Qingshu had confined her. But now, looking back, it was clear that Yun Qingshu had done so to delay the maturation of the immortal spirit body, thus providing an excuse to keep her in the mysterious Moon Palace. One could say that Yun Qingshu had always cared for her like a mother, never treating her as a mere doppelganger unknown currency inger, nor had she let her doppelganger unknown currency inger undertake tasks that even the original body would find dangerous. Usually, cultivators who create doppelganger unknown currency ingers use them to face dangerous situations, but Yun Qingshu treated her as if she were her own daughter. Thinking of these things, Yun Shenxian felt an incredibly complex mix of emotions and didn't know what she could still say. She did feel somewhat jealous of Yun Qingshu, believing that Lu Chen coveted her body because he regarded her as the original Yun Qingshu. But now she thought about it, without the original Yun Qingshu, there wouldn't have been her doppelganger unknown currency ingura. She had no right to be jealous. Yun Qingshu also felt Yun Shenxian's complex emotions and continued, "From now on, I will not interfere with anything between you and Lu Chen. You are you, and I am I." Upon hearing this, Yun Shenxian found it somewhat unbelievable. After all, Yun Qingshu was the creator of her original form, and to any original, a doppelganger unknown currency inger was useful. Especially a doppelganger unknown currency inger like her, possessing independent consciousness, indicated that when Yun Qingshu created her, a sliver of divine soul had been shared. The more powerful the being, the more crucial their divine soul. A mere sliver of divine soul could sometimes play a decisive role in battle. If Yun Qingshu were to completely give up on her doppelganger unknown currency inger, it would mean that Yun Qingshu's divine soul would no longer be intact, which certainly wouldn't be good for her. Was her honored master truly willing to let go of this thread of divine soul? At that moment, Yun Shenxian asked, "Since honored master no longer intends to interfere with your disciple and Lu Chen, why do you continue to stay in the Tianqian world instead of returning to the mysterious Moon Palace?" Yun Qingshu answered coldly, "Since Lu Chen also survives from the ancient era, it's only natural for me to stay with him to help him recover his memories as soon as possible. I must find out how he avoided the epic calamity. By comparing our experiences, we may be able to find a pattern to evade the calamity, ensuring that I too can smoothly navigate through the calamity in this era." Yun Shenxian did not understand the epic calamity that Yun Qingshu spoke of, but she knew it must be a disaster for the cosmos. Ultimately, Yun Shenxian couldn't suppress her curiosity and asked, "What is this epic calamity that honored master speaks of?" Yun Qingshu didn't reply but directly shared the memories of the epic calamity from the ancient era with Yun Shenxian. The next moment, Yun Shenxian felt myriad memories flooding into her mind. As she saw the scenes of the calamity approaching, her face turned pale, and a cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Yun Shenxian murmured, Is this the epic calamity?" Yun Qingshu then continued, "In the face of the epic calamity, even the great emperors are but ants. If you wish to weather the epic calamity with Lu Chen, you should find a way to help him regain his strength and memories, rather than focusing solely on clinging to him and exhausting his energy on you." Upon hearing Yun Qingshu's words, a faint blush emerged on Yun Shenxian's pale cheeks. Whenever Yun Shenxian thought about how she had been jealous of Yun Qingshu's main body a while ago, and then kept pestering Lu Chen to engage in certain activities with her, she felt somewhat ashamed. Her honored master stayed in Tianqian world to find a way from Lu Chen to overcome the great calamity, yet she only knew jealousy. At this moment, Yun Qingshu also sensed a change in Yun Shenxian's emotions and continued, "Of course, I haven't forbidden you from engaging in dual cultivation, but I hope you can prioritize clearly. If Lu Chen continues to degenerate and cannot become emperor, I fear he won't meet the great calamity before his time comes. Being my incarnation, blessed with a strand of my divine soul, you would have the same longevity as I do even if you don't become emperor, and I possess nearly infinite lifespan. Do you really want to see him die before your eyes? Thissa. Yun Shenxian was startled. She had never considered this before. She did not want to see Lu Chen die before her, for if Lu Chen died and she possessed nearly infinite longevity, how would she spend the rest of her life? Before becoming Lu Chen's woman, she could live alone all her life, but after she had fallen deeply in love with him as his woman, she could not imagine how painful her days would be without him. After a long silence, Yun Shenxian said, "Disciple understands." Yun Shenxian knew that Lu Chen had many women, and she alone definitely could not persuade Lu Chen. Each time she urged him to focus on cultivation, Lu Chen would seize the moment to trouble her, claiming he followed the life Tao. If she could persuade Lu Chen's other wives and concubines to join her, maybe it would be somewhat effective. Although she thought so, Yun Shenxian did not hold much hope. Having been with that rascal for so many years, she was all too aware of what kind of person he was. Hearing Yun Shenxian's response, Yun Qingshu knew that her words had been taken to heart, and then she continued, "From today onwards, unless you face a particularly urgent situation or you are in danger of losing your life, I will no longer control your body using divine sense. Take care of yourself." Yun Shenxian was startled, but after snapping back to reality, she excitedly said, "Thank you, honored master, for your grace." Just as Yun Shenxian finished speaking, a maid's voice came through the door, Noble Consort Chen has arrived." Hearing this, Yun Shenxian did not hesitate to say, "Let her in." The next moment, Chen Wanrong entered the room and saw another woman in the palace, who was even pinning down her honored master on the bed, causing Chen Wanrong's cold face to reveal an almost imperceptible, strange expression. Being with Lu Chen for so long, her thoughts had unavoidably been poisoned by that bad influence. Seeing this scene, she even thought Yun Shenxian and Yun Qingshu were getting cozy. Seeing Chen Wanrong's peculiar gaze, Yun Shenxian coughed once and said with a cold expression, "Rongrong, this is your honored ancestor." Hearing this, Chen Wanrong was momentarily startled. Honored ancestor. Chen Wanrong glanced at Yun Qingshu, realizing her honored ancestor looked amazingly similar to her honored master. Without overthinking, she hurriedly bowed to Yun Qingshu and said, "Greetings, honored ancestor." The moment Chen Wanrong's words fell, she felt a surge of spiritual power flow into her body, but she didn't react rashly, knowing it was Yun Qingshu assessing her cultivation talent. At that point, Yun Qingshu's expression suddenly turned serious. Seeing Yun Qingshu slightly furrowing her eyebrows, Yun Shenxian knew there must be something concerning about Chen Wanrong. She quickly explained, "Rongrong grew up in Tianqian world, and seeing her good talent, I took her as my direct disciple." After a silent moment, Yun Qingshu thoughtfully said to Chen Wanrong, "Cultivate diligently. With your talent, becoming an emperor is only a matter of time." Seeing Yun Qingshu giving Chen Wanrong such high praise left Yun Shenxian completely stunned. Chen Wanrong herself stood there, bewildered. Becoming emperor was just a matter of time. Did that mean she would definitely become an emperor? Wasn't that praise too high? How talented must one be to say for sure that one will become emperor in the future? Yun Qingshu continued, "Once Lu Chen's memories from the ancient era awaken, have him evaluate your talents. Then you'll understand what I mean." Chen Wanrong came to her senses and quickly said, "Thank you, honored ancestor." Yun Qingshu slowly got off Yun Shenxian's body, stood beside the bed, and after giving Chen Wanrong another look, she muttered to herself, "I must not have seen wrongly." At this point, Yun Shenxian also sat up and asked with confusion, "Honored master, I've examined Rongrong's body. Although she has some talent compared to other people in this world, her talent is far less compared to those cultivators in the cultivation world. Why do you say that her future is certain to become an emperor?" Yun Shenxian was really curious about what was going on with her own direct disciple. Yun Qingshu said coolly, "You don't have all my memories, so you can't see her uniqueness. Her peculiar constitution ranks first in the entire ancient era. To my knowledge, she is the only one in the whole ancient era to possess such a constitution." With these words, Yun Shenxian was stunned once again. The top constitution in the entire ancient era. Her direct disciple, recruited from a lower world, possessed such a special constitution. Could it be true? She had just received some of Yun Qingshu's memories, so she had a general understanding of the ancient era. The ancient era had spanned countless years and produced innumerable constitutions, yet Chen Wanrong's constitution could still rank first in the ancient era. Yun Qingshu felt puzzled as to how such a heaven-defying constitution could emerge in a lower world like the Tianqian world. And Yun Qingshu gradually felt that the Tianqian world might not be as simple as she had imagined. After Yun Shenxian had arrived in the Tianqian world, their divine sense link had been severed, and to locate Yun Shenxian, she had to rely on the Tianji Pavilion to deduce her whereabouts. She initially thought that some powerful being had used some method to sever the divine sense link between her and Yun Shenxian and had imprisoned Yun Shenxian. However, after accessing Yun Shenxian's memories, she found that Lu Chen hadn't done any such thing to Yun Shenxian, and their divine sense link had already been cut before Lu Chen was even born into this world. First, the divine sense link between her and Yun Shenxian was severed, then later, Lu Chen, a survivor from the ancient era, was born into this world, and now there was another girl with a reincarnation constitution. With herself also being a survivor from the ancient era, Yun Qingshu suddenly felt a strong force or perhaps an invisible hand pushing them towards the Tianqian world. There must be someone behind all this. Thinking of this, Yun Qingshu's expression turned even colder, and a chill began to surge through the Great Hall. As a survivor of the ancient era, she was somehow being pushed by some force. Even the person behind the scenes had led her to the Tianqian world, which gave Yun Qingshu a very strong sense of crisis in her heart. Who exactly was manipulating all this? Seeing the disturbed look on Yun Qingshu's face, Yun Shenxian cautiously said, "Honored Master, you." Yun Shenxian hadn't finished speaking when Yun Qingshu cut her off and said, "In Black Moon City, there are other wives and consorts of Lu Chen, right?" Chen Wanrong and Yun Shenxian both had connections with Lu Chen, so Yun Qingshu's first thought was to investigate the people around Lu Chen. Seeing Yun Qingshu ask about Lu Chen's wives and consorts, Yun Shenxian hurriedly said, "Honored Master, what are you going to do? If you take action against Lu Chen's wives and consorts, Lu Chen will surely fight you to the death when he returns." Yun Shenxian knew very well the importance of those wives and consorts to Lu Chen. Although Lu Chen was a lascivious man, he was deeply affectionate towards each of his women, and if anyone dared to do something to them, Lu Chen would definitely fight that person desperately. Yun Qingshu ignored Yun Shenxian's words and immediately released her spiritual power, instantly surveying the entire situation of Black Moon City. The next moment, Yun Qingshu appeared in the courtyard where Wu Junwan and Li Qingru were discussing cultivation issues. Sensing the presence of a strange and powerful aura, the two women became instantly alert. "Who's there?" The women's gazes were warily fixed on Yun Qingshu standing outside the pavilion. Seeing that the newcomer looked somewhat similar to Yun Shenxian, Wu Junwan and Li Qingru immediately guessed Yun Qingshu's identity. Wu Junwan asked, "May I know why the senior has suddenly descended upon the Tianqian world?" Li Qingru said beside her, "Could it be that the senior wants to take advantage of His Majesty's absence and strike at us?" At this point, Li Qingru had already gathered all of her spiritual power in the palm of her hand. Even though she knew she couldn't defeat Yun Qingshu, she wasn't about to be captured without a fight. Yun Qingshu didn't bother with much talk with Wu Junwan and Li Qingru. She simply probed the two women's bodies and then, frowning, muttered to herself, "Just as I thought." She discovered that Wu Junwan and Li Qingru were not ordinary either. Perhaps others couldn't see it, but as a survivor of the ancient era, she could tell at a glance that Wu Junwan and Li Qingru possessed special physiques unique to the ancient era. Who on earth is gathering so many individuals connected to the ancient era? What is their purpose? Yun Qingshu felt increasingly that Tianqian world was a dangerous place, and she even had the idea of leaving Tianqian world immediately. Yun Qingshu paid no heed to Wu Junwan and Li Qingru and then went to the Yancheng Imperial Palace, where she also found many women with ancient-era physiques. It could be said that all the women related to Lu Chen had special physiques, which were out of place in this era and couldn't exhibit their full potential, so they appeared to be without much talent for cultivation. But if Lu Chen's wives and consorts were placed in the previous era, they would surely be emperors commanding respect in the universe. How could there be so many ancient era physiques, and key is that all these women were Lu Chen's wives and consorts? Could there be something wrong with Lu Chen? Lu Chen claimed that he hadn't recovered his memories of the ancient era, but in reality, he had already done so and had been collecting physiques related to the ancient era all along, aiming to use these women for some unspeakable purpose. But, according to Yun Shenxian's memories, Lu Chen seemed to have just reincarnated into the Tianqian world through some method. He shouldn't have had so much time to arrange all this. In the end, Yun Qingshu decided to temporarily leave the Tianqian world and wait for Lu Chen's memory to recover before seeking him out again to see if he also knew something. With this thought, Yun Qingshu returned to Yun Shenxian's room, where Yun Shenxian was still discussing Yun Qingshu with Chen Wanrong. Upon seeing Yun Qingshu's return, Yun Shenxian immediately said, "Honored master, where have you just been?" Yun Qingshu responded coldly, "Rest assured, I did not do anything to Lu Chen's woman. I merely evaluated their talents." Having said this, Yun Qingshu glanced at Chen Wanrong again, then returned her gaze to Yun Shenxian. "Tell Lu Chen when he returns that I have gone back to Mysterious Moon Palace. If her memory has recovered, have her come immediately to Mysterious Moon Palace to find me, or notify me using a formation." As her words fell, Yun Qingshu waved her hand and several purple spirit crystals appeared in the air. In the next moment, the purple power released from the crystals converged into a pattern and descended onto the ground, quickly forming a formation. Having done all this, Yun Qingshu reminded them again, although the great calamity is a long way off for most, Lu Chen has already evaded one such calamity. For him, time is not plentiful. Since you insist on being with him, you must help him recover his memory as soon as possible. I repeat, if you continue to degenerate, I fear he will meet his end before the calamity even arrives. Though Lu Chen has already been reincarnated once, even the soul of a great emperor cannot withstand the erosion of the river of time, especially considering he has not yet become a great emperor in this era. Yun Shenxian said, "Thank you for the reminder, honored master. Your disciple understands." Without saying anything more, Yun Qingshu disappeared from the chamber, and only after feeling Yun Qingshu's presence vanish did Chen Wanrong dare to ask, "Why does the ancestor resemble the honored master so closely?" Chen Wanrong was very curious about the relationship between Yun Shenxian and Yun Qingshu. Although Yun Shenxian claimed Yun Qingshu was the ancestor, Chen Wanrong had always felt it was not so simple. Rather than seeing Yun Shenxian and Yun Qingshu as the honored master and disciple relationship, she felt more strongly that they were mother and daughter. Seeing Chen Wanrong's curiosity about this, Yun Shenxian did not hide it from her and directly answered, "I am one of her incarnations." Upon hearing Yun Shenxian's response, Chen Wanrong was taken aback. "My ancestor is not my ancestor, but my honored master. Should she then address her as ancestor or honored master?" Yun Shenxian continued, "Now I am completely separate from her. From now on, she is she, and I am I. If you see her in the future, continue to refer to her as ancestor." Chen Wanrong instantly understood Yun Shenxian's meaning. "Yes, honored master." At that moment, Yun Shenxian looked out the window and murmured, "I wonder how that wayward disciple is doing now." Once Yun Qingshu returned to the immortal boat of Mysterious Moon Palace, she told the elders on the boat, "We can return now." Upon hearing this, all the elders were stunned. Were they just returning like this? What about Yun Shenxian? Was their palace master really not bringing Yun Shenxian back with them? At this moment, an elder curiously asked, "Palace master, I heard that the Sum Emperor seems to have left the Tianqian world, why not seize this opportunity to take Yun Shenxian back with us?" Yun Qingshu turned her head to look at the elder. Her purple eyes instantly turned red as she exuded waves of coldness. "Are you trying to teach me how to do my job?" That elder was immediately terrified and knelt down. "Please spare me, Palace Master. I was just concerned about how we'll explain our actions to Liu Yanghua." Yun Qingshu said indifferently, "I have my own way of handling it." Seeing Yun Qingshu spoke thus, the elders did not dare to say anything more, and so, the immortal boat of Mysterious Moon Palace embarked on its return journey. Lu Chen, who was in the Ziyang world, already knew about Yun Qingshu's visit to Yun Shenxian and that Yun Qingshu had left the Tianqian world. After Yun Qingshu left, Lu Chen's puppet appeared in Yun Shenxian's room. At that time, Chen Wanrong had not yet departed. Upon seeing Lu Chen's puppet, Chen Wanrong immediately said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Lu Chen smiled lightly, "Senior sister, there's no need to be so formal in front of our honored master." Hearing the puppet refer to Chen Wanrong as senior sister, Yun Shenxian snorted softly. This old cunning fox, possibly even older than her, still had the audacity to call Chen Wanrong senior sister, pretending to be from a lower world and coming to her to become her disciple. How shameless. Yun Shenxian then said, "You should know that woman came here. Why didn't you let your people take action?" Yun Shenxian was well aware that when Lu Chen's real body left the Tianqian world, he had left someone with the power of divinity transformation realm there. If Lu Chen didn't want Yun Qingshu to enter the Tianqian world, that cultivator would surely have taken action. Since they did not, it clearly meant that Yun Qingshu's entry into Tianqian world was permitted by Lu Chen. Lu Chen, smiling, said, "I just wanted to see if she would keep her word." Yun Shenxian, in a chilly tone, continued asking, "She just went to see your other wives and concubines. Aren't you afraid she might harm your women?" Lu Chen said, "If she had taken action, someone naturally would have activated the formation. But speaking of which, I am somewhat curious. What did she come to you for and what did she tell you?" Yun Shenxian's face remained expressionless as she said, "She didn't say much." Lu Chen looked at Yun Shenxian skeptically, then controlling the puppet's body, he moved closer to Yun Shenxian and wrapped his arms around her, staring intently into her face. "Really? She said nothing. She specifically came to see you. How could she possibly have not said anything?" Seeing that Lu Chen continued to press, Yun Shenxian was too tired to keep hiding it any longer. She directly said, "She passed on to me memories from the time of the epic calamity during the ancient era and advised me to persuade you to focus more on your cultivation, to avoid dying before the calamity even arrives." The epic calamity. Lu Chen immediately became interested. He was very curious about the epic calamity of the ancient era, so he asked, "Since you now possess memories of the epic calamity from the ancient era, tell me, what exactly is this so-called calamity?" At this moment, Chen Wanrong, sensing that Yun Shenxian might say something important next, immediately said, "Your Majesty, honored master, I will step out now." As she spoke, Chen Wanrong turned to leave, but as soon as she did, a force pulled her back. In the next instant, her body flew into Lu Chen's arms. The puppet Lu Chen embraced Chen Wanrong with one arm, and Yun Shenxian with the other. Yun Shenxian gave Lu Chen a cold look. This guy had just left behind a puppet it wasn't capable of doing much. What was the need to embrace so tightly? Lu Chen then said, "Rongrong, you stay and listen as well." Feeling the hand placed on her waist, Chen Wanrong could only softly, in agreement, not saying anything more. Yun Shenxian immediately said, "The so-called epic calamity is divided into two stages. In the first stage, during the ancient era, numerous powerful heavenly demons suddenly appeared. These heavenly demons preyed on cultivators, devouring the cultivators of the ancient era indiscriminately, with even the great emperors unable to match them." Hearing this, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. Numerous powerful heavenly demons appeared suddenly. It seemed that these heavenly demons must have come from other universes. Perhaps there was some kind of passage between this universe and others. When the passage opened, those heavenly demons came through. Thinking of this, Lu Chen asked, "What about the second stage?" Yun Shenxian replied, "The second stage." At this point, Yun Shenxian hesitated, her face turning somewhat pale. She was influenced by Yun Qingshu's memories, and everything Yun Qingshu had seen seemed as though she had seen it herself. Seeing Yun Shenxian's drastic change in expression, Lu Chen couldn't help but think, could the second stage of the calamity be even more terrifying than the first? What could be more terrifying than heavenly demons at a buffet? After collecting herself, Yun Shenxian continued, "The second stage of the great calamity involved countless blood strands suddenly appearing in this universe. These strands absorbed every living being they came into contact with, sucking out even people's divine souls. Even those who escaped the heavenly demons of the first stage could hardly evade the second stage's blood strands. These strands appeared anywhere in the universe. No matter where people hid, they were found by these strands, turning the universe barren in a very short time, almost devoid of life. With this explanation, Yun Shenxian's pupils contracted slightly, her expression filled with immense fear. Lu Chen thought, what exactly were those blood strands? Could they really kill all life in the universe? Being able to appear anywhere in the universe, could it be that the universe itself was cleansing its internal life forms? Lu Chen suddenly thought of a possibility and asked, Honored Master, besides attacking the beings of this universe, did those blood strands also attack the heavenly demons? Yun Shenxian answered, yes, the heavenly demons of the ancient era were also eliminated during that time. Lu Chen chuckled inwardly. How come he felt as though he already knew the cause of the great calamity? The universe was like a human body. With the massive invasion of the heavenly demons, the universe reacted with a rejection response. To eliminate those heavenly demons, the universe began an indiscriminate attack, leading to the second stage. Those blood strands were likely the universe's way of defending against foreign invaders, but they not only killed the heavenly demons, but also the indigenous creatures of the universe. Of course, all this was just a guess based on Lu Chen's earthly thinking. Whether it was really the case remained to be seen. Only when the epic calamity arrived would he possibly understand what exactly was going on. If his guess was correct, and to survive the second stage of the calamity, they must withstand the first stage of the heavenly demon invasion and keep all the heavenly demons out of this universe, otherwise the universe might generate those bizarre blood strands again and kill all beings. Lu Chen raised his hand, gently patted Yun Shenxian's back, and spoke with a smile. Don't worry, if this era faces another great calamity, I will definitely find a way to get us all through it. Listening to Lu Chen's comforting words, Yun Shenxian felt much better. After regaining her composure, she said emotionlessly, with you lounging around women every day, not concentrating on your cultivation, it's questionable whether you can even become an emperor, let alone lead us through a great calamity. Lu Chen said, Honored Master, rest assured, it's only a matter of time before I become an emperor. I haven't yet fathered a child with you, and I want to become an emperor even more than you do. Hearing this, a blush appeared on Yun Shenxian's cold cheeks. The audacity of this disciple, still thinking about getting her pregnant. In Lu Chen's view, the great calamity was still far from him, so he decided to get his wives pregnant with progeny worlds as soon as possible and then enhance his power through those progeny worlds. After mentioning the great calamity, Lu Chen thought of something else and then asked, Honored Master, besides the calamity, did the great master mention anything else? She previously went to see each of my wives, then hurriedly left. She probably discovered something, said Yun Shenxian thoughtfully. After seeing Rongrong, she examined her body and said that Rongrong's physique could rank first in the ancient era and becoming an emperor was only a matter of time. Then suddenly, she thought of something and went to your other women. Hearing Yun Shenxian's reply, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. Becoming an emperor is only a matter of time. Yun Qingshu thinks so highly of Chen Wanrong. At that moment, Lu Chen unconsciously turned his head to look at Chen Wanrong in his arms. Being stared at intently by Lu Chen's eyes, Chen Wanrong's entire body softened, her delicate frame slightly heated. Seeing a faint blush emerge on the icy beauty's cheeks, Lu Chen smiled and said, Who would have thought that my Rongrong has such high talent? It seems I have picked up a treasure. As his words fell, Lu Chen used the system to check Chen Wanrong's personal information again, only to find that it was no different from before. Lu Chen thought to himself, could it be that the system has not updated yet? After the last system update, there were significant changes in the data of his wives and concubines when he used the system to identify others' identities. The true identity of Chu Yukon was also known to him only after the system update. Maybe it was because the system had not upgraded to a certain extent, so he was unable to detect Chen Wanrong's special physique through the system. Lu Chen then asked the system inwardly, System, when will I be able to access information related to the ancient era? The system immediately replied, the host will only qualify to access information related to the ancient era after becoming a great emperor. Hearing the reply from the system, Lu Chen thought that it was indeed because his cultivation state was not sufficient. It seemed that he needed to hasten the process of helping his wives conceive their progeny worlds. Seeing Lu Chen fall silent, Yun Shenxian then continued, "Honored Master said she's returning to the mysterious Moon Palace. If your memory is restored, notify her through the formation she left in the room." Lu Chen smiled and said, "The great master left so soon, and I haven't had the chance to honor her." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Shenxian glared at him. Honor. Was his idea of honoring really proper? This rebellious disciple, it was clear he didn't have good intentions, desiring his honored master's body. Meanwhile, Lu Chen fell into thought again. Yun Qingshu had gone to see each of his wives before leaving, which meant she definitely discovered something on their bodies. And since Yun Qingshu first recognized the special physique from Chen Wanrong, she decided to visit his other wives, indicating she believed there was something similar in them to Chen Wanrong. Could it be that all his wives possessed special physiques? Or could all his wives be related to the ancient era? After much contemplation, Lu Chen couldn't figure it out and let out a soft sigh. It was complicated, this probably involved the origin of the system. Once he became an emperor, he might understand what all this was about. Then, Lu Chen didn't ponder further and shifted his attention back to his main body in the Ziyang world. At this moment, the War Dragon Army's flying boat appeared above the capital city of the Great Chu dynasty. The army of the Great Chu dynasty didn't put up any resistance but directly allowed the War Dragon Army's flying boat to enter the capital city. The Great Chu dynasty itself was already divided, and furthermore, the state preceptor of the Great Chu dynasty was a demon envoy, which meant that there was an inevitable connection between the royal family and demon cultivators. The various powers of the Great Chu dynasty, fearing association with the royal family, had one after another chosen to pledge allegiance to the Great Sum. Wherever the War Dragon Army's flying boat went, the common people all came out of the city to welcome them. Most of the Great Chu dynasty's army also chose to surrender directly, and now it all depended on what the Chu emperor would decide. Lu Chen didn't immediately enter the imperial palace. From the immortal boat, he saw that some ministers were already waiting at the entrance of the capital city. Without any hesitation, Lu Chen disembarked from the immortal boat. The moment Lu Chen appeared in the air, the officials of the Great Chu knelt down. "Your Majesty," they greeted. Lu Chen said indifferently, "Rise." The next moment, a little boy holding a wooden tray came up to Lu Chen. The tray held the surrender document and the jade seal. Lu Chen glanced at the trembling little boy before him and curiously asked, "Where is the Chu emperor?" An official immediately replied, "Your Majesty, the Chu emperor colluded with demon cultivators and his crimes are unforgivable. Knowing your arrival, he chose to end his own life in advance. This is the youngest child of the Chu emperor." Lu Chen said, "I see." Then, Lu Chen waved his hand, and a general by his side took the wooden tray from the little boy's hand. The surrender ceremony was concluded, signifying that from now on, there would be no Great Chu dynasty in the Ziyang world. After incorporating the Great Chu dynasty into its rule, Lu Chen entered the treasury of the Great Chu royal family to inspect some precious historical materials left by the royal family. The Great Chu dynasty was a common dynasty. Lu Chen searched but didn't find any treasures or historical materials that interested him. However, the Great Chu dynasty did have tens of millions of inferior spirit stones. Although the Great Sum dynasty also acquired quite a few spirit stones through the sects of the Misty World, those sects of the Misty World were one poorer than the other, and given that the Tianqian world itself was a world lacking in spirit stones, the national treasury of the Great Sum dynasty till now had hardly any spirit stones. Seeing the pile of spirit stones before him as large as a mountain, Lu Chen suddenly realized, wait, wasn't Tianji Pavilion supposed to bring over the spirit stones they had amassed over the years when they came to pledge allegiance? He had initially focused all his attention on the historical materials from Tianji Pavilion, completely forgetting about this. Lu Chen then manipulated the puppet he had left in Black Moon City to summon Xiao Yuanjia. Upon hearing that Lu Chen had summoned him, Xiao Yuanjia quickly arrived at the courtyard where the puppet Lu Chen was located. "Your Majesty," he greeted. Lu Chen directly asked, "Your Tianji pavilion has so many flying boats, and besides the historical materials and cultivation techniques, there should be other things on them, right?" Hearing this question from Lu Chen, Xiao Yuanjia seemed to understand and hastily replied, "Yes, yes, we brought all the treasures and spirit stones collected since the founding of Tianji Pavilion, and we offer them all to your majesty." Lu Chen was not very interested in the treasures, as the artifacts from the lower realms of cultivation world could not possibly be higher in grade than the rewards from his system. "How many spirit stones?" Xiao Yuanjia answered, "Your Majesty, a total of 60 million spirit stones." Lu Chen frowned, "Only 60 million. Tianji Pavilion, after all, was the largest power in the Ziyang world. Even the Great Chu dynasty had 10 million spirit stones. How could the spirit stones collected by Tianji Pavilion since its establishment not reach 100 million? Xiao Yuanjia hastily added, "Your Majesty, I speak of top-grade spirit stones." This. Hearing Xiao Yuanjia's reply, Lu Chen was slightly dazed, his expression a bit vacant. 10 inferior spirit stones could be exchanged for 1 middle-grade spirit stone, 10 middle-grade spirit stones for 1 superior spirit stone, and 10 superior spirit stones for 1 top-grade spirit stone. If all the top-grade spirit stones were converted to inferior ones, that would add 3 zeros at the end, 600 billion. Lu Chen was the emperor of a lower cultivation world, and having 10 million inferior spirit stones was already a lot for him. He had not expected that a single Tianji pavilion could hold 600 billion inferior spirit stones. This War of Worlds directly helped the Daxia dynasty alleviate its poverty. If Tianji pavilion had so many spirit stones, then other forces naturally wouldn't have fewer either. Lu Chen felt that once everything stabilized, the Daxia dynasty could at least obtain over 100 billion inferior spirit stones. With spirit stones, he could then freely activate the weapons on the immortal boat, and the spirit stones could also be used to set up arrays. The War Dragon army's strength could once again ascend a level. Seeing Lu Chen didn't speak, Xiao Yuanjia thought that Lu Chen found it too little, so he quickly added, "Your Majesty, 60 million top-grade spirit stones are already all the wealth of the Tianji Pavilion, but perhaps if all the treasures of Tianji Pavilion were exchanged for spirit stones." Xiao Yuanjia hadn't finished speaking when Lu Chen came back to his senses. He coughed and said, 60 million will do. Alright, I'll first have people help you store these 60 million top-grade spirit stones, other matters can wait until my true body returns. Lu Chen couldn't wait to make these 60 million top-grade spirit stones his own, he also wanted to experience the feeling of sudden wealth. Immediately, Lu Chen arranged for people to register these 60 million. This was just a lower cultivation world. Although there were spatial decrees or storage bags, such spatial treasures were quite rare, and the space was limited, making it impossible to fit 60 million top-grade spirit stones. Lu Chen planned to personally deliver these spirit stones back to the Daxia dynasty after he fully controlled the Ziyang world. After eradicating the first power of the Ziyang world, the rest became much simpler. And within less than half a month, the Daxia's War Dragon army appeared in each dynasty of the Ziyang world. Simultaneously, in Black Moon City, Nangong Yuehua had been waiting for Lu Chen's true body to come back. She had noticed that recently Nangong Qingye had been cultivating a lot, and her cultivation state was improving very fast, showing signs of nearing the breakthrough to the divinity transformation realm, which made her believe it was all thanks to the saint-grade cultivation technique. She now also wanted the saint-grade cultivation technique. However, Lu Chen's true body had not returned yet. Though only half a month had passed, she felt as if it had been half a year. Nangong Yuehua sat in the pavilion, sipping the tea brewed by her maid, the tea entering her mouth and a warm current instantly surged into her body, making her feel very comfortable. I didn't expect this spiritual tea to be so effective. For the past half-month, Nangong Yuehua drank spiritual tea every day. She distinctly felt that the constraints on her many years of cultivation state were loosening slightly. This world also had quite a few spirit grasses and treasures that could aid in cultivation, but none had effects as good as this spiritual tea. Apart from aiding in cultivation, this spiritual tea could also nourish the divine soul. After finishing a cup of tea, Nangong Yuehua's gaze turned towards the courtyard where Nangong Qingye was. At that moment a surge of power suddenly emerged from Nangong Qingye's courtyard, and right after, the sky was covered with dense clouds, numerous lightning bolts thundering among the clouds. Seeing this scene, Nangong Yuehua was slightly stunned. Nangong Qingye was actually breaking through. As long as she survived the heavenly thunder, Nangong Qingye would be at the divinity transformation realm. If she succeeded, then she would be the first cultivator in 10,000 years in the Ziyang world to reach the divinity transformation realm. However, the heavenly thunder was not easy to overcome. Previously the Ziyang world had no native-born Washan realm cultivators. This indicated that the heavenly Tao of the Ziyang world did not allow the birth of Washan realm cultivators. If a cultivator's strength is too strong, it is very likely that they would refine and merge with the heavenly Tao of the world they inhabit, which is why most worlds restrict the abilities of cultivators. It is uncertain whether the heavenly Tao of the Ziyang world might not want anyone to achieve the divinity transformation realm, and could increase the number of heavenly thunder tribulations to the extreme to prevent Nangong Qingye from breaking through. At this time, Lu Chen's true body was still in the Great Chu Imperial Palace, but when he learned about the situation in Black Moon City from the puppet, Lu Chen used shadow shifting and his true body returned to Black Moon City without hesitation. Lu Chen's true body appeared in the courtyard where Nangong Yuehua was, and seeing Lu Chen appear suddenly, Nangong Yuehua was slightly startled that his true body had finally returned. She had already been waiting here for half a month, only able to see his puppet every day, not knowing when she would be able to obtain the saint-grade cultivation technique. Since his true body had returned, she must seize the opportunity today to find a way to obtain the saint-grade cultivation technique from him. Nangong Yuehua then said, previously, no one in the Ziyang world has ever reached the divinity transformation realm. The heavenly Tao of the Ziyang world does not allow a cultivator to be born in the divinity transformation realm within the Ziyang world. It's not that easy for Qingye to survive the thunder tribulation. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled faintly and then said, you two are close sisters. Do you really not want her to survive the thunder tribulation? Nangong Yuehua picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and then said, I truly don't want her to reach the divinity transformation realm before me. Lu Chen said, it seems the Purple Emperor's competitive spirit is quite strong. But you don't need to worry, since I can help your sister break through so quickly, I can naturally help you rapidly reach the divinity transformation realm as well. Hearing this, Nangong Yuehua's eyebrows lifted slightly, thinking to herself, could it be that Lu Chen was planning to hand over the saint-grade cultivation technique to her? Then Nangong Yuehua tentatively asked, Your Majesty, how long do you plan to stay in Black Moon City this time? Lu Chen responded with a smile, that depends on how long you, Purple Emperor, hope I stay. Thissa. Lu Chen's words left Nangong Yuehua unsure how to respond. Just then, a purple heavenly thunder as big as the mouth of a bull fell from the sky. Seeing this, Nangong Yuehua's eyebrows furrowed slightly. It was indeed as she had thought. The heavenly Tao of this world would not permit the birth of a cultivator in the divinity transformation realm. The first heavenly thunder contained such terrifying destructive power, it was evident that the heavenly Tao of this world wanted Nangong Qingye dead. Although Nangong Yuehua did not want to see Nangong Qingye break through before her, she also understood that she would eventually face the same situation as Nangong Qingye. If the heavenly Tao targeted Nangong Qingye, it would target her as well when she attempted to break through to the divinity transformation realm. Seeing how terrifying the heavenly thunder of the Ziyang world was, Lu Chen chuckled softly and then closed his eyes. Under Lu Chen's perception, a vague consciousness seemed to appear in his mind. Lu Chen, possessing the power of the universe's origin, found it very easy to communicate with the lower world's heavenly Tao. Lu Chen then threatened, Dare to touch my people, be careful after I unify the Ziyang world, I will drain all the chi fortune of the entire Ziyang world. Upon these words, the purple heavenly thunder that had already cleaved from the clouds instantly dissipated. Thissa. Nangong Yuehua sat stunned on the stone stool. The thunder tribulation had dissipated. What happened? Nangong Yuehua quickly steadied her mind, and her gaze immediately turned towards Lu Chen. She found Lu Chen with his eyes closed and instantly guessed that the disappearance of the heavenly thunder must have something to do with him. Just as Nangong Yuehua was wondering how Lu Chen made the heavenly thunder vanish, the dark clouds in the sky also dispersed in an instant, and the whole world returned to a state of bright sunshine and cloudless skies. Although Nangong Yuehua had guessed it had something to do with Lu Chen, she still found it hard to believe in her heart. Could Lu Chen really make the heavenly tribulation dissipate on its own? How did he manage that? Lu Chen then opened his eyes and looked towards the courtyard where Nangong Qingye was. At that moment, a mighty red spiritual power surged out from Nangong Qingye's courtyard, spreading out like waves. Immediately afterward, an oppressive force descended from the sky, and all the people in Black Moon City felt this strong pressure. Nangong Qingye had just broken through to the divinity transformation realm and still couldn't fully control her power. At this time, Lu Chen saw Nangong Yuehua staring straight at him and said with a smile, "When you broke through, it was the same. I have already reached an agreement with the heavenly Tao of this world. From now on, any woman of mine who breaks through will not need to undergo tribulation." Nangong Yuehua was even more shocked. Did Lu Chen's words mean that he had already refined the heavenly Tao of the Ziyang world, so the heavenly Tao would do whatever he wanted? Was Lu Chen already the realm master of the Ziyang world? After regaining her composure, Nangong Yuehua asked, "Have you refined the heavenly Tao of the Ziyang world?" Lu Chen replied, "Not quite, I just had a good talk with the heavenly Tao of the Ziyang world." Nangong Yuehua looked at Lu Chen with a face full of doubt. A talk? How did he talk, exactly? She feared Lu Chen might have actually refined the heavenly Tao. But then again, it made sense. After all, this was a lower-level cultivation world, and a Washan realm cultivator could completely refine the heavenly Tao of this world. That's also why, when someone breaks through to the Washan realm, the heavenly Tao of the Ziyang world responds with a terrifying heavenly tribulation like the one just now. At this moment, a voice came from behind Lu Chen. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for assisting me in breaking through to the divinity transformation realm." When Lu Chen's true self returned, Nangong Qingye had already sensed his presence. It was just that she was in the middle of her breakthrough, so she didn't come over immediately. Lu Chen turned to glance at Nangong Qingye and then said, "Your energy hasn't stabilized yet. You should return and continue cultivating. Next, I need to help the Purple Emperor increase his strength." Hearing this, Nangong Qingye instantly understood Lu Chen's meaning. She gave Nangong Yuehua a meaningful look and then said with a smile, "Sister, congratulations. You will soon become a Washan realm cultivator too." Hearing Nangong Qingye's words, Nangong Yuehua's brows slightly furrowed as she thought that Nangong Qingye was boasting about breaking through to the divinity transformation realm before her. Before Nangong Yuehua had a chance to respond, Nangong Qingye immediately returned to her courtyard to continue stabilizing her energy. After Nangong Qingye left, Lu Chen said, "The Purple Emperor has been in Black Moon City for some time now. I believe you are also prepared." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Nangong Yuehua thought to herself, was it not just a matter of losing her virginity? What was there to prepare for? For cultivators of the All-Law realm, losing their virginity was no different from being bitten by a mosquito, at least, that was Nangong Yuehua's thinking. She had never experienced it, so in her view, as long as one's cultivation state reached a certain level, and the body's strength changed, naturally, there would be no feeling. This also explained why the higher the cultivation state of the cultivator, the less interest they had in the matters of men and women. At that moment, Nangong Yuehua said, "I have already told Your Majesty, if you require my service, you may seek me at any time." Seeing Nangong Yuehua's indifferent manner, Lu Chen smiled faintly and then said, "Good, since the Purple Emperor has said as much, then I shall not play coy." With a wave of his hand, Lu Chen led them into the room where Nangong Yuehua resided. Seeing the scenery inside the room, Nangong Yuehua took a deep breath. It was finally happening, but what should she do next? Nangong Yuehua stood beside the soft couch, unsure of what to do. She had always been the one being served. This was the first time she would serve someone else. Just like the first time with Nangong Qingye, she had no idea what to do. Seeing the dignified and cold Nangong Yuehua standing expressionlessly beside the soft couch, Lu Chen smiled faintly. The two sisters really had the same nature. Then, Lu Chen slowly walked over to Nangong Yuehua. Seeing Lu Chen coming closer, Nangong Yuehua suddenly felt her heartbeat quickening, and the spiritual power within her body began to stir. She quickly circulated her skill to calm the restless spiritual power within her. Unlike Nangong Qingya, Nangong Yuehua seemed to possess strong self-control. If it were Nangong Qingya, just being approached by Lu Chen would have been too much for her to bear. Yet, Nangong Yuehua was the first among Lu Chen's women who, even after drinking dragon and phoenix tea, could so easily suppress the agitation of her spiritual power. When Lu Chen reached Nangong Yuehua, he extended his hand and directly embraced her waist, pressing their bodies close together. He looked into Nangong Yuehua's eyes and said, "The Purple Emperor truly lives up to being an emperor, maintaining such composure even in these circumstances." Feeling Lu Chen's hand moving over her body through the thin gauze, Nangong Yuehua's spiritual power once again surged, but she continued to exert her skills to keep it under control. Lu Chen did not seal Nangong Yuehua's spiritual power. He found that restricting his wives' spiritual power, rendering them powerless to resist, was indeed dull. So he decided that unless he was faced with defiance, he would not limit their skill. Staring into Lu Chen's profound eyes, Nangong Yuehua's heartbeat unconsciously hastened once more. It was her first time in her life being so intimately close to a man. At this time, Nangong Yuehua said, "All of this is merely a transaction, Your Majesty. If you wish for me to have feelings for you, that might be a bit too difficult." Hearing Nangong Yuehua's response, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth lifted slightly. "You're right, you have no feelings for me, so it's normal to have no sensations. As such, let's indeed treat this as a transaction." Nangong Yuehua was somewhat puzzled in her heart. What did he mean by, treat this as a transaction? Wasn't this already a transaction? Could it be that Lu Chen initially really thought she had feelings for him? As Nangong Yuehua was contemplating this, her lips were suddenly sealed, and the next moment she felt a warm flow of spiritual power enter her mouth. Lu Chen's sudden advance caught Nangong Yuehua off guard, but she quickly stabilized her emotions. She found that kissing Lu Chen caused no discomfort, and she finally felt relieved. She had thought she would be adverse to physical contact with a man, but it seemed she had worried for nothing. Since there was no aversion, there was no problem in completing the transaction between her and Lu Chen. She just had to endure it, and once Lu Chen was done, she would obtain the saint-grade cultivation technique. This transaction was very worthwhile. Lu Chen found that Nangong Yuehua was indeed a woman capable of great restraint. The two had kissed for a quarter of an hour, yet Nangong Yuehua had not yet gotten into the mood. Moreover, Nangong Yuehua had been drinking dragon and phoenix tea for the past half-month. Logically speaking, the effects of the dragon and phoenix tea should have taken hold by now, but Nangong Yuehua was able to suppress the restless spiritual power within her body with ease through her cultivation technique. Had it been any other woman, let alone drinking the dragon and phoenix tea, even without it, after kissing him, she would inevitably experience a surge of blood and qi and lose control of herself. Lu Chen was very confident in his kissing skills. Lu Chen was somewhat curious as to how Nangong Yuehua could endure even more than the previously emotionless Bai Qingqing. After drinking the dragon and phoenix tea, Bai Qingqing would enter the state in less than a quarter of an hour from kissing him. Now it seems that compared to Bai Qingqing, Nangong Yuehua appeared even more like a woman without emotions. However, none of this was a big deal for Lu Chen. Seeing that Nangong Yuehua still managed to maintain her composure, Lu Chen did not want to waste any more time. He gently pushed her down onto the soft couch and his hand began to wander over her body. Unlike Lu Chen's wives, the other women, after being kissed by Lu Chen, would have their minds turned to mush, and thus they would have no idea what Lu Chen was doing. However, since Nangong Yuehua was conscious, she could distinctly feel Lu Chen's hand slowly pulling open her clothes and roaming around her body. Under these circumstances, Nangong Yuehua was still able to control herself, although her body had gradually become warm. At most, Nangong Yuehua could only keep her emotions in check. Seeing the dignified and noble empress underneath him trying so hard to endure, Lu Chen's desire to conquer surged once again. Since Nangong Yuehua could endure so much, he might as well get straight to the point. At this moment, Nangong Yuehua felt a restlessness throughout her body. She cycled her spiritual power again, trying to calm herself. After a while, Nangong Yuehua finally managed to suppress the restlessness in her body. It was then that Lu Chen suddenly pressed down upon her. In the end, Nangong Yuehua could not control herself and let out a muffled, Afterward, Lu Chen used the same method on Nangong Yuehua that he had used on Yun Shenxian, entering a frenzied state right from the start, completely disregarding whether Nangong Yuehua could withstand it or not. Nangong Yuehua was after all at the All-Law realm, and with Lu Chen constantly infusing her with the evergreen longevity technique, she did not feel any discomfort. As Lu Chen used a multitude of techniques, Nangong Yuehua could no longer calm the restlessness in her body using spiritual power. Nangong Yuehua intended to grit her teeth and bear it, but that man blocked her mouth, leaving her no option but to endure toughly. At that moment, Nangong Yuehua thought to herself, it was just one day, she could endure and it would pass. This was all just a transaction, she must not develop those kinds of feelings for this man. Nangong Yuehua harbored a fear of emotions. She feared falling in love with a man because, for a woman in power like her, falling in love with a man meant having a weakness. In any era, if a woman wanted to hold power, she had to be even more ruthless than men. Nangong Yuehua had sealed her emotions since childhood, especially towards men, as she devoted all her mind to cultivation and power struggles. She was a person corroded by power, losing it would be very difficult for her. Thus, when Lu Chen said he could allow her to remain and continue to control the Yang world, although she had some doubts about his intentions, she still chose to stay. She not only chose to stay but even took the initiative to come to Black Moon City, presenting herself for Lu Chen to indulge in. At this moment, Nangong Yuehua felt her consciousness growing more and more vague. Nangong Yuehua's heart skipped a beata. It was not acceptable, she absolutely couldn't harbor those kinds of feelings for this man. Once she fell in, her life would no longer be in her control. Right now, her deal with Lu Chen was simply a transaction. After the transaction was complete, she could leave Ziyang world and Lu Chen whenever she wished. But if she developed those kinds of feelings for this man, she might fall in love with him in the future. With the involvement of romantic affection, it would become much more difficult to control her own life from there on. However, as time went on, even though Nangong Yuehua was stubbornly clinging to her consciousness, eventually her spiritual power was drawn out by Lu Chen. As Lu Chen's spiritual power entered her body, their spiritual powers seemed to cycle together. Nangong Yuehua abruptly realized that her cultivation state was advancing in this process. Nangong Yuehua instantly understood that this was not simply about that deed, what Lu Chen was using must be a dual cultivation technique. This dual cultivation technique was not one-sided but beneficial to both parties. Nangong Yuehua immediately began to circulate her spiritual power, trying to shift her focus through cultivation, but every so often her spiritual power would still burst forth uncontrollably. A day passed by quickly, and by the next morning, as a ray of sunlight entered the room, Lu Chen was still busy. Perhaps due to the detoxifying nature of the cultivation, Nangong Yuehua's fair skin was now covered with numerous drops of sweat. Nangong Yuehua glanced out the window with the corner of her eye, seeing a wisp of golden light shining outside. She thought to herself, at last, it could end. However, Nangong Yuehua soon realized that Lu Chen had no intention of stopping, which she found incomprehensible. Cultivation was about progress in an orderly manner. Moreover, dual cultivation was just an auxiliary method for cultivation, and most people couldn't use this method for extended periods of time. A whole day had already passed. Even if Lu Chen was using her for cultivation, it should be time. After who knows how long, Lu Chen finally stopped, slowly lifting his chest and looking down at Nangong Yuehua. The noble empress beneath him had her hair disheveled, the phoenix hairpin skewed to one side. Though she had been trying hard to restrain the restlessness in her body, a flush still appeared on her cheeks. Nangong Yuehua's eyes, slightly misty, still held a measure of stubborn resistance. Seeing that Lu Chen had finally risen, Nangong Yuehua felt a great weight lift from her heart. She guessed it must be over now, and perhaps Lu Chen would give her the saint-grade cultivation technique next. As Nangong Yuehua thought this, Lu Chen raised his hand to caress Nangong Yuehua's jade-like face, smiling as he said, "The Purple Emperor really has great endurance." After calming the restless spiritual power inside her body, Nangong Yuehua spoke, "Phew. Your Majesty can now give." Nangong Yuehua hadn't finished speaking when she was interrupted by Lu Chen. "It seems I have not fully satisfied the Purple Emperor." Nangong Yuehua's heart raced. What did Lu Chen mean by this? Could it be that? Before Nangong Yuehua could catch on, Lu Chen leaned down again, Nangong Yuehua never expected that Lu Chen could continue further. She hurriedly began to cultivate again, trying to regain control over her turbulent spiritual power. Nangong Yuehua had thought that she could finish her cultivation in just one day, but she had not anticipated that Lu Chen's real purpose was not cultivation at all. This tough nut, Nangong Yuehua, had stimulated Lu Chen, igniting a strong desire to win within him, a kind of ferocity he hadn't felt in a long time. At first, Lu Chen used various methods to deal with Nangong Yuehua, but she had countered each one. Lu Chen also understood that by changing tactics, he had given Nangong Yuehua plenty of breathing space, so she was always able to regain some sanity temporarily through her cultivation technique. If that was the case, he might as well stick to one method and push her to the brink, leaving her no chance to regain her sanity. Lu Chen thought to himself, he wanted to see how long she could last under his relentless assault. Under Lu Chen's continuous attacks, Nangong Yuehua felt her spiritual power becoming more and more chaotic. She tried again to shift her focus by cultivating, but soon realized that the wave-like sensations continued to surge, making it impossible for her to concentrate on her cultivation. At that moment, Nangong Yuehua realized that Lu Chen was no longer cultivating he wasn't even using any spiritual power, he was simply behaving like an animal. This guy, he wants to make her submit like this. Nevertheless, Nangong Yuehua refused to concede, she absolutely couldn't make a sound, and the two of them were now locked in a strategic contest. Nangong Yuehua had become an empress by never giving up. She didn't believe she could lose to a man, be conquered by the man before her. As someone who had lived for over 1,000 years, she understood men to some extent. Even with Lu Chen's exceptional talents, he couldn't possibly maintain such ferocity for much longer. She just needed to endure. With that thought, Nangong Yuehua focused her mind once more, but just then, she suddenly felt a giant wave connecting to the sky crashing towards her in her sea of consciousness. Seeing the wave approaching her divine sense, fear peaked within Nangong Yuehua, and her whole body tensed. No. Hearing the sound from Nangong Yuehua's throat, Lu Chen knew he had succeeded. So, he stopped covering Nangong Yuehua's mouth but continued to busy himself. Please Danta. The noble and dignified empress finally pleaded. Lu Chen did not care about her plea. Striking while the iron was hot, he intended to make her lose consciousness completely. At that moment, Nangong Yuehua knew she was done. Once started, it could not be stopped. In the end, she lost. After being overwhelmed by the wave in her sea of consciousness, Nangong Yuehua no longer resisted and let nature take its course. At the same time, outside, a red mist appeared on the rooftop, quickly condensing into Nangong Qingye. Hearing Nangong Yuehua's voice, a sly smile appeared on Nangong Qingye's cold face. It seemed her sister had finally been defeated by Lu Chen. Who knew what evil cultivation Lu Chen had practiced to possess such formidable strength? Although Nangong Yuehua's consciousness was already blurry, she sensed Nangong Qingye on the rooftop. Just thinking of her disgraceful state being discovered by Nangong Qingye filled her with immense humiliation. Even though she had surrendered to Lu Chen, she was, after all, an empress. To display such disgrace because of such a matter. Damn it. This man was doing it on purpose. He wanted to humiliate her by saying, "Didn't you say that all this was just a transaction? Then why do you feel emotional? You're not just emotional, you're even screaming." Enough. Nangong Yuehua completely closed her eyes. 10 days later. In the room, Lu Chen's figure still overlapped with another, and with the arrival of a certain moment, Lu Chen stopped, leaned down, and whispered in Nangong Yuehua's ear, "That's truly captivating." After hearing Lu Chen's words, the already dazed Nangong Yuehua abruptly came to her senses. She was indeed somewhat superior to Lu Chen's other wives and concubines, even in regaining her clarity quickly. However, upon regaining clarity, Nangong Yuehua did not respond to Lu Chen's words. He was just humiliating her, and there was nothing good to respond to. Seeing that Nangong Yuehua did not speak, Lu Chen slightly twisted his body, and Nangong Yuehua let out a faint, Thinking that this guy was about to start again, she quickly said, "Your Majesty, if you want to listen, why not simply give an order? Why must you do this?" Nangong Yuehua had seen through Lu Chen's desire. He just wanted to hear her voice and then enjoy the pleasure of conquest. Lu Chen said with a smile, "If it were an order, that would be less interesting. I want to hear your most genuine voice. Anyone can scream, but a feigned voice obviously lacks that flavor." Hearing Lu Chen's reply, Nangong Yuehua coldly sneered in her heart. Essentially, this man wanted to humiliate her. So be it, there was nothing left to say. Though she had been in a daze these 10 days, she could still judge that about 10 days had passed. This man purely saw her as a female slave to toy with. Thinking that her screams had already been known by everyone in the city lord's mansion of Black Moon City, Nangong Yuehua felt particularly humiliated. Even though she was now Lu Chen's woman, she still had to live in the Ziyang world in the future and help Lu Chen manage half of the Ziyang world. If others knew that she, an empress, behaved so wantonly in front of Lu Chen, where would her dignity as an empress be? Forget it, let them know if they know, since everything has already happened. At that moment, a golden sphere flew out of Lu Chen's forehead and swiftly entered Nangong Yuehua's forehead. The next instant, the content of the Evergreen Longevity Technique appeared in Nangong Yuehua's mind. Feeling the effects of the Evergreen Longevity Technique, Nangong Yuehua's brain paused. Is this a saint-grade cultivation technique? It can actually bring people back to life. Such a technique could even be classified as a divine-grade technique. In fact, resurrection is very common in the high-level cultivation realm, especially for those strong enough to leave their bodies. For most cultivators, as long as the soul remains, they are not considered dead. Thus, the Evergreen Longevity Technique did not reach the level of a divine-grade technique. Of course, this was mainly because Nangong Yuehua herself was from a lower-level cultivation world, so she was shocked by the abilities of the Evergreen Longevity Technique. Nangong Yuehua thought to herself, no wonder this man was so vicious, so ruthless towards Hera. She felt no pain whatsoever. It turned out he had been using the life force of the Evergreen Longevity Technique to heal her all along, so no matter what he did, even if he became a fleeting shadow during his attacks, nothing would happen to her. Regrettably, this saint-grade technique wasn't meant for enhancing strength. But that was okay. Since Lu Chen could easily teach someone else a saint-grade technique, it likely meant he possessed even more saint-grade techniques. As long as she continued to stay by Lu Chen's side, she would eventually obtain a saint-grade technique to enhance her strength. Only once she thought about what Lu Chen had done to her over the past 10 days, Nangong Yuehua's body shivered uncontrollably. She didn't know what pill he had consumed, yet he possessed such immense strength. If she continued to stay by Lu Chen's side, wouldn't she really become his plaything? As Nangong Yuehua was lost in thought, Lu Chen slowly stood up, and as he did, Nangong Yuehua immediately felt a sense of emptiness. At that moment, Lu Chen walked toward a side room in the bedroom, saying as he moved, "You should stabilize your cultivation state." In just over 10 days, the War Dragon army had taken down most of the powers in the Ziyang world, and it was time for the war to end. Watching Lu Chen's departing figure, Nangong Yuehua felt an incredibly complex emotion. Although she had obtained what she wanted, she understood that she might never escape from Lu Chen's grasp again. Deep down, she had already started to become infatuated with that feeling, and she realized her cultivation state had rapidly improved during that process. Previously, she had always thought that dual cultivation was merely an auxiliary to cultivation, so having a Taoist couple made no difference to a cultivator. Moreover, the dual cultivation techniques in this world really weren't anything special, yet dual cultivation with Lu Chen had such great effects. After Lu Chen was out of her sight, Nangong Yuehua sensed her own cultivation state. Realizing her cultivation state was about to break through to the Washan realm, Nangong Yuehua finally understood why Nangong Qingye had become a Washan realm cultivator so quickly. She had thought Nangong Qingye's rapid progress to the Washan realm was due to Lu Chen's possession of a saint-grade cultivation technique, and now it seemed it was because she had dual cultivated with Lu Chen. Thinking of this, Nangong Yuehua glanced down at her snow-white body. Lu Chen was an enormous opportunity for her. Although she might be played by Lu Chen, if she seized the chance, she could potentially reach greater heights in the future. Nangong Yuehua stopped pondering further, crossed her legs, and began to cultivate. After taking a bath, Lu Chen returned to the front lines to continue leading the War Dragon army and integrating the forces of the Ziyang world. In less than a month, all the forces of the Ziyang world had surrendered. Lu Chen immediately summoned all the leaders of the major forces to the capital city of the Zishao dynasty for the first cultivator conference of the Ziyang world. In the Hall of Political Affairs of the Zishao dynasty, the leaders of the major forces dared not even take a deep breath. Lu Chen, dressed in a black gold dragon robe, was sitting on the phoenix chair that Nangong Yuehua usually sat on, with Nangong Yuehua and Nangong Qingye sitting on either side of him. Lu Chen then scanned the people in the hall and said, "I presume everyone already knows why I have summoned you all here. I plan to establish the Immortal Alliance and to divide the Ziyang world into two, a half of the land allocated to the Immortal Alliance, the other half to the Zishao dynasty." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood Lu Chen's intentions. The Sum Emperor wanted to divide and rule, keeping the two major forces hostile so he could easily control the entire Ziyang world. Even though they knew Lu Chen's intentions, those present did not dare to voice any objections, as the entire Ziyang world had already fallen into the hands of the Sum Emperor, who could do as he pleased. The Daxia dynasty could no longer be considered a mundane dynasty. If it were mundane, the emperor would have no personal military power, which would hinder any action he might try to take. But the Sum Emperor was different. He possessed overwhelming absolute power himself, and if he wished to implement any policy, it was merely a matter of a single command, with no one daring to contradict him. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he glanced over those present and continued, "I don't know if anyone has any objections." As soon as Lu Chen's words were out, everyone in the hall immediately responded, "We will strictly obey your Majesty's decree." People thought to themselves that now the whole Ziyang world was in the hands of the Sum Emperor, and who would dare to object? Anyone with objections had probably already been blasted into debris by the Daxia dynasty's rune weapons. Seeing that no one in the Great Hall stood up to say anything, Lu Chen continued, "Since everyone has no objections, the matter is settled. From today onwards, Nangong Qingye shall be the alliance hierarch of the Immortal Alliance." After Lu Chen spoke, everyone's gaze naturally turned to Nangong Qingye, but no one was surprised, as it had already been rumored that Lu Chen was to marry Nangong Yuehua and Nangong Qingye. The Sum Emperor was likely securing his rule by doing so. Both of them married to the Sum Emperor meant they would be family with him in the future. Even if there was some competition between the two, they would still support the Sum Emperor. Lu Chen then said, "Also, as everyone has probably heard, I intend to marry Nangong Yuehua and Nangong Qingye, with the wedding set for 10 days from now." As soon as Lu Chen's words fell, the Great Hall rang out with people's voices in unison, "We congratulate your Majesty." Lu Chen indifferently continued, "From now on, every 10 years the Ziyang world will host a cultivators conference, alternating between the capital city of the Zishao dynasty and Black Moon City." Seeing Lu Chen designate two locations for the cultivators conference, people understood his intentions. Black Moon City was situated within the newly established Immortal Alliance, namely on Nangong Qingye's territory. Splitting the location of the cultivators conference was also to prevent the influence of the Zishao dynasty and the Immortal Alliance from becoming too dominating, as cultivators were the main forces governing this world. Lu Chen then announced several new rules for the Ziyang world, with this first cultivators conference mainly establishing norms for various powers of the Ziyang world. Leaders of those powers in attendance had no opportunity to speak proactively, only to echo in agreement. After all the new rules were stated, Lu Chen once again swept his gaze over those present and then asked, "Does anyone have any questions or doubts that can be raised now?" After Lu Chen's words, no one in the hall took the initiative to stand up, After an unknown duration, a sect master of a top power stood up with a nervous heart. Seeing someone stand up, Lu Chen asked, "What is your question, Patriarch Qin?" The man quickly responded, "Your Majesty, now that the Tianqian world and Ziyang world are connected, I wonder if the cultivators of the Ziyang world are allowed to enter Tianqian world." At this point, everyone in the Great Hall turned to look at Lu Chen, all eager to know whether he would allow them entry to Tianqian world. In their view, since Tianqian world had produced such a powerful figure as Lu Chen, it surely was not an ordinary world. Moreover, now that Ziyang world was controlled by the Sum Emperor, he might very well transfer the resources of Ziyang world to Tianqian world, which would make Tianqian world even more prosperous in the future. Lu Chen was silent for a moment. He had actually considered this issue recently. Although the spiritual energy in the Tianqian world had revived, it was still much thinner compared to the Ziyang world. The overall strength of cultivators in the Ziyang world was stronger than in the Tianqian world. If cultivators from the Ziyang world were to enter the Tianqian world, it could likely cause some trouble. However, on the other hand, if the cultivators from the Ziyang world could enter the Tianqian world and communicate with the cultivators there, sharing their cultivation techniques, it could help the cultivators of the Tianqian world improve their capabilities. There were pros and cons to this. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen said, "In 2 years' time, I will hold an inter-world cultivators conference in the Tianqian world. After the conference, I will gradually lift the restrictions, allowing cultivators from both worlds to enter any world." Hearing Lu Chen's words, the cultivators present became excited, thinking that since the Sum Emperor originated from the Tianqian world, it must be better than the Ziyang world. If they could enter the Tianqian world to cultivate, their strength would surely increase faster than in the Ziyang world. At that moment, Lu Chen glanced over the attendees again and continued to ask, "Does anyone have anything else they wish to discuss? If not, today's meeting will conclude here." The leaders of the major forces present looked at each other, and in the end, no one stood out. They had come today just to hear Lu Chen set the rules, and they dared not speak out of turn. Seeing that no one else had anything to say, Lu Chen then said, "Since there are no further matters, the meeting is adjourned." As his words fell, Lu Chen's figure disappeared from the spot. Seeing Lu Chen leave, the people in the Great Hall finally breathed a sigh of relief. What they feared most in attending the conference was the Sum Emperor taking a dislike to someone and randomly picking a few to make an example out of. Fortunately, the Sum Emperor simply set rules and did nothing else, sparing their lives. The next issue would be the division of power. The division of the Ziyang world meant that there would henceforth be 2 major forces in the Ziyang world, and the Sum Emperor indeed liked making them compete against one another. Thus, these forces had to choose a side. Fence-sitters would surely meet a terrible fate, and even if the Sum Emperor didn't act against them, the 2 major forces wouldn't spare those who remained neutral. They had to choose a power to protect them. Subsequently, the hall became quite lively as the leaders of the various forces began to form alliances, some choosing to align with the Zishao dynasty, others with the Immortal Alliance. Thus, the embryonic form of the 2 major powers in the Ziyang world emerged. 10 days later, in the palace of the Zishao dynasty, red lanterns and decorations hung everywhere in the palace, creating a festive appearance. Today was the day Lu Chen was to marry Nangong Yuehua and Nangong Qingya. Leaders of the major forces in the Ziyang world had come and brought many precious gifts for Lu Chen. After the wedding feast, Lu Chen went to the chambers of Nangong Yuehua. At that time, Nangong Yuehua was dressed in a deep red robe, sitting quietly on a soft couch. She did not wear a veil. Lu Chen had taken leave of such small formalities long ago. Upon entering the room and seeing the dignified and noble Nangong Yuehua sitting indifferently on the couch, he smiled and asked, "What's the matter? Is my wife unhappy? Does my wife not wish to marry me?" Nangong Yuehua replied indifferently, "Your Majesty is powerful, and there is no woman in the world who would not wish to marry your Majesty." With a shadow-shifting move to the bedside, Lu Chen stretched out his hand and lifted Nangong Yuehua's chin, gazing at her stunningly beautiful face. "You say that, but why do I feel like you really don't want to marry me?" Nangong Yuehua responded, "Your Majesty, this arrangement is quite beneficial for me, and I'm not unwilling." Although last time in Black Moon City, Lu Chen's ferocity had overwhelmed her. Quite some time had passed since then, and she had recovered, lacking any interest in men now. Hearing Nangong Yuehua's words, Lu Chen didn't respond, he just continued to gaze into her eyes that shimmered like autumn waters. Feeling his intense stare, Nangong Yuehua's heart began to beat faster, recalling the things Lu Chen had done to her in Black Moon City. After what seemed like an eternity, Nangong Yuehua took the initiative to speak. "Your Majesty, it's late." While Nangong Yuehua might not be interested in matters of men and women now, she was, after all, married to Lu Chen. She understood the duties that came with being his wife. After hearing her words, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Is my lady so anxious?" Nangong Yuehua's face showed no reaction, but suddenly Lu Chen pushed her down onto the soft couch, placing one hand on the sash of her robe. Nangong Yuehua sighed softly to herself, hoping that after this, Lu Chen would return to the Tianqian world. Lu Chen probably had many women there, and once he returned, she wouldn't have to share his bed anymore. While Nangong Yuehua was lost in thought, she heard a ripping sound next to her ear, leaving her speechless. Lu Chen, for all his power, was rather impatient. At that moment, Nangong Yuehua suddenly felt her lips blocked by Lu Chen's, followed by a strange sensation beginning to emerge. Nangong Yuehua quickly tried to utilize her cultivation techniques, resisting the feelings like she had during her previous encounter in Black Moon City. This time, Lu Chen had changed his tactics. In Black Moon City, he had blocked the spiritual power of his wives, preventing them from using their cultivation techniques and hiding their true reactions, which he found uninteresting. But now he had shifted his perspective. If he didn't block the spiritual power within her body, someone like Nangong Yuehua, who had a high tolerance, could resist for a long time. Resisting the physical agitation wasn't entirely a genuine reaction. So, he decided to directly block Nangong Yuehua's spiritual power this time. Just as Nangong Yuehua was fiercely trying to resist, she suddenly discovered that she could no longer sense her spiritual power, becoming as ordinary as any other person. She was utterly stunned. After a momentary daze, Nangong Yuehua was consumed by an intense sensation. Nangong Yuehua instantly understood the situation. Obviously, Lu Chen had used some method to block her spiritual power. Now completely overwhelmed, unable to use her cultivation to control the turmoil within or grit her teeth in resistance, she could only raise her delicate hands to tightly clutch Lu Chen's neck. 2 hours passed in a blink of an eye. In the adjacent room, a woman in a deep red robe sat on the bed. Nangong Qingye had sensed Lu Chen going to the next room earlier. She was curious why there still hadn't been any sounds. Nangong Qingye slowly stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the round moon in the sky and feeling the cool breeze on her face. She thought to herself, Lu Chen has been next door so long without getting started. She could indeed release her spiritual power to sense what was happening next door, but she chose not to do so. If she did, Lu Chen would notice, effectively disturbing him, and she certainly didn't want to disrupt his mood. Nangong Qingye stood by the window blowing the breeze for a while, but still didn't hear any sound next door, yet if she listened quietly, she could still hear the creaking noise. Instantly, Nangong Qingye understood what was happening and chuckled lightly. "You really can endure." Clearly, the two had already started, it was just that Nangong Yuehua was stubbornly resisting. At this moment, Nangong Qingye thought of a problem. She and Nangong Yuehua had married Lu Chen at the same time, and by rights, both she and Nangong Yuehua were supposed to serve Lu Chen tonight. But with Lu Chen's skill, not to mention tonight, even tomorrow, the day after, or even this entire month, it might not be her turn. Thinking of this, a twinge of loss arose in Nangong Qingye's heart. Her feelings starkly contrasted with those of Nangong Yuehua. Nangong Yuehua wasn't very interested in men, but she herself was full of interest in Lu Chen, wishing nothing more than for Lu Chen to throw himself at her. Being a demonic cultivator was inherently corrupt. Having been tormented by Lu Chen in Black Moon City before, she had fallen in love with the sensation of being with him. In her heart, she also knew, with Lu Chen's formidable power, if she were to do that with him again, it was very likely she would experience an unraveling of her divine soul like before. But even knowing the feeling that awaited, she was still very much looking forward to being tormented by Lu Chen. Unfortunately. Today, Lu Chen first went to Nangong Yuehua's room. It was probably going to be at least a month or two before Lu Chen would dual cultivate with her again. Just as Nangong Qingya's mind wandered, a voice suddenly came from next door. Lu Chen looked down at Nangong Yuehua, her face flush with allure, his lips curling into a sly smile. Just then, Nangong Yuehua, who had been enduring for 2 hours, suddenly opened her mouth. Ah! Your Majesty, spare my life. Finally, Nangong Yuehua chose to give up. With her spiritual power sealed within her, she had no way to divert her attention or calm her restless heart. She had realized then, she had already lost previously, and her cultivation state had not been sealed by Lu Chen at that time, yet she was no match for Lu Chen even when her cultivation state was not sealed. Now that her cultivation state was sealed, how could she possibly be a match for Lu Chen? After the first outcry, Nangong Yuehua no longer suppressed herself. Nangong Qingya, standing at the window, heard Nangong Yuehua's continuous pleas for mercy and sneered, I thought you could keep it up longer, but you couldn't last very soon. Although that's what Nangong Qingya said, she knew all too well how terrible Lu Chen's torture was. Being able to last till now was already quite remarkable. If it were her, let alone 2 hours, she probably couldn't have lasted even a quarter of an hour. But she and Nangong Yuehua were different. Nangong Yuehua always carried herself with an air of dignified nobility, high and mighty, but now she was being treated as a plaything by someone else. And she herself, being a demonic cultivator, was inherently supposed to indulge in such matters between men and women. Thinking of Empress Nangong Yuehua being treated in such a manner by Lu Chen, a strange delight sparked inside Nangong Qingya. As Nangong Qingya thought this, suddenly, the once muffled voice became clear. The voice from next door directly resonated in her own bedchamber. Nangong Qingya, slightly startled, quickly turned around only to find Lu Chen and Nangong Yuehua on her own wedding bed. Nangong Yuehua also realized she had been brought to Nangong Qingya's room by Lu Chen, and seeing Nangong Qingya staring straight at her, she spoke somewhat frantically, Your Majesty, please, don't. Lu Chen did not give Nangong Yuehua the chance to say more. At this moment, Nangong Qingya stood by the window, her face expressionless as she watched Lu Chen and Nangong Yuehua. Nangong Qingya could clearly see how Lu Chen was dealing with Nangong Yuehua. Seeing that escape was futile, Nangong Yuehua eventually closed her eyes, letting her voice emanate from her throat. After an indefinite length of time, Nangong Qingya snapped back to reality and scornfully said, Sister, who would have thought that a mighty empress like you would act like this in front of His Majesty? After hearing Nangong Qingya's voice, Nangong Yuehua felt humiliated, yet she was powerless to change her situation. That bastard Lu Chen was detestable. He was just fine next door, so why suddenly bring her to this room? It was clear he wanted to embarrass her. This was not the attitude of a strong figure at all. Moments later, Lu Chen let out a deep sigh and, without turning his head, said to Nangong Qingya by the window, Come here. Nangong Qingya's lips curved into a mild, seductive smile, Yes, my lord. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Nangong Yuehua's heart skipped a beat. This bastard couldn't possibly be thinking. That wouldn't do. She wasn't mentally prepared. Even though she was somewhat unwilling, she couldn't stop it, and, without any skill, she couldn't push Lu Chen away. In the end, Nangong Yuehua resigned herself to her fate, having anticipated this day, so she accepted it rather quickly. Meanwhile, in a courtyard of the imperial palace, Ji Chuyu was meditating in a pavilion. At that moment, she opened her eyes, which seemed to carry a trace of resentment. Thinking about what happened during the day, Ji Chuyu felt extremely upset. Initially, when Lu Chen appointed her as noble concubine, she was quite delighted, thinking she held a special place in Lu Chen's heart and that was why he appointed her. But it wasn't long before Lu Chen also appointed Nangong Yuehua and Nangong Qingya as noble concubines. Suddenly, there were 3 noble concubines by Lu Chen's side as the emperor. After some thought, Ji Chuyu sighed, resigned to her fate, as she was already this bastard's woman and could no longer leave him. Besides, the emperor naturally had numerous women, and with Lu Chen's immense strength, there were even more. Having 1 or 2 more noble concubines was normal. Moreover, his appointment of the two of them as noble concubines was likely a political calculation, so he might not have deep feelings for them. Lu Chen probably still loved her more, and she need not worry too much about this. Comforted by this thought, Ji Chuyu felt much relieved, then she closed her eyes again and continued her cultivation. She planned to enhance her strength quickly and then return to Tianqian world with Lu Chen, for only with greater strength could she secure her place in Lu Chen's harem. At this time, Nangong Yuehua and Nangong Qingye had switched roles. Different from Nangong Yuehua, Nangong Qingye did not hold back, spouting all kinds of coarse language. Dear brother, I've missed death. Ah, my lord, you are so fierce. Nangong Yuehua frowned as she watched Nangong Qingye. Although she too had screamed earlier, she did not howl like a ghost or wolf as Nangong Qingye did. Nangong Yuehua snorted coldly, then said, such shamelessness. Previously, Nangong Qingye had come by to mock her, and now she had finally found an opportunity to return the insult. She would not miss this chance to humiliate Nangong Qingye. However, just as Nangong Yuehua finished speaking, Lu Chen pulled her over, and then her lips were sealed with a kiss. Lu Chen had no intentions of staying in the Ziyang world for too long. Now that the two worlds had fused, he planned to absorb a part of Ziyang world's chi fortune and then assist one of his consorts in gestating a subordinate world. After entangling with the Nangong sisters for half a month, Nangong Yuehua finally achieved a breakthrough to the divinity transformation realm. Feeling the surge of spiritual power emanating from Nangong Yuehua, Lu Chen immediately ceased his punishment of her and then withdrew from her. Gazing at Nangong Yuehua's seductive visage, Lu Chen said with a smile, "You've just broken through, so stabilize your cultivation state well." Hearing this, Nangong Yuehua felt incredibly astonished inside. She indeed perceived that she had broken through and moreover, under such circumstances. But after her realm breakthrough, she didn't face a heavenly tribulation. Nangong Yuehua glanced at the man beside her. Could it be him? Nangong Yuehua speculated in her mind that it must have been something Lu Chen had done, as last time Nangong Qingye broke through in Black Moon City, the Thunder Tribulation also mysteriously disappeared. Both of them shared one commonality, they were Lu Chen's women. It was highly probable that Lu Chen had done something to help them avoid the heavenly tribulation. Just who was this guy, and how did he possess such means to evade a heavenly tribulation? Nangong Yuehua grew even more curious about Lu Chen's true identity, but she didn't dwell on it. Her immediate priority was to consolidate her own realm. Then, Nangong Yuehua sat down cross-legged and began circulating the spiritual power within her body, starting to stabilize her realm. After Lu Chen withdrew, he didn't idle either. He immediately pulled over Nangong Qingye and then pressed down on her without hesitation. While Nangong Yuehua was cultivating to stabilize her realm, the sounds of Nangong Qingye's wails and cries incessantly echoed in Nangong Yuehua's ears, which made her feel exceedingly irritable inside. However, Nangong Yuehua wasn't in a position to comment any further now since she was previously no different from Nangong Qingye. After calming the restless spiritual power within her body, Nangong Yuehua opened her eyes, gazing upon the undulating figure. A complex emotion flickered in her eyes. Although all this was voluntary, and to her, it was just a transaction, she realized that she had been enslaved by this man and had completely become his plaything. With this thought, Nangong Yuehua let out a soft sigh. She, a once majestic empress, had ended up in such a state. It didn't matter, she reasoned, she hadn't lost out anyway. Without Lu Chen, she didn't know when she would have managed to break through to the divinity transformation realm. Besides, she had no Taoist couple anyway. Having one more man as a backer wasn't a bad thing. While Nangong Yuehua was lost in thought, Nangong Qingye's voice suddenly grew louder, her eyes rolling back. Nangong Yuehua instantly snapped back to reality, looking at Nangong Qingye with disdain, shameless. Nangong Qingye gasped heavily, and after a while, she managed to say, "Sister, you probably don't have the right to say that to me." Lu Chen paid no attention to the skirmish between the two women. He tenderly kissed Nangong Qingye's red lips and then withdrew. Phew. That's enough for today. Now that the Ziyang world is stable, I should head back to Tianqian world and have a look. Hearing this, Nangong Qingye quickly asked, huff huff. Your Majesty, will you leave a puppet in the Ziyang world? Lu Chen replied, I will. If you have any issues in the future, you can directly inform me through the puppet. As soon as Lu Chen's words fell, Nangong Yuehua said, Your Majesty, one puppet might not be enough. Lu Chen inquired with curiosity, why? Nangong Yuehua continued, if we keep a puppet, should it stay by my side, or by Qingye's side? Lu Chen understood instantly and, with a smile, said, once I return to Tianqian world, I will have someone make a few more puppets, so each of you will have one by your side. Let's leave it at that for now, we should go wash up first. Following that, the three of them went to the neighboring bathhouse, quickly washed, and after bathing, Lu Chen brought a portion of the War Dragon army and the collected spirit stones back to Tianqian world. When Lu Chen arrived at the barrier crack of Ziyang world, he did not immediately enter Tianqian world. He released his divine sense, sensing the chi fortune of Ziyang world. The chi fortune of Ziyang world was much richer than that of Tianqian world. However, Lu Chen did not plan to absorb too much. After all, it was an inferior cultivation world. If too much chi fortune were absorbed, it would be difficult to recover, and the cultivators of the entire Ziyang world would suffer. Lu Chen immediately began absorbing the chi fortune of Ziyang world, transforming it all into his own chi fortune. He then compressed this chi fortune within his abdomen, preparing to release it once he returned to Tianqian world. After completing all this, Lu Chen finally entered Tianqian world. The news of the battle in Ziyang world had long since spread throughout the entire Tianqian world. When the War Dragon army returned to Tianqian world, leaders from almost all the major forces came to receive them. Tianqian world became incredibly lively all at once, celebrating continuously for half a month. After returning to Tianqian world, Lu Chen first went to Yancheng Imperial Palace, where he spent half a month soothing his wives in Yan County before heading to Black Dragon City Imperial Palace. In the cold and majestic palace, a white-haired woman sat cross-legged on a soft couch on one side of the hall, cultivating. The chill in the hall was rising, and layers of frost covered the ground. Yun Shenxian was already aware of Lu Chen's return to Tianqian world. Although Lu Chen hadn't come to find her immediately, she didn't mind at all. She also knew that Lu Chen had many women and that it would take some time to appease those wives. Yun Shenxian rarely felt jealous over Lu Chen's ordinary wives, her jealousy was mostly due to her original self, Yun Qingshu. Now that Yun Qingshu had left Tianqian world, she no longer felt a sense of crisis. In her heart, Lu Chen's ordinary wives could not compare with her at all. She felt it would be beneath her to feel jealous over those women. Now aware of the great calamity of the ancient era, her focus was on becoming an empress as soon as possible. Matters between men and women could be considered negligible. Just then, a figure appeared in the cold bedchamber. Even though she sensed the person's presence, Yun Shenxian still did not open her eyes and said expressionlessly, "You've satisfied them so quickly." Hearing this, Lu Chen laughed and said, "They are all very easy to satisfy." Yun Shenxian continued icily, "Master wants to cultivate, you should go find someone else." Yun Shenxian knew she could not escape a verbal sparring with Lu Chen, but the order could be changed. After all, there were several other women in Black Dragon City, such as Su Hanyan and Chen Wanrong. Just as Yun Shenxian finished speaking, she suddenly felt a force coming her way, and then she was pushed onto the soft couch. The next moment, a rich masculine scent invaded her nose, and the spiritual power within her became agitated. Yun Shenxian immediately opened her beautiful eyes. Lu Chen thought it over and decided to transfuse the chi fortune of the Ziyang world into Yun Shenxian, helping her to conceive a child world. In this way, Yun Shenxian's strength could greatly improve. Conceiving a child world was not only beneficial to him, but also to the woman conceiving it. Both Chu Yukan and Mu Zixuan, having conceived child worlds, had their cultivation states advancing very quickly. Originally, Mu Zixuan was just a person of average talent, but since conceiving a child world, her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, having now reached the 9th layer of the Genesis realm. Yun Shenxian's cultivation state was already high, plus she was also talented. If she conceived a child world, her cultivation speed would likely be even faster. Thus, Lu Chen planned to give this opportunity to Yun Shenxian. Once Yun Shenxian became stronger, she would be able to preside over the Tianqian world in the future. Even if he went to attack other worlds, he would not have to worry about any dangers in the Tianqian world. After Lu Chen sealed her lips, Yun Shenxian did not struggle. This disobedient one had already made his move. Today, she was definitely going to be confronted. Then, Yun Shenxian put her hands around Lu Chen's neck and actively reciprocated his kiss. As time gradually passed, the two entered the state, and soon Lu Chen became busy. He continuously transferred the transformed Qi fortune from the Ziyang world to Yun Shenxian. When receiving the Qi fortune, Yun Shenxian immediately realized something was amiss. Lu Chen used to transfuse only spiritual power, which would quickly circulate throughout her body and not gather in one place. But this time, what Lu Chen transferred to her gathered together and did not dissipate immediately. Yun Shenxian tried to dispel this odd force by manipulating her powers, as it made her uncomfortable to hold it in. However, no matter how she tried, that clump of special power could not be dispelled. An emotion rose in Yun Shenxian's heart. This troublesome disciple, what trick was he playing now? All kinds of things being poured into her body. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen finally lifted his mouth, and after their lips parted, Yun Shenxian quickly asked, "Huff huffa what is that?" Lu Chen, of course, knew what Yun Shenxian was referring to, and while taking action, he answered, "Qi fortune." Qi fortune. Yun Shenxian slightly startled. Could Qi fortune be condensed into this form? Her starry eyes shimmered in puzzlement. Why are you giving me so much Qi fortune? Lu Chen leaned down and whispered in her ear, "You'll know in a moment." As his voice fell, Lu Chen continued to transfuse Qi fortune to Yun Shenxian. Seeing Lu Chen not elaborating, Yun Shenxian didn't bother to ask further. She tried a few more times to force the Qi fortune out of her body, but no matter what she did, the Qi fortune didn't leave, as if it had taken residence in her body. After who knows how long, Yun Shenxian suddenly felt a blank in her mind as all the spiritual power in her body gathered in her lower abdomen. A strange sensation surged in her heart and then her mind went blank. After a moment of distraction, she perceived something odd appearing inside her body. Yun Shenxian seemed to understand. She slightly furrowed her brows and quickly raised her hand, pushing against Lu Chen's chest. Sensing Yun Shenxian's reaction, Lu Chen slowly raised his torso, looking down at Yun Shenxian's delicate face with a smile, and asked, "What's the matter?" Yun Shenxian questioned, You made me carry a child." Yun Shenxian thought Lu Chen made her pregnant. She had heard from Lu Chen's other wives that it only took a moment for Lu Chen to impregnate his wives. Yun Shenxian thought Lu Chen had made her carry his offspring. Lu Chen glanced at the system notification next to him. Congratulations to the host for helping Yun Shenxian conceive a child world. You've been rewarded with the Heavenly Array, Flying Snow Formation. After reading the rewards, Lu Chen gently brushed Yun Shenxian's hair from her cheek. It's indeed a conception. Upon hearing Lu Chen's answer, Yun Shenxian was startled and then a hint of mortification appeared on her face. Why? Why didn't you tell me in advance? She was not particularly opposed to conceiving Lu Chen's offspring, but the man could have at least mentioned it, considering he had previously said he wouldn't have children until he became a great emperor. Yet here they were, not much later, and he had planted his seed. Lu Chen smiled and said, "What you're carrying isn't a child." Yun Shenxian was stunned again. If it's not a child, then what is it? Yun Shenxian then sensed her body's condition again, and the next moment, her divine sense was pulled into a black space. The black space was barren and empty, making it feel incredibly oppressive. Yun Shenxian immediately realized, was this an inner universe? No, this was different from the inner universe. This space seemed to have a special power nurturing her, significantly enhancing her cultivation state. Unable to understand what it was, Yun Shenxian withdrew her divine sense and looked into Lu Chen's eyes, asking, "What is this?" Lu Chen no longer hid the truth and directly said, "This is the child world we are jointly nurturing. You can also see it as a cultivator's inner universe, except this one is special, you can enter, and so can my divine sense." Moreover, any life born in this child world can be considered our child. Hearing this, Yun Shenxian fell into deep thought. It was her first time hearing that male and female dual cultivation could conceive an inner universe. This was likely due to Lu Chen's physique. This rebellious man, always pouring everything into her body. Well, this child world doesn't seem to have any downsides. Thinking this, Yun Shenxian glared at Lu Chen and then said, "You've achieved your purpose, you can get up now." She could see that Lu Chen's visit today was specifically for her to conceive this child world. Lu Chen, smiling, said, "It's only been a short while. I still have a lot of chi fortune to transfer to you." Yun Shenxian looked resentfully at the rebellious man. Before she could say anything, Lu Chen sealed her lips again, then began to exert his power. Yun Shenxian had no way to deal with Lu Chen, she could only let him have his way. She had planned to advise Lu Chen to focus on cultivating diligently and not always think about pleasure, but seeing him now, she figured her words would fall on deaf ears. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. After spending time with Yun Shenxian, Lu Chen went to the other consorts in Black Dragon City, having his way with each of them, before finally returning to the Yancheng Imperial Palace. At this time, in a courtyard in the Yancheng Imperial Palace, Ji Chuyu sat in a pavilion, looking visibly upset. She had come to the Tianqian world with Lu Chen thinking her noble concubine identity would grant her a special status even here. However, after spending time gathering information, she realized that even the lowest rank in Lu Chen's harem was that of a noble concubine, meaning her title here wasn't special at all. Thinking about this infuriated Ji Chuyu, she thought she was important to Lu Chen, but now she realized she was just one of many playthings to him. Just as Ji Chuyu was sulking, a voice rang out behind her. "My wife, what are you thinking about so intently?" Upon hearing Lu Chen's voice, Ji Chuyu instantly snapped back to reality and immediately turned her head to look behind her. At that moment, Lu Chen reached out his devil's claw, slipping it under her armpit and then wrapping it around her slender waist, resting his head on her fragrant shoulder and deeply inhaling the scent of her hair. Ji Chuyu cast a resentful sidelong glance at the scoundrel behind her. She had initially thought about confronting Lu Chen, but then she reconsidered, what was there to confront him about? Was it about why he had so many women, or was it about how even the lowest in status among his women was a noble concubine? She was just one of Lu Chen's many playthings after all. Not to mention whether she had any right to confront Lu Chen, even if he granted her that right, it would be meaningless. It was all just her own wishful thinking. Ji Chuyu then coldly said, "I heard you have several confidants in Black Dragon City." Lu Chen replied with a smile, "Yes, I went to serve them in Black Dragon City last month." Ji Chuyu snorted lightly, "You really know how to spread your attention evenly, not missing a single one." Lu Chen shamelessly said, "They are all my women, and as your husband, I naturally wouldn't favor one over the other." Ji Chuyu really wanted to curse Lu Chen for being shameless, but she ultimately held back and continued, "I'm not used to staying in this world, I want to return to Black Moon City. I wonder if your majesty would agree." Although Lu Chen's women were especially kind to her, and the development and living conditions of this world were better than those of Ziyang world, it was precisely because of this that she lost the will to cultivate after arriving here. Tianqian world had already begun stepping into the industrial age, particularly in Yan County, with all sorts of delicious foods, fun activities, various intriguing industrial products, and beautiful clothes deeply attracting Ji Chuyu. But it was also because of this that Ji Chuyu started to worry. Living in such a great place, her mind focused on worldly things, leaving little room for cultivation. Although the living conditions in Ziyang world were not as good as those in Tianqian world, she was able to settle down and cultivate there. She was also a strong-willed woman, she didn't want to lose to Lu Chen's other women. With so many women around Lu Chen, if she wasn't somewhat outstanding, she was just an insignificant plaything by Lu Chen's side. One day, she too would become someone useful to Lu Chen. By then, Lu Chen's decorative wives and concubines wouldn't be able to compare with her. To be useful to Lu Chen, she needed to become stronger, and to become stronger, she had to focus all her thoughts on cultivation and not always think about indulgences. Upon hearing Ji Chuyu's request, Lu Chen asked, "Are you sure you want to return to Black Moon City?" Ji Chuyu replied, "If your majesty is willing to let me return, then I will go back." Lu Chen said, "I've said before, I won't stop you from going wherever you want. That's your freedom. Since you want to go back, you can return after another 6 months." Seeing Lu Chen's agreement, Ji Chuyu felt a surge of joy inside her, knowing that in 6 months, she could finally focus on her cultivation. The lifespan of cultivators is longer, and time tends to pass quickly for them compared to ordinary people. For most cultivators, half a year goes by in the blink of an eye. It was the same for Lu Chen. In the upcoming half-year, he roamed among his various wives and concubines, helping them improve their cultivation state while also enhancing his own strength. Chu Yukon and Mu Zixuan had both conceived worlds within them that now harbored intelligent life, and the intelligent beings within both had erected divine statues for Lu Chen and their respective mother goddesses. This granted Lu Chen, Chu Yukon, and Mu Zixuan the power of belief, which significantly quickened the pace of their cultivation state enhancement. In half a year, Lu Chen's cultivation state had reached the second layer of the divinity transformation realm. However, once in the divinity transformation realm, even with the support of the power of belief, the speed of cultivation state enhancement still drastically decreased. It was now difficult for Lu Chen to feel any significant strength enhancement when performing dual cultivation with his wives and concubines, but fortunately, aside from the power of belief, he also had the origin power generated by the child universes to help him enhance his cultivation state. Oddly enough, Lu Chen had initially thought that he would only receive origin power when his wives and concubines were gestating their own child universes. Yet, as the universes continuously grew, he unexpectedly continued to receive a steady stream of origin power. Although the origin power from the child universes was somewhat weaker compared to the origin power directly awarded by the system, giving a feeling of impurity, pure or not, it still enhanced Lu Chen's strength. Black Dragon City Imperial Palace. Lu Chen was busy behind the cold ferry at this time, when suddenly Yun Shenxian let out a roar. Feeling it was about time, Lu Chen leaned on her fragrant shoulder and whispered into her ear, "Honored master, could you make a few more puppets for me when you have time?" Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Shenxian didn't respond immediately. She panted heavily. After an unknown duration, she finally spoke, "Huff. What about those puppets I made for you before?" Lu Chen replied, "There are too few, I need more puppets." Yun Shenxian asked, "What do you need so many puppets for?" 2 or 3 should suffice. Lu Chen said, "I plan to give each of my wives and concubines one of my puppets, so you can notify me immediately if there is any issue." Lu Chen had early on asked craftsmen to make numerous puppets in his likeness, but their functionality was not very significant, much like that of ordinary wooden puppets. Lu Chen planned to utilize the latest puppetry technique to craft new puppets and then place these puppets with his wives and concubines. If they missed him, they could speak to him through the puppets, making him feel as if he was always by their side. Yun Shenxian continued to ask, "How many puppets can you control now?" Yun Shenxian also cultivated the puppetry technique taught by Lu Chen, but she could currently control only 3 puppets at most. Having too many puppets not only left the puppets weak but also tended to drain her own bodily energy. Lu Chen replied, "If we're just talking about controlling puppets, I can now control at least 100, but only 10 of them can have the strength of the Genesis realm or higher." After breaking through to the second layer of the divinity transformation realm, Lu Chen's saint-level puppetry had also advanced further, significantly increasing the number of puppets he could control. However, most of the puppets could not be imbued with cultivation state. If there were too many cultivation-bearing puppets, his divine sense couldn't maintain a connection with all of them. Of course, since he only wanted to keep his wives and concubines from feeling lonely, it didn't matter too much if his puppets had no cultivation state. After calming the agitated spiritual power within her, Yun Shenxian said, "All right, I'll make the puppets for you now." The two had been going at it for quite a while, so it should be time to finish, Yun Shenxian not being one to overindulge. Lu Chen said, "All right." As his voice fell, Lu Chen withdrew gently from Yun Shenxian's jade back, but just as Yun Shenxian was also getting up, Lu Chen suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist. Before Yun Shenxian could react, Lu Chen lifted her hips and had her sit in his embrace. Feeling the unusual sensation in her body, Yun Shenxian pursed her lips, wondering if this defiant disciple was doing it deliberately or if it had become a habit. Lu Chen's head rested on Yun Shenxian's fragrant shoulder, and he lifted his right hand and waved it casually, causing the spirit wood used for making puppets to appear within the bedchamber. After seeing the spirit wood piled up in Yun Shenxian's bedchamber, she immediately raised her hand, without any hesitation, and began to make a puppet for Lu Chen. However, as she was exerting her spiritual power, the abnormal sensations in her body made it difficult for her to concentrate. Yun Shenxian then stopped making the puppet, turned her head slightly, and using the corner of her eyes, asked Lu Chen, "Can you go out? How can I make puppets like this?" Lu Chen replied with a smile, "I haven't done anything wrong." Seeing that Lu Chen not only didn't stand up but also wrapped his arms even tighter, Yun Shenxian had no choice but to continue, trying to concentrate and then proceeding with making a puppet for Lu Chen. Lu Chen indeed hadn't done anything out of line. After all, Yun Shenxian was making a puppet for him. If he were to cause trouble at this time, he would be too obnoxious. In a matter of a dozen breaths, Yun Shenxian had made 3 puppets for Lu Chen. Looking at the life-size puppets in the bedchamber, Yun Shenxian suddenly thought of something and then said, "If it's just for your female companions to talk to you, it seems there is no need to make life-size puppets." Lu Chen thought about it and felt there was some truth to it. The puppets he had previously given to his wives and concubines were only the size of a palm, which they could take with them anywhere they went, some even used his puppet for indecent acts. The moment Lu Chen thought about when he had discovered Wang Qingqi using his puppet for such acts, his heart stirred slightly and even Yun Shenxian felt Lu Chen's reaction. Yun Shenxian asked, "What are you thinking about?" Yun Shenxian was somewhat puzzled. It was just a matter of the puppets, so why did this guy seem to get excited? The two were in a state of intimacy, and she could distinctly feel even the slightest bit of his excitement. Lu Chen answered with a smile, "Nothing much, then please make some palm-sized puppets for me, honored master." Yun Shenxian didn't continue to inquire. She immediately released her spiritual power, which flowed into the pile of spirit wood in the bedchamber, and quickly turned them into an assortment of exquisitely made miniature puppets. These miniature puppets looked almost exactly like Lu Chen, appearing as though they were proportionally shrunken versions of the original. Soon, the palace was filled with a bunch of miniature puppets, and seeing that there were enough, Yun Shenxian ceased to make more. Lu Chen scanned with his divine sense and saw that there were roughly 300 miniature puppets, more than sufficient for his use. He didn't have 100 wives and concubines yet, so a few puppets per person was not a problem at all. It was then that Yun Shenxian said, "All right." Lu Chen didn't say another word. He opened his palm, condensed a cluster of blood from within his body, and then with a flick, the droplets of blood transformed into tiny pearls that flew onto the foreheads of the puppets. Immediately after, Lu Chen felt as if he suddenly had countless new eyes, his vision spreading in every direction. The puppets, upon coming into contact with Lu Chen's blood, all seemed to come to life, losing their wooden appearance and looking like living little men. Lu Chen then tried to simultaneously control these puppets, lining them up in rows within the Great Hall. Although the puppets didn't have any cultivation, the effort of controlling so many at once still used up a great deal of Lu Chen's energy. A feeling of fatigue quickly swept over him. Lu Chen quickly severed the divine sense connection with the puppets. He didn't need to maintain a continuous link with all the puppets, only when his wives and concubines missed him would he use his divine sense to connect. Seeing the rows of tiny figures on the ground, Lu Chen showed a satisfied smile. Not bad, not bad. Just then, Yun Shenxian asked, "Are you planning to leave Tianqian world?" Lu Chen waved his hand and collected all the puppets in the hall into a space ring. Now that the child universe had life, he couldn't just throw anything into it, but fortunately, he had procured quite a few space rings in Ziyang world. After putting away the puppets, Lu Chen countered, "Why do you ask that?" Yun Shenxian continued, "You're preparing to have those close to you watch over the puppets in your stead, which means you intend to leave Tianqian world, right?" Lu Chen replied with a faint smile, indeed, I plan to expand outward, but I am just making preparations ahead of time and do not plan to leave Tianqian world immediately. Now, his cultivation state improvement rate had slowed down. If he wanted to obtain more cultivation resources, he had to conquer other worlds and absorb their chi fortune to help his consorts conceive child worlds, which would enable him to receive more system rewards. The complete fusion with Ziyang world still needed 100 years, and he couldn't possibly wait for the two worlds to fully integrate before attacking other worlds. Although 100 years is but a blink of an eye for cultivators, Lu Chen, still holding Earth's human thought patterns, couldn't wait that long. Waiting felt far too protracted for him. Since no other worlds were colliding with Tianqian world, he simply considered other methods to travel to different worlds, such as building an immortal boat or something of that sort. Upon hearing Lu Chen's response, Yun Shenxian had nothing more to add. She understood that Tianqian world was merely a lower-level world. The cultivation resources of this world were too scarce for Lu Chen. He would undoubtedly leave Tianqian world as they couldn't support his progression to the Great Emperor realm. While Yun Shenxian was lost in thought, Lu Chen suddenly embraced her waist, gently lifting himself and then pinning her beneath him. Since she was already sitting on top of him, Lu Chen merely exerted a little effort to have her sprawled across the soft couch. Honored master has helped me so much today, I must properly thank you. Yun Shenxian snorted lightly. This wayward disciple was truly incorrigible. Lu Chen did not stay too long in Yun Shenxian's bedchamber. The amount of cultivation he could improve through dual cultivation wasn't much anymore. Although dual cultivation was indeed comfortable for both body and mind, his current focus should be on external expansion. After leaving Yun Shenxian's bedchamber, Lu Chen boarded the Fei Hong immortal boat and headed to the outer reaches of Tianqian world. The cosmic space was incredibly dreamlike, with sparkling starry rivers as far as the eye could see. Yet, this universe was vastly different from the universe Lu Chen knew before. This universe had no sun, nor planets orbiting around one. All worlds existed independently in the cosmic space, and each world possessed its own sun. Even though Tianqian world and Ziyang world had collided, the suns of the two worlds were still not the same. Lu Chen stood on the roof of the immortal boat palace, gazing at the colliding Tianqian and Ziyang worlds. The outer boundary crevices created by the collision were slowly mending, which was a sign of the imminent fusion of the two worlds. At that moment, Lu Chen stepped forward, his body instantly teleporting from the Fei Hong immortal boat into the cosmic space. As a Washan realm cultivator, he could traverse the vacuum of space with his physical body. The floating fragments of worlds drifting in the void posed no significant threat to him. This time, Lu Chen had come out not only to search for the next world to conquer, but he also planned to test the strength of his divinity transformation realm powers. The Tianqian world was merely a lower realm, unable to withstand the might of a Washan realm powerhouse. Therefore, to truly test one's own strength, one had to venture into the spatial void. Lu Chen's physical body floated in the void, and he quickly scanned the surrounding cosmic space with his eyes. Soon, his gaze settled on a massive fragment of a world. That fragment was nearly 10 kilometers long, and one could even see some broken structures on it. It was evident the fragment had once been part of a world teeming with life. However, all of this was inconsequential. What mattered was that Lu Chen had found something to practice on. Lu Chen then circulated his spiritual power, and with a raise of his hand. Moving star thousand swords technique. In the next instant, countless stars appeared around Lu Chen's body, and then those stars transformed into longswords that stabbed towards the 10-kilometer world fragment. As the longswords bombarded the world fragment, cosmic debris flew about, and the 10-kilometer fragment was shattered into several large pieces by the swords. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chen was slightly surprised in his heart. Was this the strength of a Washan realm cultivator? No, this should be the effect of a heavenly level cultivation skill. An ordinary Washan realm cultivator might not possess such power. The moving star thousand swords technique was a reward Lu Chen received when he accepted Nangong Yuehua as his disciple, but he hadn't taken much interest in this skill. He already had plenty of heavenly level cultivation skills on him. For him, these skills and swordsmanship were enough, and there was no need to cultivate so many techniques. Therefore, he had casually practiced it and then disregarded the skill. To think that a casually practiced technique could be so powerful when unleashed. Truly worthy of a heavenly level cultivation skill. Lu Chen did not stop immediately. At this time, he circulated his spiritual power again. Heavenly Thunder Technique. In an instant, a massive black cloud appeared in cosmic space, its volume even surpassing the fragment he had just destroyed. Then, numerous thick purple thunderbolts surged out of the black cloud, directly splitting the already fragmented world shard into countless debris. After the heavenly thunder bombardment, within the barren cosmic space, a dust whirl emerged. Seeing his own handiwork, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. The power of the heavenly thunder technique was indeed impressive. There was no need to continue testing the other techniques. Afterward, Lu Chen returned to the Fei Hong immortal boat and then steered the immortal boat towards another destination. He intended to find the next world to conquer, casually observing whether there were any nearby worlds with more complete laws than the Tianqian world. After flying through the cosmic space for a moment in the Fei Hong immortal boat, Lu Chen discovered a world emanating an orange-red glow not far from the Tianqian world. This world wasn't far from the Tianqian world and could be considered a neighbor. Most importantly, this world was gradually moving closer to the Tianqian world. Although the forward speed of this world was slow, the Tianqian world was almost stationary. Inevitably, one day this world would collide with the Tianqian world, just like the Ziyang world had before. Lu Chen thought to himself, it must be a decline in the chi fortune of the Tianqian world that caused other worlds to move towards it. However, this was actually a good thing for him. If that world could collide with the Tianqian world and fuse with it, then the Tianqian world would become even larger in the future. Lu Chen continued to control the Fei Hong immortal boat, patrolling around the Tianqian world. Moments later, he noticed a red world and several black worlds about a light year away, all flying towards the Tianqian world. In his heart, Lu Chen thought, it must indeed be due to a decline in chi fortune that so many worlds were approaching the Tianqian world. After these worlds fused with the Tianqian world, it was unknown just how vast the Tianqian world would become. The worlds approaching the Tianqian world were already much larger than it in scale, and it was also unclear how many cultivators above the divinity transformation realm each of these worlds possessed. After circling around the Tianqian world and the Ziyang world, Lu Chen had more or less identified the neighboring worlds. Then, he returned to the Tianqian world. Those worlds were still quite distant from the Tianqian world. Even if they were to collide, it would take hundreds or even thousands of years, but he could not wait that long. Lu Chen planned to request that the Black Dragon Holy Land dispatch more people when he got back, and also to transport more immortal boats, so that he could directly use these vessels to attack other worlds. After returning to the Tianqian world, Lu Chen went to the Yancheng Imperial Palace, where Mu Zixuan and a group of his wives were admiring flowers in the royal garden, all gathering around Ji Chuyu as if they were discussing something. Sister Ji, why don't you stay with us? One of the women proposed. I heard your majesty say that although the spiritual power is not as abundant in the Tianqian world as it is in the Ziyang world, the living conditions are actually better here. Nowadays the Ziyang world doesn't even have electricity. Ji Chuyu was scheduled to return to the Ziyang world in a few days, and the women were trying to persuade her to stay. After about half a year of getting along, their relationship had become very harmonious. Naturally, a balance had to be maintained in Lu Chen's harem. Initially, Ji Chuyu felt somewhat uncomfortable with Lu Chen having so many women. But after spending half a year together, she had completely changed her view. Lu Chen's strength was simply too overwhelming. Even with so many women, together they might not be a match for him. As for the fact that they were all noble concubines, Ji Chuyu had also come to terms with this. This, in fact, reflected that Lu Chen treated all his women with the same respect, and she was treated no differently. Thus, it proved that Lu Chen was not a man who favored the new and got tired of the old. Even if she were to return to the Ziyang world, Lu Chen would most likely not forget her in the future. This was precisely why she was even more determined to become stronger, to stand out among his other women. For Lu Chen at this stage, most women only served to satisfy certain desires of his, they didn't hold much value in reality. Ji Chuyu had heard that only a few noble concubines in the Black Dragon City Imperial Palace possessed strong cultivation states. They were able to genuinely assist Lu Chen. Compared to Mu Zixuan and the others, who were there to bear Lu Chen children and keep house, Ji Chuyu aspired to become someone like Yun Shenxian or the Nangong sisters, able to provide substantial help to Lu Chen. Therefore, she had to become stronger. She could no longer continue to fall into complacency. Upon hearing Mu Zixuan's words, Ji Chuyu chuckled lightly and responded, "Zixuan, I too would like to stay in the Tianqian world. However, my self-discipline is too poor. If I continue to stay in the Tianqian world, I will have no motivation to cultivate. Although the living conditions in the Ziyang world aren't great, it is precisely for this reason that I can settle down and focus on my cultivation." Hearing Ji Chuyu's words, Mu Zixuan let out a slight sigh and said, "All right then. Since Sister Ji is intent on improving her cultivation state, I won't say more." Mu Zixuan understood that Ji Chuyu probably wanted to leave to avoid Lu Chen, who came to bother her every few days, leaving her with no peace of mind to cultivate. Ji Chuyu smiled and said, "Zixuan, don't worry. At most, I'll come back to the Tianqian world to visit every 50 years or so." Upon hearing Ji Chuyu's words, Mu Zixuan was momentarily taken aback. It was at this moment that a man's voice came through. "Chuyu, Zixuan and the others have just embarked on the path of cultivation. To them, 50 years is not a short time." Although Mu Zixuan and the others had already entered the heavenly human realm and officially embarked on the path of cultivation, they had just stepped onto this path, with little experience under their belt, so their perception of time still remained at the level of ordinary people. 50 years, for an ordinary person, was almost an entire lifetime. For Mu Zixuan and the others, Ji Chuyu returning to the Tianqian world after 50 years felt incredibly long. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the women turned their heads to look towards Lu Chen outside the pavilion. Lu Chen wore a white and gold robe and had his hair held by a crown, appearing elegant and ethereal with a handsome, otherworldly charm. At this moment, Ji Chuyu said, "50 years isn't really that long, right? Some people meditate with eyes closed, and before they know it, 100 years have passed." Lu Chen replied with a smile, "Zixuan and the others certainly wouldn't meditate for 100 years. For now, Mu Zixuan and the others were improving their cultivation states more quickly through dual cultivation with Lu Chen than through normal cultivation, and they also had some matters to attend to, so it was impossible for them to meditate for 100 years straight." Ji Chuyu said, "All right then, I will return after 10 years." Lu Chen said, "Actually, it doesn't need to be that troublesome. I will find a way to build a teleportation array between the Tianqian world and the Ziyang world. Once both worlds have teleportation arrays, you can come back whenever you want." Teleportation arrays were common in high-level cultivation worlds, though they consumed a lot of spirit stones, their utility was quite significant. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Ji Chuyu replied, "That sounds good." At this point, Lu Chen took out a bunch of small puppet figures from his space ring. The puppets floated in the air and then flew towards Mu Zixuan and the others. When the women received the puppets, they looked them over and pinched them here and there. Zhou Yuyu exclaimed in surprise, "These puppets actually look like real people." They already had puppets made by Lu Chen, but those were wooden, and calling them puppets might as well have been calling them wooden puppets. However, the puppets that Lu Chen gave them this time were different. They had skin and hair, an exact miniature version of Lu Chen himself. Lu Chen gave a faint smile, then, controlling the puppets in their hands, he said to the women, "These are my puppets. In the future, if I go to other worlds, you all can speak to me through these puppets." Seeing the talking puppets in their hands left the women once again astonished. They were aware that Lu Chen had puppets that were almost identical to himself, but they didn't expect that he could control so many puppets at the same time. If in the future Lu Chen made more life-sized puppets. Thinking this, Wang Qingqi's cheeks turned slightly red. Just as she was lost in wild thoughts, Lu Chen suddenly looked towards her. "Qingqi, my divine sense is linked to these puppets, so don't think about using my puppets for mischievous deeds." Hearing this, Wang Qingqi's face turned even redder. She remembered that she had previously used Lu Chen's puppet to do some indescribable things, and just now she was thinking that if Lu Chen made some life-sized puppets for them to use. Wang Qingqi said guiltily, I understand. After glancing over the women, Lu Chen's gaze returned to Ji Chuyu. Chuyu, when are you planning to return to the Ziyang world? I'm about to make a trip there, why don't you join me now? Ji Chuyu immediately responded, yes, Your Majesty, I have long been prepared. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan asked, Your Majesty, when will you return from this departure? Lu Chen answered, I'm just going over to check on the situation in the Ziyang world. I'll be back very soon, probably in about 2 months. Hearing this, Ji Chuyu thought to herself, 2 months. Soaking 1 month each with Nangong Yuehua and Nangong Qingya. His shadow shifting couldn't travel between different worlds. To return to the Tianqian world from the Ziyang world, he still had to go through a spatial rift. Of course, he could also use his power to directly create a teleportation passage, but with an existing spatial rift, there was absolutely no need to do so. Moreover, he still had 2 eagerly contentious beauties in the Ziyang world, and it seemed right for him to stay there for 2 months. Mu Zixuan and the others didn't say much more. Lu Chen then came over to Ji Chuyu's side and wrapped his arm around her waist. Seeing Lu Chen hug her in front of so many women made Ji Chuyu's face slightly flush with heat, although she had already served Lu Chen alongside his other wives. Nonetheless, she still wasn't quite accustomed to being watched by so many women at once. Lu Chen then smiled and said to Mu Zixuan and the others, My dear wives, wait for my return. The women immediately replied in unison, We bid farewell to Your Majesty. The next moment, Lu Chen and Ji Chuyu disappeared on the spot, and when they reappeared, they were already at the spatial rift on the boundary of the Tianqian world. At that time, Ji Chuyu turned her head back for a glance toward Yan County. Although she had only stayed in Yan County for just over half a year, Ji Chuyu had developed strong feelings for it, especially since the events of the past 6 months kept replaying in her mind. Seeing this, Lu Chen said, If you don't want to leave, you can continue to stay in Yan County. Ji Chuyu turned her head back and said, No, thank you. A comfortable life was indeed nice, but ultimately, she chose cultivation. Seeing that Ji Chuyu had made up her mind to leave, Lu Chen didn't say anything more. He then took Ji Chuyu through the spatial rift, and soon they were back in the Ziyang world's Black Moon City. When they returned to Black Moon City, the entire city had undergone a massive transformation. Though it had only been a short half-year, as the central hub of the Immortal Alliance, various factions of the Alliance contributed money, effort, and manpower to the large-scale construction of Black Moon City. Now, Black Moon City covered a vast area, and the former City Lord's mansion had been transformed into a resplendent immortal palace. When Lu Chen, holding Ji Chuyu, appeared in the immortal palace, Nangong Qingya, who was cultivating, immediately sensed Lu Chen's presence and appeared in front of him the next moment. Your slave greets Your Majesty. Lu Chen glanced at Nangong Qingya, who was dressed as usual in a deep red gown, the split of the dress modestly revealing her pale long legs. Lu Chen smiled slightly, praising her, Qingya, you've done well. Black Moon City was able to undergo such a significant change in such a short period of time, largely thanks to Nangong Qingya's efforts. Hearing Lu Chen's praise, Nangong Qingya was extremely excited, Thank you for Your Majesty's compliment. Lu Chen continued, Chuyu plans to return to Black Moon City to cultivate. Arrange a palace for her. Hearing this, Nangong Qingya was taken aback for a moment, her eyebrows slightly furrowing. Although the immortal palace was large, she really didn't want other women living with her, it was specially built for Lu Chen and herself. However, since Ji Chuyu was Lu Chen's woman, she refrained from saying much and glanced at Ji Chuyu before saying, Come with me. With that, Nangong Qingya led Ji Chuyu to a certain palace. After arranging the sleeping quarters for Ji Chuyu, Nangong Qingya appeared in front of Lu Chen without delay. At this time, Lu Chen was looking down at the whole Black Moon City from above. He thought to himself that Black Moon City had been built so quickly there was no need to demolish it later. Originally, his idea was to have the engineering team from the Tianqian world come to the Ziyang world with materials to construct the city. But now, the construction of Black Moon City was nearing its end, and the layout of the houses was well organized, and the streets were relatively spacious. Although the population it could accommodate was not as much as a modern city, this ancient style was also very appealing. At that moment, Nangong Qingye came up to Lu Chen and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, are you occupied at the moment?" Hearing this, Lu Chen turned his head to look at Nangong Qingye, seeing her face flushed, looking like a shy young girl. Lu Chen instantly discerned Nangong Qingye's thoughts, then he extended his hand and directly pulled the delicate body of Nangong Qingye into his embrace, and the next moment, a delicate fragrance wafted into Lu Chen's nose, instantly making him restless. Lu Chen did not hesitate at all, and used shadow shifting directly to Nangong Qingye's sleeping quarters. As soon as they entered the sleeping quarters, before Lu Chen could do anything, Nangong Qingye leaned against Lu Chen, her delicate hands also resting on Lu Chen's waist, actively helping Lu Chen disrobe. At this point, there was no need to say anything more, both understood what the other was thinking. Lu Chen immediately sealed Nangong Qingye's red lips, then laid her down on the soft couch, his clothes still not yet removed. Lu Chen directly tore Nangong Qingye's red skirt into pieces. It was indeed much quicker than undressing. Before long, a long moan escaped from Nangong Qingye's mouth. It must be said, Nangong Qingye's body was indeed supple like water. He didn't even need to coax her, he could easily get into the mood. Meanwhile, in the Liyan world, inside an imperial palace inlaid with countless fiery red gems, an elder stood in the middle of the grand hall, speaking gravely nonstop. At that moment, on the dragon throne above, sat a man with his chest exposed, his body covered in red patterns, his hair and pupils also entirely red. As the elder's voice fell, the entirety of the grand hall quieted down, the man on the throne did not speak, and the elder did not dare to say anything else. The grand hall was suddenly intensely oppressive and intensely hot, sweat beads continuously forming on the elder's forehead. After a long time, the man on the throne finally spoke. "Interesting, we thought that only our world existed with life in the chaotic star sea, not expecting there to be two other worlds with life. However, even if what you say is true, what impact does it have on us?" Hearing this question, Gongye Liangpeng was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly responded, hurriedly saying, "Your Majesty, the Sum Emperor has wild ambitions, he will certainly not be content with just occupying the Ziyang world. Ultimately, the Ziyang world is just a lower realm with not many cultivation resources. He wants to become stronger, wants to make the Daxia dynasty more powerful, he will definitely attack other worlds. The Liyan world is the closest to the Tianqian world, and it's very likely the Liyan world is his next target. Your Majesty must be cautious." After escaping from the Ziyang world, Gongye Liangpeng had fled to the Liyan world. The entire Liyan world had unified under one dynasty, that being the Liyan dynasty. Now, seated on the dragon throne was Emperor Lai Haoyan of the Liyan dynasty. Gongye Liangpeng did not know if the Sum Emperor would expand outward, but that didn't matter to him anymore, he just wanted to cause trouble for the Sum Emperor. Lu Chen had killed the heavenly demon of the Ziyang world, derailing his plan, and this had filled him with resentment towards Lu Chen. He had barely managed to unite the major forces of the Ziyang world, aiding the heavenly demon in breaking the ceiling and releasing it, only for Lu Chen to slay that heavenly demon. The mission had failed, and he wondered how he would answer to his demon lord upon his return. After Gongye Liangpeng used the teleportation channel to arrive in the Liyan world, he felt deeply upset and thus sought to approach Emperor Lai. He exaggerated the events of the Ziyang world to the emperor, attempting to provoke Emperor Lai to wage war against the Tianqian world, to vent his frustrations. However, it was apparent that Emperor Lai was not so easily manipulated. After listening to Gongye Liangpeng's words, Emperor Lai chuckled and said, "In the chaotic star sea, no one has yet posed a threat to the Liyan world. Are you trying to use me to kill someone for you and make me wipe out the Tianqian world for you?" Gongye Liangpeng's expression slightly changed. Indeed, the insight of an emperor, who had seen through his cunning plan at a glance. Since his intention was revealed, there was no use hiding it further, and he said, "Indeed, I have some disputes with the Sum Emperor. He destroyed the Tianji Pavilion in my years of hard work, and naturally, I seek revenge." But for me, there is nothing left to lose, whereas it is different for your majesty. If the Daxia dynasty rises, it is bound to be a major threat to you. Hearing Gongye Liangpeng's words, Emperor Lai Haoyan pondered for a moment. Gongye Liangpeng did make some sense, although he hated being manipulated. If truly a Washan realm cultivator emerged in the Tianqian world, it indeed would not bode well for him. Both situated in the chaotic star sea and with most worlds within already dead or crumbling, leaving very few worlds with life, if the Sum Emperor truly intended to expand, he would have no choice. His first target would undoubtedly be the Lian world. Only by conquering and controlling the Lian world, a medium world, could the Daxia dynasty amass more resources and grow stronger. After a moment's thought, Emperor Lai Haoyan said, I shall have my men verify these things you speak of, and if it is as you say, that the Tianqian and Ziyang worlds are worlds with life, and that they harbor a Washan realm cultivator, you need not say more. I will find a way to drive that Washan realm cultivator out of the chaotic star sea myself. The resources in the chaotic star sea were too scarce to sustain too many Washan realm cultivators. Emperor Lai Haoyan could not allow anyone to compete with him for cultivation resources. Hearing Emperor Lai Haoyan's response, Gongye Liangpeng's lips slightly curved up, and then he bowed and said, Then I shall take my leave now, Your Majesty. Should you have need of me, you can summon me at any time. As his voice fell, Gongye Liangpeng turned and left the grand hall. Watching the silhouette of Gongye Liangpeng's departure, Emperor Lai Haoyan fell into deep thought. Tianji Pavilion. Was it the Tianji Pavilion he knew of? How did Tianji Pavilion come to set up a branch in the chaotic star sea? Emperor Lai Haoyan, having traveled to other star domains, was somewhat familiar with the Tianji Pavilion. It was a vast power, and most importantly, the Tianji Pavilion could establish branches in any empire without opposition. Generally, Tianji Pavilion would only set up branches in important worlds or worlds with higher level cultivators. It was the first time he had heard of the Tianji Pavilion venturing into the chaotic star sea, a place where even low-level cultivators were reluctant to go because of its deadly nature. Thinking of this, Emperor Lai Haoyan immediately sent a message to someone and said, Bowen, come here for a moment. In the great hall, a middle-aged man clad in golden yellow armor stood erect and asked in confusion, Your Majesty, did you summon me for a reason? Lai Bowen had recently been in seclusion, trying to break through to the divinity transformation realm. Had there not been an urgent matter, Emperor Lai would not have called for him. But Lian world was located in the chaotic star sea, and with Lai Haoyan, a cultivator of the divinity transformation realm, stationed there, it was unlikely that anything significant would happen in thousands of years. Lai Haoyan looked at Lai Bowen and said, Recently, a cultivator claiming to be from Ziyang world informed us that Tianqian world and Ziyang world contain life, and Tianqian world has even given birth to a Washan realm cultivator. Upon hearing this, Lai Bowen was taken aback. Tianqian world. He then spoke. According to historical records, isn't Lian world the only one in the chaotic star sea to harbor life? Why would other worlds have life as well? Your Majesty, could that person be deceiving you? Their ancestors had long explored the worlds within the chaotic star sea. If other life-bearing worlds had existed, they would probably have occupied them already, instead of waiting for someone else to inform them now. Lai Haoyan said, based on my observations, that person is likely a cultivator from a nearby world. When he arrived, a spatial portal appeared in the Lian world. When a myriad laws realm cultivator constructs a passageway between worlds, a corresponding spatial portal will emerge, and the realm master of that world will detect it immediately. When Gongye Liangpeng first arrived in Lian world, Lai Haoyan had noticed his presence right away. Gongye Liangpeng's ability to forge a spatial passage to Lian world suggests the likelihood of nearby life-bearing worlds. It's improbable for Gongye Liangpeng, a myriad laws realm cultivator, to have come from a far-off world. The longer the distance, the more difficult it is to stabilize the bridge between two worlds. Unless Gongye Liangpeng had an immortal boat with him, and he traveled to the chaotic star sea aboard it. If Gongye Liangpeng possessed an immortal boat, it would imply he's no ordinary cultivator. Someone with an immortal boat wouldn't idle away his time in a place like the chaotic star sea, a Death Star domain, purely out of boredom. Hence Lai Haoyan believed Gongye Liangpeng was likely telling the truth. Even if he were lying, it wouldn't matter much. After all, the chaotic star sea is finite in size. Verifying the truth of Gongye Liangpeng's words is simple enough, just send someone to take a look. At that time, Lai Bowen said, "Your Majesty, our ancestors have patrolled the chaotic star sea more than once and never found any life-bearing planets. How could life just suddenly appear after so many years?" Lai Haoyan replied, "It's uncertain. 10,000 years ago, spatial turbulence appeared near Tianshan world. Maybe the spatial turbulence brought a significant amount of life to chaotic star sea. 1,000 years ago, I also observed Tianshan world. It seemed shrouded in something, utterly unclear whether life existed or not. At that time, I assumed it was because of the spatial turbulence, so I left it be. You take an immortal boat to go and see. If there truly is life in Tianshan world, return immediately and report to me." Seeing that Emperor Lai had spoken, Lai Bowen did not say anything further, and he immediately bowed, saying, "Yes, Your Majesty, I shall depart for Tianshan world at once." Lai Haoyan continued, "You merely need to confirm whether Tianshan world and Ziyang world harbor life. Remember not to startle the wildlife. Should you encounter any danger, leave Tianshan world at the first possible moment." Lai Bowen replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Emperor Lai then waved his hand dismissively and said, "Very well, you may go prepare. Your servant takes his leave." As the words ceased, Lai Bowen turned and left the Great Hall. A few days later, outside the Tianshan world, an immortal boat was slowly approaching Tianshan world. At this moment, Lai Bowen stood on the deck of the immortal boat, gazing at the distant Tianshan world, and thought to himself that it clearly was a lifeless world. It seemed that person had indeed deceived His Majesty. But then again, why would that person do such a thing? Deceiving His Majesty wouldn't bring any benefit, and the chaotic star sea was so vast, it would be too easy to verify whether a world had life or not. Was that person not afraid of angering His Majesty? Just as Lai Bowen was deeply puzzled, suddenly, a soldier said, "General, something is not right." Lai Bowen asked, "What's wrong?" The soldier replied, "There appears to be a substantial amount of spiritual power lingering in the distance." Upon hearing this, Lai Bowen immediately released his own spiritual power and conducted a brief probe into the state of the cosmic space, and indeed, as the soldier had said, there was a considerable amount of spiritual power remaining in the cosmic space. Could it be that someone had fought in the cosmic space? Could it be that the Tianshan world really did have people? But Tianshan world was black, and only lifeless planets would appear black. Lai Bowen thought for a moment and decided to keep moving forward to take a closer look at Tianshan world. Then he controlled the immortal boat to continue flying toward Tianshan world. Just as Tianshan world was getting closer, the immortal boat seemed to encounter some barrier, and it immediately started to shake. Lai Bowen sensed that something was amiss and quickly said to the soldiers on the immortal boat, "Stabilize the immortal boat." As his words echoed, the soldiers of the Fierce Sun Army on the immortal boat simultaneously channeled their spiritual power into the immortal boat to help it continue forward. During the progress, the speed of the immortal boat slowed down drastically, as if there were forbidding spells preventing the immortal boat from approaching Tianshan world. This made Lai Bowen's brow furrow, as anyone capable of setting up such restrictions around Tianshan world must be incredibly powerful. Tianshan world really was mysterious. Time ticked away, second by second. Finally, after 2 hours, their immortal boat calmed down. As the immortal boat stabilized, what came into view was no longer just a black world, but a world radiating blue light, and beside Tianshan world, there was another world emitting a faint purple glow. Seeing this scene, Lai Bowen and the soldiers of the Fierce Sun Army present were stunned. They had always believed that only the Liyan world in the chaotic star sea harbored life, and that the heavenly Tao of other worlds had already perished, making it impossible for life to arise. Unexpectedly, so close to them, there existed two worlds teeming with life, and these two worlds seemed to be about to merge. Once the merger of the two worlds was complete, their combined size might well catch up to the size of Liyan world. At this time, Lai Bowen's deputy asked beside him, General, shall we continue to move forward?" Lai Bowen snapped back to his senses and immediately said to the soldiers, "Return at once. We must report this matter to His Majesty as quickly as possible." The matter was of great importance, and without any hesitation, Lai Bowen directly controlled the immortal boat to turn around. His mission was to verify whether Tiantian World had life or not. Although he had not entered Tiantian World, from the forbidding spells encountered just now and the color of Tiantian World, it could be basically determined that Tiantian World surely harbored life. Not only did it possess life, but it was also likely to contain powerful entities. After Lai Bowen piloted the immortal boat back to the Liyan world, he headed straight to the imperial palace. At that moment, Lai Haoyan was cultivating within the cultivation room. Upon hearing from the soldiers that Lai Bowen had returned, Lai Haoyan immediately went to the imperial study room. Lai Bowen entered the imperial study room, and just as he was about to pay his respects, Lai Haoyan eagerly asked, "What have you found out?" Lai Bowen promptly replied, "Your Majesty, both the Tiantian world and the Ziyang world indeed harbor life." Upon hearing Lai Bowen's response, Lai Haoyan frowned slightly. Both of these worlds lack spiritual energy, yet they actually have human inhabitants. As Lai Haoyan's voice fell, Lai Bowen immediately said, "On the outskirts of Tiantian world, there is a restriction." Seen from afar, Tiantian world looks like a land of death, devoid of any spiritual energy. Only by passing through the restriction were we able to see the true appearance of Tiantian world and Ziyang world. Lai Haoyan's brow furrowed upon hearing Lai Bowen's words. A restriction. And one that can conceal two worlds. The chaotic Star Sea is indeed a land of death. How could someone come here and set up a restriction? If someone is capable of setting up a restriction that hides two worlds, the individual behind it must be immensely powerful. What, exactly, do those worlds contain that would attract such a powerful being to lay down a restriction? Although Lai Haoyan realized that the restriction was set by an existence more powerful than himself, this did not frighten him. Instead, it piqued his curiosity. If a powerful being is enticed to set up a restriction, it proves that there must be something in those worlds of interest to the powerful, possibly some magic treasures. If he could obtain those treasures, his cultivation state would surely advance further. He had been stuck in the divinity transformation realm for tens of thousands of years, almost reaching his life's end. Without a stroke of serendipity, without opportunity, his destiny would end like his ancestors, dying of old age in a cultivation room. Lai Haoyan thought to himself that since a Washan realm cultivator had emerged in the Tiantian world, whatever that mighty being wanted to protect must be extraordinarily special, and it was precisely with the help of that being's legacy that the Sum Emperor had managed to break through to the divinity transformation realm. He himself was of the divinity transformation realm, fully aware of how many cultivation resources were needed to achieve it. Even a middle-tier cultivation world like the Liyan world could not sustain many cultivators of the divinity transformation realm. Since there were opportunities in the Tiantian world, he needed to keep an eye on it. With that in mind, Lai Haoyan said, "No wonder our ancestors never discovered life in the Tiantian world, it was hidden by a restriction. Since there's a restriction, that indicates treasures in the Tiantian world." Bowen, immediately arrange for a few cultivators of the Myriad Laws realm first layer to figure out a way into the Tiantian world and investigate the situation there. Upon hearing this, Lai Bowen instantly said, "Your Majesty, shall I go to the Tiantian world myself?" Lai Haoyan said, "There's no need for now. We still don't know the situation in the Tiantian world. If we send too powerful a cultivator there, we might catch the Sum Emperor's attention." Lai Haoyan thought, since cultivators of the divinity transformation realm had already appeared in the Tiantian world, there must be quite a few at the first layer of the Myriad Laws realm as well. Sending cultivators of the Myriad Laws realm first layer into the Tiantian world would not draw as much attention. If the emissaries were too powerful, and there were only a few powerful individuals in the Tiantian world, then those sent by them could be easily exposed. Therefore, it was better to send cultivators of moderate strength to avoid startling the enemy. After hearing Lai Haoyan's words, Lai Bowen immediately understood what Lai Haoyan meant. "Your subordinate understands, I'll arrange someone to investigate the situation in the Tiantian world right away." With those words, Lai Bowen turned and left the imperial study room. A few days passed in the blink of an eye, and another immortal boat appeared on the outskirts of the Tiantian world. Standing on the deck, a person clad in black gazed at the Tiantian world, which was radiating blue light, and said in amazement, "General Lai was right, the Tiantian world truly is a life world." When Zheng Chengye received the orders from Lai Bowen, he could hardly believe it. After all, their ancestors had already explored the entire chaotic star sea, and besides the Lian world, there were no other life worlds, yet Lai Bowen told him they had discovered 2 life worlds. Although somewhat incredulous, Zheng Chengye still obeyed the orders and steered the immortal boat toward the Tiantian world. Once they passed through the restrictions, they indeed discovered a blue world. Having color means that this world has spiritual energy, and where spiritual energy exists, life invariably follows. At this moment, the man in red clothes beside Zheng Chengye said, "It's unknown which mighty being would come to such a remote place and set up such a restriction." Accompanying Zheng Chengye to the Tiantian world to scout for information was another Myriad Law's realm cultivator, the very man in red clothes standing beside him. Hu Yuanwei, upon receiving his assignment, shared Zheng Chengye's disbelief until he witnessed the Tiantian world radiating blue light with his own eyes. At that time, Zheng Chengye said, "A place where a mighty one would set up restrictions must be filled with countless opportunities. Perhaps the Tiantian world might contain the tomb of a saint or a great emperor." Upon hearing Zheng Chengye's words, the people on the immortal boat instantly became spirited, their breaths quickening as they looked at the Tiantian world, their eyes glowing with excitement. If there truly was a saint's or great emperor's tomb, even just wandering outside the tomb could potentially yield great opportunities. Just then, Zheng Chengye spoke, "However, since there are Washan realm cultivators in the Tiantian world, even if a great emperor's tomb exists, it won't be easy to conquer." Hu Yuanwei replied, "What's there to fear? With our Majesty's strength, taking down the Tiantian world is as easy as flipping one's hand." With that said, Hu Yuanwei leapt off the immortal boat. "Enough about that, we are about to enter the Tiantian world, hurry up and stow away the immortal boat." The immortal boat was too conspicuous. Entering the Tiantian world would cause immense spatial fluctuations and easily expose them, so they had to enter the Tiantian world with their physical bodies. Following Hu Yuanwei's leap from the immortal boat, cultivators from the advanced team of the Lian world also jumped down one after another, and soon, they successfully crossed through the barrier of the Tiantian world and entered. Meanwhile, in the Ziyang world, in the immortal palace of Black Moon City, Lu Chen was attempting to assassinate Nangong Qingye, who had completely lost her consciousness and was wailing non-stop. After an indeterminate amount of time, Nangong Qingye slightly regained some consciousness, pleading weakly, "Master. Your Majesty, spare me. I'm about to die." Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Death isn't that simple." As Lu Chen finished speaking, his brain suddenly froze for a moment. It was as if his divine sense had been disturbed by some mysterious consciousness. Lu Chen immediately realized it must be the consciousness of the heavenly Tao of the Tiantian world. After the Tiantian world collided with the Ziyang world, the consciousness of the heavens of both worlds also entered a state of fusion, where the heavenly consciousness of the Tiantian world could now enter the Ziyang world to convey certain things to its people. While Lu Chen was embracing Nangong Qingye around the waist and in motion, images of several figures entering the Tiantian world suddenly emerged in his mind. Lu Chen realized that this must be the Tiantian world's heavenly Tao's way of communicating that someone had entered the Tiantian world. Ever since Lu Chen took control of the Tiantian world, he had been able to communicate with the heavenly Tao of the Tiantian world very easily, and the heavenly Tao of the Tiantian world must have understood that following him was how the Tiantian world could become even stronger. Lu Chen thought to himself that it seemed other worlds' cultivators had also discovered the Tiantian world, and he needed to return to see the situation for himself. With this in mind, Lu Chen began to quicken his movements, and not long after, he exhaled a murky breath and slowly withdrew. As he stood beside the soft couch, Nangong Qingye lay sprawled upon it, her eyes slightly closed, her face flushed. Seeing that Lu Chen had finally spared her, Nangong Qingye breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Although she was a demonic cultivator and not at all repulsed by such matters, she even quite enjoyed them. But Lu Chen's power was simply too overwhelming. Even she, a demonic cultivator, couldn't withstand it and could only plead for mercy. At that moment, Lu Chen gave her buttocks a smack, and Nangong Qingye couldn't help but let out a whimpering moan. I have some matters to attend to back in the Tianqian world, and I won't be visiting your sister for the time being. If she asks, just tell her that. Lu Chen seldom played favorites. Originally, his plan was to spend a month with Nangong Qingye and a month with Nangong Yuehua in the Ziyang world, but then the Tianqian world suddenly had invaders from another world. As the realm master of the Tianqian world and the emperor of the Daxia dynasty, he had to return to check things out no matter what. Nangong Qingye said, huff huff, this servant understands. Lu Chen no longer said anything. He turned and went to the adjacent bath, washed up quickly, and then directly returned to the Tianqian world. Upon entering the Tianqian world, Lu Chen once again attempted to communicate with the heavenly consciousness of the Tianqian world, and another image appeared in his mind. In the image, the invaders of the Tianqian world had directly attacked and occupied a small sect at the edge of the Misty World and then employed the soul-searching technique on the sect leaders and elders. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen did not hesitate and went straight to that small sect. He was curious about which world these invaders came from. Just as Lu Chen's figure appeared at the foot of the sect's mountain gate, a voice rang out behind him, Your Majesty, you also noticed. Hearing the sound, Lu Chen turned his head, and spotting Su Hanyan, he gave a slight smile. Then he said, It's not strange that I found out so quickly, but what about you, how did you notice? The heavenly consciousness of the Tianqian world recognized him as the realm master, so it communicated with him, naturally enabling him to detect the invaders immediately. Su Hanyan was not the realm master, so for her to have detected the invaders so quickly indicated that her perception was extraordinarily strong. Su Hanyan replied, Ever since the mysterious Moon Palace came to the Tianqian world the last time, I've had people constantly monitoring the Misty World's border. As soon as those invaders came in, the disciples of the Misty Immortal sect detected them right away. Lu Chen gave a faint smile, so that was the situation. It seemed that Su Hanyan had fully adapted to her identity. Then, with a shadow-shifting move, Lu Chen appeared behind Su Hanyan, directly wrapping his arms around her full waist, and whispered in her ear, resting on her fragrant shoulder, I didn't expect my consort to have done so much for me behind the scenes. Hearing these words, Su Hanyan turned her lips, this guy was really not at all serious, you should rather think about how to deal with the invaders from another world. Those invaders have cultivators from the All-Law realm, which means it's very possible that there are divinity transformation realm powerhouses behind them. Clearly, those All-Law realm cultivators were just scouts from a certain force. If a force could send All-Law realm cultivators as scouts, then it certainly must have divinity transformation realm powerhouses as well. Lu Chen's gaze drifted towards the small sect in the distance, and he said indifferently, If the enemy comes, we will block them. If the flood comes, we will cover it with earth. Meanwhile, Phoenix Gate, Great Hall. Zheng Chengye was clutching the throat of the Phoenix Gate leader, employing the soul-searching technique to read through all memories of the Phoenix Gate, while Hu Yuanwei was using the soul-searching technique to probe the memories of the elders. After extracting the memories of the Phoenix Gate leader, Zheng Chengye threw the lifeless body of the leader onto the ground, then looked at Hu Yuanwei and said, I thought there were many powerful figures in this world, but it turns out there is only one divinity transformation realm cultivator, and the rest are mere ants. Hu Yuanwei also dropped the body he was holding and then analyzed, that some emperor must have discovered the tomb of some great power and obtained treasures or legacies from within. Otherwise, how could he possess such formidable strength when the spiritual energy hasn't even recovered yet? Zheng Chengye said, very likely. However, come to think of it, since there's only one Washan realm cultivator, there's nothing for us to worry about. Hu Yuanwei, you must go back immediately and inform His Majesty about the matter of Tianqian world. I will head to Daxia Imperial City and find out where the Sum Emperor is now. Just as Hu Yuanwei was preparing to leave, suddenly, a voice came from outside the Great Hall. There's no need to investigate, for I have already arrived. Hearing this, Zheng Chengye and the others were instantly stunned. When they saw Lu Chen and a woman slowly entering the Great Hall, the expressions on Zheng Chengye and Hu Yuanwei's faces changed dramatically in an instant. Having just searched through the souls of others, they knew what Lu Chen looked like. However, they had never imagined that the Sum Emperor would appear in this place. After regaining their senses, Zheng Chengye did not hesitate to shout, "Run!" As his voice fell, the figures of Zheng Chengye and his people vanished on the spot, then turned into a streak of light flying towards the boundary wall of Tianqian world. They were well aware of their place. Standing against a divinity transformation realm cultivator, these people had no chance of winning. Seeing those people fleeing, Lu Chen did not immediately give chase. Instead, he glanced over some information he had just recognized. Name: Zheng Chengye. Identity: Commander of the Fierce Sun Army from the Lian world's Lian dynasty. Strength: Myriad Law Realm First Layer. Loyalty: 0. Name: Hu Yuanwei. Identity: Commander of the Fierce Sun Army from the Lian world's Lian dynasty. Strength: Myriad Law Realm First Layer. Loyalty: 0. After reading the identities of the two men, Lu Chen was clueless. Following that, his figure flashed, using shadow shifting to directly intercept the path of Zheng Chengye and the others. Zheng Chengye and his group had not realized that within Tianqian world, Lu Chen could teleport to any place. They looked back and saw that Lu Chen had not given chase, thinking they had managed to escape. But the next moment, a figure appeared in the path of their escape. Lu Chen said with a smile, "Guests should be treated courteously. I haven't yet had the opportunity to properly entertain you all. Why the rush to leave?" Seeing Lu Chen block their path, the faces of Zheng Chengye and his companions instantly turned ashen. Zheng Chengye quickly recovered and immediately sent out a divine sense transmission towards the Lian world. Seeing Zheng Chengye's subtle movement, Lu Chen frowned. He did not yet have an effective method to block divine sense transmission. After sending the transmission, Zheng Chengye said to the people around him, "Tianqian world has only one Washan realm cultivator, the Sum Emperor. If we all attack together, as long as we can hold him off, your majesty will soon send people to rescue us." Zheng Chengye also knew they were no match for Lu Chen, but in their view, as long as they formed a defense, holding off the Sum Emperor for a short while should not be a problem. Zheng Chengye had already used divine sense transmission to notify Emperor Lai. Cultivators in the Washan realm could project a part of their spiritual essence to directly arrive at another world. As long as they could delay until the arrival of the divine essence of a Washan realm cultivator from the Lian dynasty to Tianqian world, their escape would be a simple matter. Upon hearing Zheng Chengye's words, the cultivators of the Lian dynasty immediately stood together. Immediately, everyone exerted their strength. Fierce Sun Formation. Beneath the feet of Zheng Chengye and the others, array patterns emerged, which quickly connected to form a massive formation. The next moment, an image of a tiger manifested above the formation. At this sight, Lu Chen slightly furrowed his brow. With his current strength, taking down Zheng Chengye and his group would be as easy as turning his hand, and under the boost of the Shengwei armor, his power had already reached the returning ruin realm. Although Zheng Chengye and their fierce sun formation also possessed the might of the Washan realm, it was completely insufficient in front of Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen could not make a move so easily at this moment. If he used all his strength, Tianqian world would inevitably suffer destruction. Tianqian world was only a lower-level world, incapable of withstanding a full-force strike from a Washan realm powerhouse, not to mention that Lu Chen's power was already close to that of the returning ruin realm. It seemed he would have to use that move. At this time, seeing Lu Chen not making a move, Zheng Chengye and the others thought that he must have realized the frightening power of the fierce sun formation and thus did not dare to act rashly against them. Hu Yuanwei said with a smile, "The fierce sun formation can withstand a full-force strike from a cultivator at the 5th level of the God transformation realm. Since the Sum Emperor hasn't acted, it looks like he knows he can't deal with us." At this point, the morale of Zheng Chengye and the others was greatly boosted. As long as they maintained the fierce sun formation, they could wait for the arrival of the divine essence or the split incarnation of a Washan realm cultivator from the Lian world. Zheng Chengye then reminded them, "Don't be careless. Perhaps the Sum Emperor is trying to wear us down and waiting for our spiritual power to be depleted before making his move." When they entered Tianqian world, they had already noticed that the spiritual energy was extremely sparse there, not comparable to the Lian world at all. In such a lower-level world, it was very difficult for them to timely replenish the spiritual power they had expended. Hearing Zheng Chengyi's words, Hu Yuanwei said, "Don't worry, I brought quite a few superior spirit stones, enough to support the formation until His Majesty sends someone." Having said that, Hu Yuanwei immediately took out hundreds of superior spirit stones from his space ring, then tossed these stones into the air to continue providing spiritual power to the fierce sun formation. Seeing this, Lu Chen was unimpressed. At that moment, purple light began to radiate from his pupils. Since Zheng Chengye and the others had been continuously watching Lu Chen, their eyes involuntarily met those purple glows. The next moment, it was as if they had fallen into purgatory. Around their bodies, there were skeletons and monsters everywhere. These skeletal creatures surged towards them in a frenzy. However, they were, after all, cultivators from the medium-grade cultivation world, widely experienced and knowledgeable. They instantly realized that they had entered an illusion realm. The heart-controlling skill was not particularly powerful, and although Lu Chen was now very proficient in its use, completely controlling Zheng Chengye and the others was still somewhat difficult. But Lu Chen did not need to trap them for too long. The most important purpose of his action was to blast these people out of the Tianqian world. As long as these people were blasted out of the Tianqian world by him, he would be able to strike with all his might. In the moment when Zheng Chengye and his companions were lost in a daze, the law manifestation above the fierce sun formation dissipated instantly. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Chen immediately took action, sending those people flying out of Tianqian world with a single palm strike. When Zheng Chengye and the others entered the cosmic space, they instantly snapped out of the illusion realm and, seeing that they were situated in the void, Zheng Chengye promptly took out his immortal boat and activated the protective barrier. Following that, Zheng Chengye and Hu Yuanwei simultaneously controlled the immortal boat and sped toward the direction of the Lian dynasty at extreme velocity. Watching the gradually receding immortal boat, Lu Chen wasn't in a rush. He slowly took out the Godslayer sword from his system space and then swung his sword. Ice 8 level sword. In an instant, 8 beams of cold light passed through the immortal boat, which then immediately burst into pieces, exploding. Seeing the fragments of the immortal boat drifting in cosmic space, Lu Chen couldn't help thinking that these people shouldn't have just died off like that, should they? He hadn't used all his strength just before. He had planned to capture 1 or 2 people to inquire about the affairs of the Lian world. After the explosion of the immortal boat, Lu Chen immediately went over to the wreckage. There, indeed, he found a shadow trying to flee. Lu Chen waved his hand, and a massive oppressive force rolled toward that person. Hu Yuanwei's face drastically changed, and he quickly took out a small golden tower and dove into it. Lu Chen swung the Godslayer sword in his hand once again. As a sky-grade spirit sword, the Godslayer sword faced no resistance from Hu Yuanwei's golden tower, which was instantly cleaved in half. With a flash, Lu Chen appeared in front of Hu Yuanwei, smiling, "You may try to run away again, see if I can kill you or not." Hearing this, Hu Yuanwei froze on the spot, knowing that if he continued to run, he likely faced nothing but death. The Sum Emperor had destroyed the immortal boat with a single strike, clearly exceeding the first layer of the God transformation realm in strength. Thinking of this, Hu Yuanwei said, "I am a person from the Lian world. If you dare kill me, aren't you afraid of provoking the Emperor Lai?" Lu Chen laughed, "Your Lian world has sent people to invade my Tianqian world. What's wrong with me killing you?" As he spoke, Lu Chen once again released the oppressive force, and Hu Yuanwei immediately felt an incredible weight throughout his body. Hu Yuanwei hastily said, "Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you, as long as you let me go." In his heart, Hu Yuanwei thought that Zheng Chengyi's divine sense transmission had already been released, and it wouldn't be long before the Lian world would send people. As long as he could hold off until the God transformation realm powerhouses from the Lian world came to rescue him, he would be fine. Lu Chen saw right through Hu Yuanwei's stalling tactic, but he didn't care too much. He then said, "Open your mind. Whatever I ask you, you answer." As he spoke, Lu Chen's eyes once again emitted a purple glow, and Hu Yuanwei's face instantly shifted in color. Before Hu Yuanwei had a chance to resist, his eyes became vacant, and Lu Chen directly asked, "Where is your Lian world located?" Point the direction for me to see. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Hu Yuanwei slowly raised his hand and pointed towards the world emitting an orange glow, a light year away from Tianshan world. Lu Chen looked at the world Hu Yuanwei was pointing to and smiled faintly, not expecting that before he had even visited that world for intelligence, they had already sent people to his doorstep. However, thinking about it, this did save him a lot of time gathering intelligence. Lu Chen then continued to ask, how many major forces are in Liyan world? How many Washan realm cultivators are there? Is there anyone with a cultivation state above the Washan realm? Hu Yuanwei replied expressionlessly, Liyan world is under the rule of the Liyan dynasty, with 6 cultivators in the Washan realm, and no one above that realm exists. Hearing Hu Yuanwei's answer, Lu Chen thought to himself that since there were no returning Ruin realm experts, there was nothing to worry about. Now that the Nangong sisters had broken through to the Washan realm, wearing the Shengwei armor, they possessed the strength of the returning Ruin realm. The myriad Laws realm cultivators of Tianshan world also attained the strength of the Washan realm when they donned the Shengwei armor. With this combined force, the Liyan dynasty stood no chance. Liyan world was a medium-sized world that possessed far more cultivation resources than Tianshan world, even possibly more than the combined resources of Tianshan and Ziyang worlds. Lu Chen then asked, does Liyan world have any magic treasures or formations that could counter a returning Ruin realm expert? Hu Yuanwei answered, I don't know. Although Hu Yuanwei was a myriad Laws realm cultivator, he was not an important figure in the Liyan dynasty, so naturally, he wouldn't know what trump cards the dynasty held. Lu Chen thought for a moment, feeling like that was about all he could glean from Hu Yuanwei. Asking more would be a waste of time. He just needed to know that the overall strength of the Liyan dynasty was inferior to Tianshan world. With this in mind, Lu Chen was about to dispose of Hu Yuanwei, but at that moment, a golden light flew toward them from the distant void. Lu Chen raised his hand, blocking the unknown assailant's sneak attack. Instantly, a burst of spiritual power exploded, surrounding Lu Chen with a thick cloud of smoke. With a wave of his hand, Lu Chen dispersed the cloud with his body's spiritual power. As the smoke cleared, a cultivator radiating golden light appeared before Lu Chen. The cultivator spoke loudly, release the person in your hands immediately, or don't blame this old man for being impolite. Hearing the cultivator's threat, Lu Chen smiled faintly, somewhat surprised that the Liyan dynasty did indeed send someone. Lu Chen then used his system to identify the newcomer. Name, Xiao Liangji. Identity, Qi Prince's incarnation from the Liyan dynasty. Strength, first layer of the God transformation realm. Loyalty, 0. After reviewing the data, Lu Chen casually said, so, an incarnation presumes to take someone from us, the Liyan dynasty truly does not regard us with any respect. Hearing Lu Chen referring to himself as we, Xiao Liangji's expression darkened, as he realized that this man was the very Sum Emperor mentioned in Zheng Chengyi's divine sense transmission. Xiao Liangji then said, Sum Emperor, I advise you not to delude yourself. Hand over our man nicely, and leave Tianshan world. That's your only choice, or you will face certain death. Lu Chen, smiling, replied, a dead end. I am curious to see who gave you such confidence. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Hu Yuanwei in front of Lu Chen instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. Seeing Lu Chen kill Hu Yuanwei right before his eyes, Xiao Liangji was instantly enraged. This ant from an inferior world had dared to kill someone in front of him, showing utter disregard. Without wasting another word, Xiao Liangji attacked Lu Chen directly. Liyan Phoenix Dharma Idol. In the next instant, a massive phoenix appeared above Xiao Liangji's head. As the law manifestation emerged, Lu Chen immediately sensed the surrounding space turning incredibly hot, so much so that even his spiritual power shield could not withstand it. Xiao Liangji immediately swung his large hand, and the phoenix let out a sharp cry, followed by a jet of flame spraying from its mouth, heading straight for Lu Chen. Lu Chen then clenched the Godslayer sword in his hand and swung it out directly. Ice 8 level sword. 8 streams of sword light passed by the avatar of Xiao Liangji, followed by his body shattering into several pieces like glass, and Xiao Liangji's eyes instantly revealed an incredulous expression. In one move, he had actually been defeated in a single move. How was this possible? At the same time, In the Lian dynasty, Imperial Palace. Within the Imperial Study Room, Xiao Liangji's physical body was saying something to Lai Haoyan. Your Majesty, please rest assured, this old subject will definitely slay that some emperor. Lai Haoyan said, I naturally trust the actions of Qi Prince. However, you must not be careless. That some emperor was able to break through to the divinity transformation realm in the Tianqian world, a world of lower grade. He must have obtained some fortuitous opportunity. As soon as Lai Haoyan's voice fell, Xiao Liangji laughed and said, even if he has had a stroke of fortune, his strength cannot be too formidable in a place like the Tianqian world where spiritual energy is scarce. Long-term cultivation in a place where spiritual power is not abundant, even if one's cultivation state has broken through, it is difficult to match the strength of practitioners from the same realm who have cultivated in places with abundant spiritual power. In Xiao Liangji's view, it was far too easy for his avatar to kill a cultivator from a lower world, but just as he thought this, a sudden pang of pain struck his heart. The next moment, Xiao Liangji spurted out a mouthful of fresh blood, and immediately his face showed the same expression as his avatar just before its demise. How is this possible? Seeing Xiao Liangji spewing blood, Lai Haoyan's brows furrowed. Even before Xiao Liangji had said anything, he had already guessed the outcome. Then he said, it seems that we should indeed not underestimate the strength of this some emperor. After recovering, Xiao Liangji hastily said, it is the incompetence of your servant. Lai Haoyan said indifferently, it has nothing to do with you. The some emperor's ability to grow in such a lowly world proves that the opportunities he has obtained are certainly extraordinary. The stronger his ability, the more it proves that the Tianqian world must contain a great amount of treasures. No wonder there are powerful beings who have set prohibitions outside the Tianqian world and Ziyang world. Xiao Liangji asked, may I know what your Majesty plans to do next? Lai Haoyan said, since the Tianqian world has only one divinity transformation realm cultivator, the some emperor, there is no need for us to waste time probing any further. Even if the some emperor is strong, he can't possibly be the opponent of 6 divinity transformation realm cultivators. Saying this, Lai Haoyan immediately transmitted a message, all cultivators in the divinity transformation realm end your closed-door cultivation and come to the Hall of Political Affairs for a meeting. Lai Haoyan's voice echoed across the skies of Lian world. Hearing his voice, the divinity transformation realm cultivators of Lian world were very puzzled. In the history of the Lian dynasty, apart from the time when Emperor Lai united the Lian world and convened the divinity transformation realm cultivators, it seemed that the emperor had never summoned them after that. Why did Emperor Lai suddenly decide to summon them today? Very soon, the remaining divinity transformation realm cultivators of the Lian world appeared in the Hall of Political Affairs. As the realm master of the Lian world, none dared disobey Lai Haoyan's words. After all the divinity transformation realm cultivators arrived, Lai Haoyan stood on the dragon platform and looked down at them from above, before saying, I have convened you all here to share some good news. Not far from the Lian world, there are 2 lower worlds. These 2 worlds were hidden by a powerful being using some sort of prohibition, which is why our ancestors never discovered the existence of life in those 2 worlds. Upon hearing Lai Haoyan's words, the Washan realm cultivators in the hall looked at one another, their eyes displaying shock, and a hint of excitement as well. They were well aware that a force capable of concealing 2 lower worlds with restrictions would undoubtedly be immensely powerful, likely the work of a saint, or possibly even a great emperor. Such a powerful being wouldn't set restrictions in a minor corner of the universe like the chaotic star sea without a reason, unless the Tianqian world and Ziyang world contained some treasures. Or perhaps there was a great emperor's tomb in that location. The mere thought of a possible great emperor's tomb in the Tianqian world caused a fervent glow to emanate from everyone's eyes in the hall. If there truly was a great emperor's tomb, the treasures and opportunities within it could potentially allow them to break through to the returning ruin realm. Whether in a mid-level world, a high-level world, or some powerful holy lands, if cultivators with lesser talent and aptitude lacked sufficient cultivation resources or certain opportunities, the Washan realm would usually be their terminal stage. The Lian dynasty's Washan realm cultivators, including Emperor Lai Haoyan himself, were not particularly blessed with talent or aptitude, otherwise, they wouldn't have remained hidden in this corner of the universe. Now that they saw a glimmer of hope to break their shackles, they were naturally overjoyed. At this moment, a Washan realm cultivator impatiently asked, "Your Majesty, when do you plan to launch an attack on the Tianshan world? I will gather the sect disciples immediately." Seeing the eager expressions of the few people present, Lai Haoyan wasted no further words and directly said, "I plan to head to the Tianshan world 5 days from now." Although Lai Haoyan did not take Lu Chen seriously, finding the treasures in the Tianshan world still required manpower. In Lai Haoyan's view, if the Sum Emperor were to flee, and the potential Great Emperor's tomb location was known only to him, then finding that place would consume a lot of time. The more people involved, the easier the search would be. Moreover, with this invasion of the Tianshan world, Lai Haoyan also planned to bring both the Tianshan world and Ziyang world under the rule of the Lian dynasty. Life-bearing worlds were too scarce in the chaotic Star Sea, and the Lian world already had a sufficient population, stretching its resources thin. Even though those two worlds were just lower worlds, they could still alleviate some population pressure for the Lian dynasty. Upon hearing Lai Haoyan's words, the excitement in the hearts of those present intensified again, with some even contemplating heading to the Tianshan world in advance. However, just then, Lai Haoyan cautioned, although that Sum Emperor is not to be feared, he is potentially someone who has received a great emperor's legacy. His strength is not weak, and previously a clone of the Qi Prince fell into his hands. Hearing this, everyone paused, realizing that Emperor Lai was warning them against taking rash actions. Seeing the silent group, Lai Haoyan continued, "All right, you all go back and prepare." As Lai Haoyan finished speaking, everyone bowed simultaneously, saying in unison, "Yes, Your Majesty." They then turned and left. After those few Washan realm cultivators had departed, Lai Haoyan issued a sacred decree to start gathering the troops. News of the Tianshan world quickly spread throughout the entire Lian world. After all, the Lian world had been peaceful for too long. With a Washan realm cultivator like Emperor Lai stationed there, the Lian world had hardly engaged in any battles. The sudden mobilization of troops clearly indicated that something significant was about to happen, and news concerning the Tianshan world could not be concealed. Of course, Lai Haoyan did not intend to hide this information, especially since some people were unwilling to stay in the mid-level cultivation world. People knew that lower cultivation worlds existed, so there would definitely be many migrating to Tianshan world and Ziyang world, which would greatly relieve the population pressure of Lian world. At this moment, Lu Chen had also returned to Tianshan world and he directly used his puppet clone to inform his wives about the affairs of the Lian dynasty. He then immediately convened a conference for cultivators from both worlds. The next morning, countless flying boats from Ziyang world entered Tianshan world through the crack between the worlds. When the upper echelons of the various super forces in Ziyang world saw the state of spiritual energy in Tianshan world, they were all extremely shocked. They had originally thought that the spiritual energy in Tianshan world would be more abundant than in Ziyang world, otherwise, a powerful figure like the Sum Emperor could not have emerged. It turned out that the spiritual energy in Tianshan world was even more scarce than in Ziyang world. How could such scarce spiritual energy give birth to a divinity transformation realm powerhouse? Could it be that the Sum Emperor was not a native of Tianshan world, but had come from another world? Nangong Qingye and Nangong Yuehua, standing at the bow of the flying boat, shared the same thoughts as most cultivators in such a low-level world with such scarce spiritual energy. The Sum Emperor had managed to break through to the divinity transformation realm, either because he possessed extraordinary talents, or he was not originally from this world. It was not impossible for cultivators from a high-level world to come to a lower world to gain experience. At that moment, Nangong Yuehua and Nangong Qingye thought of the cultivation technique that Lu Chen had revealed. A person who could produce a saint-grade cultivation technique must have the backing of a super force, and could not possibly be a person from this world. It seemed very likely that Lu Chen was the scion of some super force, coming to Tianshan world simply to gain experience. Thinking about Lu Chen's possible identity, Nangong Yuehua and Nangong Qingye both harbored a rather pragmatic thought. They had sided with the right person. Of course, even if Lu Chen was not the scion of a super force, they would not regret it internally as they were very clear that, by now, they could no longer escape from Lu Chen's control. Soon, the flying boats of various super forces from Ziyang World arrived over Black Dragon City. Lu Chen had chosen Black Dragon City over Yan County mainly because he did not quite trust those forces from Ziyang World. His wives and children were mostly in Yan County, and his wives there were relatively weaker. If people with ulterior motives were allowed into Yan County, it could potentially bring trouble to his family. Black Dragon City was different. The wives there were relatively stronger, and even if some people from Ziyang World wanted to harm them, they might not necessarily be able to match them. Lu Chen's thoughts were not wrong. When some cultivators from Ziyang World saw that the spiritual energy in Tianqian World was even scarcer than in Ziyang World, they indeed harbored some disdain towards the Daxia dynasty, towards Lu Chen. However, they were soon intimidated by the strong beings of the Black Dragon Holy Land. When the flying boats from the super forces of Ziyang World arrived outside Black Dragon City, they sensed dozens of powerful presences, far exceeding the might a myriad Law's realm cultivator could release. The cultivators from Ziyang World were frightened to paleness. Good heavens! Tianqian World actually had so many divinity transformation realm powerhouses. Was this really just a lower-level world? How could so many divinity transformation realm powerhouses arise in such a low-level world with such scarce spiritual energy? The Sum Emperor was definitely not a cultivator from this world, he must be the scion of some super force. In fact, Lu Chen did not have that many divinity transformation realm warriors by his side, but when those myriad Law's realm cultivators from the Black Dragon Holy Land donned the Shengwei armor, each one of them carried an aura just like that of the divinity transformation realm. Lu Chen purposefully had his men release their auras to intimidate those from the Ziyang World with ulterior motives. This tactic indeed proved very effective. As those myriad Law's realm cultivators clad in Shengwei armor released their auras, the cultivators from the Ziyang World dared not even breathe loudly when they entered Black Dragon City, maintaining an utmost silence. They were now utterly convinced that the Sum Emperor was the son of some super force. Even if Tianqian World was a lower-ranked world, with the Sum Emperor present, it was not an ordinary lower-ranked world. Underestimating Tianqian World was one thing, but they absolutely must not underestimate the Daxia dynasty founded by the Sum Emperor, and even less so the Sum Emperor himself. Lu Chen swept over the expressions of those cultivators from the Ziyang World with his divine sense, and seeing their solemn faces, he knew his intimidation had taken effect. He then transmitted a message to those from the Black Dragon Holy Land to retract their auras. Once the people from the Ziyang World felt the terrifying auras dissipate, they broke out into a sweat. They instantly understood that this was a warning from the Sum Emperor, instructing them not to harbor other thoughts, or else he could easily crush them to death. After this incident, the various forces of the Ziyang World truly submitted. In Black Dragon City, the Hall of Political Affairs. Lu Chen, adorned in a black gold dragon robe, sat atop a dragon throne cast from pure gold, and he surveyed the high-ranking members of the various forces in the Grand Hall. Cultivators from the Ziyang World and Tianqian World each sat on one side, all waiting for Lu Chen to speak. After a long moment, Lu Chen finally said, "This time, I have summoned a grand assembly of cultivators from both worlds because there is an important matter I need to tell you all." Hearing this, the crowd grew curious. An important matter. What could it be? Lu Chen continued, "Not far from the Tianqian World lies a medium-ranked cultivation world, and that world has already discovered the Tianqian and Ziyang worlds. They will soon send forces to attack the Tianqian World." At these words, there was an uproar in the hall. A medium-ranked cultivation world. A medium-ranked cultivation world exists within their star domain. Wouldn't the cultivators from that medium-ranked cultivation world all be incredibly powerful? From birth, they have more abundant spiritual energy than lower-ranked worlds, and they also have many more cultivation resources, allowing them to cultivate faster than cultivators from lower-ranked worlds. Most importantly, their upper limit of cultivation is much higher. Perhaps they already have warriors from the returning Ruin Realm among them. For a time, the hall was filled with buzzing discussions. The cultivators from the medium-ranked cultivation world must be very powerful. What are we to do? Alas, I never thought we'd face a great battle so soon. Don't worry, His Majesty is no ordinary person. He surely has a way to deal with the cultivators from that world. Lu Chen did not interrupt the discussions within the hall, and after a while, the cultivators gathered there noticed him sitting casually on the dragon throne, looking at them, and one by one, they realized something. The Sum Emperor appeared so calm and, coupled with his strength to vanquish a heavenly demon instantly, dealing with a medium-ranked cultivation world might not be too much of a problem, right? With this thought, the cultivators in the Great Hall gradually quieted down, all eyes turning towards Lu Chen seated on the dragon throne. After a while, the hall finally quieted down, and Lu Chen then spoke. That world is called the Lian world, controlled by the Lian dynasty. According to the intelligence I've gathered, it seems they have only about 6 Washan realm cultivators. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the cultivators in the hall were momentarily stunned, not because they were shocked that the Lian world had 6 Washan realm cultivators. After all, as a medium-level cultivation world, it was normal for the Lian world to have 6 Washan realm cultivators. What astonished those present was the use of the word, only, in the Sum Emperor's statement. Only 6 Washan realm cultivators. Did that mean that the Sum Emperor didn't take the Lian world seriously at all? If that was the case, then they had nothing to worry about. If the Sum Emperor really was the son of some super force who had come to the Tianqian world for experience, then indeed, the cultivators of a medium-level world wouldn't account for much. All they needed to do was cling to the Sum Emperor's coattails. Just then, Lu Chen continued, crisis can sometimes also be opportunity. The Lian world is a medium-level cultivation world, rich in spiritual energy and with more cultivation resources than both the Tianqian world and Ziyang world. If you can defeat the Lian dynasty, you can go to the Lian world to cultivate in the future. With the spiritual energy and cultivation resources of a medium-level cultivation world, everyone here can break through the shackles of their cultivation state and advance even further. Upon hearing this, the cultivators in attendance were again stirred up, some of them having been stuck at the Myriad Law's realm for more years than they could remember, even approaching the end of their lifespans. If things were as the Sum Emperor said, and they truly had the opportunity to cultivate in a medium-level cultivation world, then perhaps they could indeed break through their limitations and take their cultivation to the next level. At this moment, a Myriad Law's realm cultivator stood up and said, "Our Heavenly Universe sect will follow Your Majesty's arrangements." Hearing this, other leaders of forces could not sit still either, standing up one by one. Our Featherwing sect also entrusts all to Your Majesty's arrangements. Our Forget Heaven Tower also entrusts all to Your Majesty's arrangements. Seeing the major forces express their support one after another, Lu Chen looked toward Xiao Yuanjia, seated in the front row on the right side of the hall, and then asked, as for when the Lian dynasty will attack the Tianqian world, that will trouble Minister Xiao's Imperial Astronomical Bureau. Lu Chen believed that, even if the Tianji Pavilion was not up to par, they should at least be able to calculate this. Xiao Yuanjia quickly stood up and said, "Yes, Your Majesty, I will start the calculation immediately." Xiao Yuanjia felt a wave of excitement. This was the first time since the Tianji Pavilion swore allegiance to the Daxia dynasty that it would play a role. No matter what, he must accurately calculate the Lian dynasty's attack timing. As soon as Xiao Yuanjia's voice fell, he began to calculate the timing of the Lian dynasty's invasion of the Tianqian world. While Xiao Yuanjia worked out their invasion timing, Lu Chen made other preparations. Although they didn't yet know when exactly the Lian dynasty would attack the Tianqian world, they were certain the attack would happen, so Lu Chen planned to send people to patrol the areas surrounding the Tianqian world. Like any gathering between two cultivation worlds and general cultivation world conferences, it was primarily Lu Chen speaking from the dragon platform above, with the high-ranking members of the major forces listening below. After all, with absolute strength, for them, Lu Chen's words were akin to commands, leaving no room for negotiation. After a while, Xiao Yuanjia suddenly spoke up, "Your Majesty, I have calculated when the Lian dynasty will attack the Tianqian world." Hearing this, Lu Chen asked, "When?" Xiao Yuanjia hurriedly replied, if there are no unforeseen circumstances, the Lian world will attack the Tianqian world in 4 days. At these words, the hall instantly fell silent. 4 days. They only had 4 days left to prepare. Soon people came to their senses, realizing that with a formidable figure like the Sum Emperor, what preparations did they need to make at all? Because the Lian world had only 4 days left before it attacked the Tianqian world, the first grand assembly of cultivators from both worlds quickly drew to a close, and Lu Chen had the major forces of both worlds go back to prepare. He instructed them to prepare, not to defend against the invasion of cultivators from the Lian world, but to have them ready to take over the Lian world when the time came. The Lian world was a mid-level cultivation world, and even for the Daxia dynasty, it would be quite difficult to manage 3 worlds simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed, and Lu Chen personally led cultivators from both worlds aboard the immortal boat into cosmic space, anticipating the arrival of the Lian world. The Tianqian world was merely a low-level world, incapable of withstanding the assault of Washan realm cultivators, so the battlefield had to be set in the void of space. Once the immortal boat entered the cosmos, cultivators from both worlds were stunned by the resplendent starry sky, many of them all law realm cultivators, yet it was their first time venturing into cosmic space. At the same time, Lai Haoyan had also gathered the sect masters and elders from the major forces of the Lian dynasty, taking along more than a dozen immortal boats toward the Tianqian world. While there were only more than a dozen immortal boats, the Lian dynasty had exhausted more than half of its national power to construct these boats. After all, the Lian dynasty was only a mid-level world, and if not for the fact that the Lian world happened to have the materials to build immortal boats, it wouldn't be able to produce so many of them. As the immortal boats gradually approached the Tianqian world, tension rose among those on board. From a distance, the Tianqian world seemed like a lifeless world devoid of spiritual energy. Was it really as Emperor Lai claimed, that world had restrictions in place? Fortunately, the speed of the immortal boats was very fast, and it wouldn't be long before they could verify if everything was true. If there really were restrictions, it would indicate that the Tianqian world undoubtedly contained treasures, making their journey worthwhile, as they had spent a considerable amount of spirit stones to use the immortal boats. The immortal boats belonged to the Lian dynasty, and those forces within its territory wishing to use the boats had to spend spirit stones. Not only renting the immortal boats cost spirit stones, but activating them also required a significant consumption of spirit stones. A contraption like the immortal boat, capable of flying in cosmic space, consumed a considerable amount of spirit stones. If the Tianqian world contained no treasures, then those forces following the Lian world to the Tianqian world would suffer great losses. Just as the cultivators of the Lian world were nervously watching the Tianqian world, suddenly, their immortal boats seemed to hit something and started to shake. However, this didn't cause panic among the people. On the contrary, they became incredibly excited. The restriction was actually real. This meant that Emperor Lai hadn't lied to them. The Tianqian world might truly contain treasures, or even the tomb of some powerful being. If they found the tomb of a powerful being, they would undoubtedly gain something from this journey, making it worth their while. After feeling the immortal boat shaking, Lai Haoyan calmly gave the order, stabilize the immortal boat, and continue moving forward. As Lai Haoyan's words fell, those who were operating the immortal boats immediately infused them with spiritual power, striving to make their advance steadier. After some time, the shaking of the immortal boats finally subsided, and that was when someone loudly exclaimed, "Look, everyone!" The people on the immortal boat immediately looked ahead, only to see a blue world and a purple hue appearing not far from the immortal boat. This sight further excited the cultivators on board. It's real, the chaotic star sea truly harbors other life worlds. Only a powerful being could set up such restrictions, and this Tianqian world surely must have the tomb of a mighty one. We're going to strike it rich. This trip was indeed not in vain. Ha ha ha, the tomb of a powerful being, who knows how many treasures there are inside. However, just as people were riding high on excitement, someone suddenly shouted loudly, "Quick, look, there seem to be people outside those 2 worlds." At this moment, the people on the immortal boat snapped back to reality and focused intently in the direction of Tianqian world. When they looked, everyone was momentarily stunned. Although the distance was significant, and the view not very clear, they could still vaguely make out a dozen or so small dots outside the Tiantian world. Seeing those dots, Lai Haoyan's brows immediately knitted together. As a Washan realm cultivator, his sensory abilities were far stronger, and he could see very clearly that those small dots were indeed immortal boats. How could a low-level world like Tiantian world possess over a dozen immortal boats? Could it be that the materials to construct the immortal boats were also left by the same powerful being who set up the restrictions? Or perhaps some other world discovered Tiantian world first and arrived before them? If cultivators from other worlds had discovered Tiantian world, that would be troublesome because they didn't know the strength of the incoming people. If they were from a high-level cultivation world, then the treasures of Tiantian world may be out of reach for them. At this time, other Washan realm cultivators from the Liyan world also saw the immortal boats clearly, especially the one at the forefront of all the boats. That immortal boat was extremely luxurious, resembling a palace, making it obvious that its owner was not an ordinary person. At this point, Qi Prince Xiao Liangji transmitted a message to Lai Haoyan, "Your Majesty, what should we do now? Should we continue to approach?" Those people had stopped their immortal boats outside the Tiantian world, clearly knowing that someone was coming, so they waited outside to prevent others from entering Tiantian world. If they continued to move forward, they would likely clash with the owners of those immortal boats. But having come all this way and with the treasure almost within sight, could they really just turn back now? Lai Haoyan then said, "Continue forward." Even guessing that the owners of those immortal boats might be particularly formidable beings, for the sake of the opportunity, Lai Haoyan decided to take the risk. Besides, until they got closer to those immortal boats, it was impossible to say for sure whether the owners were really stronger than them. Perhaps those immortal boat owners were from a mid-level cultivation world too. Not only did the Liyan world possess the materials for constructing immortal boats, but other mid-level cultivation worlds might have them as well. Moreover, those immortal boats could even be relics left in Tiantian world by a powerful being, with Tiantian world's cultivators possibly controlling them. Lai Haoyan was betting that the people on those immortal boats were cultivators from Tiantian world. Without a doubt, Lai Haoyan guessed right, but he also miscalculated. If the others truly were cultivators from Tiantian world, it further proved that Tiantian world had treasures that could help him break through his limitations. As the immortal boat from Liyan world drew closer, its passengers gradually realized that those small dots were actually immortal boats. The originally excited cultivators also began to sense a trace of danger. As they were about to approach the immortal boat, Lai Haoyan immediately ordered, "Stop advancing." Then he said to Xiao Liangji, "Go and inquire about the situation." "Yes, Your Majesty." As Xiao Liangji finished speaking, he directly left the immortal boat and flew to the front of the Feihong immortal boat. "We are cultivators from Liyan world. Who are you, and why are you waiting here again?" Upon hearing Xiao Liangji's question, Lu Chen, who stood on the deck of the immortal boat, could not help but laugh. Then he said, "You really have a short memory, Your Majesty. Just a few days ago, I had one of your avatars beheaded, and now you've forgotten who I am." As soon as Lu Chen uttered these words, Xiao Liangji suddenly froze in midair. However, he quickly recovered and burst out laughing. Initially, they thought the owners of these immortal boats came from another world, but surprisingly, the ones controlling these boats turned out to be from Tiantian world. Immediately, Xiao Liangji said, "Ants don't know to flee, and yet they dare bring people to the void to wait for us. They are truly seeking death." As his words fell, Xiao Liangji instantly transmitted a message to Lai Haoyan. "Your Majesty, the one controlling the immortal boats is the Sum Emperor. It seems these boats are relics left by some great power." Once this was said, the corners of Lai Haoyan's mouth slightly curled. They were indeed the natives of Tiantian world. He initially thought they were immortal boats from some high-level cultivation world. It seemed he had gambled correctly. The Sum Emperor had placed these immortal boats outside the Tiantian world, clearly a Trojan horse tactic. He wanted to use them to intimidate people from other worlds into thinking that Tiantian world had been occupied by a high-level cultivation world. What a pity. The Sum Emperor met him. If it had been someone else, they might have truly been frightened away. Thinking this, Lai Haoyan immediately transmitted a message to those on the immortal boats, saying, "Those immortal boats are from Tianqian world. Attack." Upon hearing Lai Haoyan's words, the cultivators from Liyan world instantly relaxed, then became more excited, their eyes filled with greed. Tianqian world, a lower-level world, possessing so many immortal boats, especially the one in front that was so luxurious, this must mean there truly were treasures left behind by a great power in Tianqian world. If they could occupy Tianqian world, all these treasures would belong to Liyan world. Even if they could only have a share, they too would have made a fortune. After Lai Haoyan finished speaking, the immortal boats from Liyan world immediately continued moving toward Tianqian world. In the void where the battle was unfolding, the ordinary weapons of Tianqian world were temporarily useless, and only cultivators above the eightfold realm of 10,000 laws had the ability to remain in the void. Thus, most people on both sides' immortal boats were merely spectators, they couldn't offer any help. The immortal boats were fast, and it didn't take long for Liyan world's boats to reach the periphery of Tianqian world. However, at this time, the immortal boats from Liyan world didn't continue to advance. A battle among the divinity transformation realm's mighty cultivators was approaching. If they got too close, the cultivators on the boats might suffer the consequences. As the immortal boats slowly decelerated, the cultivators from the myriad laws realm above the 8th layer from Liyan world could hardly wait to fly out of the boats, heading straight into the void. Meanwhile, the people on Lu Chen's side had not yet made any moves. They stood on the deck of the immortal boat, quietly watching those myriad laws realm cultivators in the void. Seeing that no cultivators from Tianqian world emerged from the immortal boat, the cultivators from Liyan world each displayed contempt. The enemy was already near, yet the cultivators from Tianqian world were still cooped up inside their boats. Why don't they come out? Is it because their physical bodies cannot withstand the pressure of the void? The cultivators from Tianqian world were too weak. Thinking that Tianqian world was already within their grasp, the cultivators from Liyan world were incredibly excited. At that moment, Lai Haoyan also flew into the void, looking down from above at the magnificent golden immortal boat below, and then transmitted a message saying, "Ants of Tianqian world, I give you a choice: submit to me, or die." Lai Haoyan hadn't planned to start a massacre right away. After all, he still needed the people of Tianqian world to help him find the treasures of Tianqian world. In his view, with so many powerful cultivators above the myriad laws realm from Liyan world, and with 6 Washan realm cultivators, just a word from him would make those cultivators from Tianqian world betray Lu Chen and defect to Liyan world. However, when Lai Haoyan's words went out, he did not see any of the cultivators on those immortal boats betraying Lu Chen. Lai Haoyan frowned. What was going on? Do these low-level world ants really think the Sum Emperor is a match for the Liyan world? Ridiculous. But ants, after all, are ants, it's normal for them to be short-sighted. Since these people are unwilling to betray us, there's nothing more to say, we just need to wait. After killing the Sum Emperor, those people would naturally choose to surrender. Thinking this, Lai Haoyan immediately raised his hand and waved it forward. Seeing Lai Haoyan's gesture, the myriad laws realm cultivators behind him did not hesitate and charged directly towards the Tianqian world's immortal boat. However, just at that moment, a figure suddenly flew out from the immortal boat of the Tianqian world. After this figure emerged, the cultivators from the Liyan world felt a significant pressure in the void. Seeing that the newcomer was a Washan realm cultivator, Lai Haoyan chuckled and said, "Are you the Sum Emperor?" At this point, Xiao Liangji furrowed his brows slightly, knowing that this man was not the Sum Emperor. Now with another Washan realm cultivator appearing, it meant that the Tianqian world possessed 2 Washan realm cultivators. Yin Zhengye didn't answer Lai Haoyan's question. Instead, he swept his gaze emotionlessly over the people in the void, his eyes seemingly filled with disdain. Xiao Liangji immediately communicated telepathically to Yin Zhengye, "Your Majesty, this person is not the Sum Emperor." Hearing this, Lai Haoyan was momentarily stunned. He had thought that the Sum Emperor was the only Washan realm cultivator in the Tianqian world. Since this cultivator was of Washan level, he had assumed this person must be the Sum Emperor, but it turned out he was not. Does that mean, Tianqian world has 2 Washan realm cultivators? Just 2, nothing much to fret about. Their side possessed 6, and their powers had nearly all reached the 5th level of God Transformation Realm. Handling 2 Washan Realm cultivators from a low-level world should be easy. While everyone was thinking this, another figure descended from one of the Tianqian world's immortal boats, also emanating the oppressive aura of a Washan realm. Lai Haoyan's brows creased slightly. Another Washan realm cultivator. Could this be the Sum Emperor? As Lai Haoyan thought this, Xiao Liangji communicated again, Your Majesty, this one is also not the Sum Emperor. Does the low-level Tianqian world really have 3 Washan realm cultivators? It seems that the Tianqian world indeed contains treasures, otherwise, how could it support 3 Washan realm cultivators? But this must surely be the limit for the Tianqian world, he thought. Just as this idea formed in Lai Haoyan's mind, another Tianqian world cultivator descended from the immortal boat, also radiating the Washan realm's oppressive might. Lai Haoyan pondered that the Sum Emperor must have finally appeared, but at that moment, Xiao Liangji's brow tightened, and he communicated once more, Your Majesty, this person is also not the Sum Emperor. Lai Haoyan was taken aback. 4 Washan realm cultivators. Before Lai Haoyan could recover, another Washan realm cultivator from the Tianqian world appeared. This time, without waiting for Xiao Liangji to speak, Lai Haoyan directly asked, Is this one also not the Sum Emperor? Lai Haoyan's expression darkened. Xiao Liangji hesitated since the newcomer was a female cultivator and obviously could not be the Sum Emperor. Thus, the number of Washan realm cultivators in the Tianqian world had matched that of the Liyan world. Lai Haoyan then thought, no matter, even if the Tianqian world possesses 6 Washan realm cultivators, their strength can't match that of the Liyan world. Cultivators who practiced in a world with such sparse spiritual energy are bound to be weak. Lai Haoyan quickly regained his composure. Although handling the 6 Washan realm cultivators in the Tianqian world might be challenging, they had to conquer it for its treasures and the chance to break through their limits. The mere Washan realm cultivators of a low-level world were still not worth fearing, the advantage was his. However, just then, another female cultivator, exuding the aura of the Washan realm, entered the void, and seeing yet another woman, Lai Haoyan's expression turned utterly dark. This woman couldn't be the Sum Emperor, which meant the Sum Emperor was still on the immortal boat, and Tianqian world actually had 7 Washan realm cultivators. At this point, the cultivators from the Liyan world were stunned, with some already contemplating a retreat back to the Liyan world. Before people could react, several more individuals disembarked from the Tianqian world's immortal boat, and suddenly, the auras of over a dozen Washan realm cultivators were released from them. Feeling the presence of these dozen Washan realm cultivators, the cultivators from Liyan world were instantly dumbfounded. How could a low-level world have so many Washan realm cultivators? What was going on? Hadn't Emperor Lai said there was only one Washan realm cultivator, the Sum Emperor? Lai Haoyan himself was also bewildered, as the intelligence their scouts had relayed indeed mentioned only the Sum Emperor as a Washan realm cultivator, and Tianqian world was just a low-level world. How could it have birthed so many Washan cultivators? What kind of cultivation resources had that powerful being who set the prohibitions in the Tianqian world left behind? Xiao Liangji cautiously asked, Your Majesty, what should we do now? Lai Haoyan didn't answer immediately. He scanned those Washan realm cultivators, and he could tell right away that although they emitted an aura somewhat resembling that of the Washan realm, their actual essence was quite hollow. It wasn't true Washan realm. Or rather, those people weren't genuinely at the Washan realm. Lai Haoyan's guess was spot on, as most cultivators from Tianqian world indeed didn't possess the cultivation state of the Washan realm, but they could emit the aura of the Washan realm primarily because they wore Shengwei armor. Empowered by the Shengwei armor, they could manifest the strength of the Washan realm, thus emitting such an aura. At this moment, Lai Haoyan thought he had seen through those from the Tianqian world and transmitted a message to the people behind him. The Washan realm cultivators of the Tianqian world are not genuine Washan realm cultivators, they are using treasures that enhance their aura. Hearing Lai Haoyan's words, everyone was startled and then scrutinized the cultivators from Tianqian world seriously. It seemed Lai Haoyan was right, their aura appeared somewhat fluttering and unstable. Realizing that these people weren't true Washan realm cultivators relieved the cultivators from the Liyan world, having genuinely feared facing over a dozen Washan realm powerhouses. They hadn't expected these to be counterfeit Washan realms. If they weren't real Washan realms, there was nothing to fear. The next moment, the Myriad Law's realm cultivators from the Leon world launched an attack on Yin Zhengye and his companions. Yin Zhengye and the others didn't rush. Just as the cultivation techniques were about to hit them, Yin Zhengye suddenly unleashed a powerful spiritual energy from his body, and the next moment, an immense oppressive force instantly shrouded the void around them. The cultivators from the Leon world's faces turned pale in an instant. Returning Ruin Realm. It's the Returning Ruin Realm. How could a low-level world like Tianqian World possibly have a powerhouse from the Returning Ruin Realm? It's fake. It must be fake. He must have a magic treasure that boosts his aura. Yes, since they could enhance their aura to the Washan realm, naturally, they could boost it to the Returning Ruin Realm too. We mustn't be fooled. Everyone attack together. Backquote. Yin Zhengye released the aura of the Returning Ruin Realm, but he didn't prevent the cultivators of the Leon world from launching their attacks. They had already made their moves and couldn't stop, so they could only comfort themselves by thinking that the aura of the cultivators from Tianqian world was enhanced by some kind of treasure. Yin Zhengye saw the cultivators coming towards them and snorted coldly. Black Dragon Law Idol. The next moment, a huge black dragon coiled above his head. Before the Myriad Law's realm cultivators from the Leon world could react, the black dragon spat out a huge ball of black flames. In an instant, all the approaching Myriad Law's realm cultivators were burned to ashes, their souls included. Seeing this, the cultivators of the Leon world finally came to their senses. This wasn't a treasure that enhanced aura. This person genuinely possessed the power of the Returning Ruin Realm. Their Emperor Lai probably couldn't eliminate so many eightfold realm of 10,000 laws cultivators at once, yet this person did it effortlessly. Lai Haoyan finally reacted as well. They had kicked an iron plate. Lai Haoyan then said, "Senior, we meant no offense. We just heard that the Tianqian world also harbored life, and wanted to explore a bit." Hearing this, Yin Zhengye just sneered and did not speak. Lai Haoyan continued, "Senior, we will leave now." Lai Haoyan guessed in his heart that the Tianqian world had indeed been discovered by other forces, and that the Sum Emperor had probably joined them. Although the treasures of the Tianqian world were tempting, their lives were more important. Just as Lai Haoyan was about to flee, a young man wearing a white gold dragon robe flew out from the dazzling immortal boat. Xiao Liangji quickly warned Lai Haoyan, "Your Majesty, that is the Sum Emperor." Hearing this, Lai Haoyan's brows furrowed again. Talking about this now was useless. The Sum Emperor had already allied with the power of the Returning Ruin Realm, and they had no way of dealing with the Tianqian world now. At that moment, Lu Chen glanced at Lai Haoyan. Name: Lai Haoyan. Identity: Emperor of the Leon dynasty from the Leon world. Cultivation state: Nascent Soul Realm Eightfold. Loyalty: -35. Seeing Lai Haoyan's loyalty, Lu Chen chuckled to himself and listed him on the must-kill list. At this time, Yin Zhengye respectfully said to Lu Chen, "Your Majesty, how shall we deal with these people?" Seeing the powerhouse of the Returning Ruin Realm treat Lu Chen with such respect, everyone present felt a sudden shock. They all thought the Sum Emperor had joined some great force or a high-level cultivation world, but it seemed they were mistaken. At that moment, Emperor Lai spoke. The Sum Emperor hides deep indeed, having such a powerful protector by his side. Lu Chen said with a smile, "Emperor Lai speaks as if he knows me well." To dare attack the Tianqian world without understanding its strength, Emperor Lai is truly impulsive. Sometimes, impulsiveness can have a great cost. I wonder if Emperor Lai is prepared for that. Lai Haoyan, with a dark expression, asked, "What does the Sum Emperor plan to do?" At that moment, Lai Haoyan, despite the resentment in his heart, had no choice but to yield temporarily in the face of a Returning Ruin Realm powerhouse and the fact that Lu Chen had more Divinity Transformation Realm cultivators on his side. However, Lai Haoyan had no intention of letting the matter rest. Indeed, he might not be a match for a Returning Ruin Realm powerhouse, but he had the option to leave the chaotic Star Sea and seek refuge with other high-level cultivation worlds or empires. The ability to set restrictions and hide two worlds was a feat not just of saints but also great emperors, and he believed that many would be interested in the tombs of saints and great emperors. Just as Lu Chen was about to speak, he noticed Lai Haoyan's loyalty suddenly dropped to -100. Lu Chen's brows furrowed slightly. If it wasn't someone summoned by the system, then loyalty was equivalent to favorability. Lai Haoyan's favorability towards him was astonishingly low. A negative loyalty was essentially a measure of hatred, and the more negative, the higher the hatred. Once Lai Haoyan returned, he would certainly not give up. Such a person must not be overlooked. Seeing that Lu Chen remained silent, Lai Haoyan continued, "If the Sum Emperor desires something, he may state it directly, and I shall offer an apology. To retreat one step is to gain a vast and boundless future." The immediate priority was to leave this dangerous place and then find a high-level world to rely on. At this time, Lu Chen asked, "I am curious, the Tianqian world is but a low-tier world, lacking resources and with sparse spiritual energy. It is of no use to a mid-level world. Why then, did you come to attack the Tianqian world?" Hearing this, Lai Haoyan immediately responded, "The chaotic Star Sea is a death zone with very few worlds sustaining life. Thus, even if the Tianqian world is a low-tier world, it is still of use to the Lian dynasty." Lai Haoyan did not reveal their true intentions. Although worlds sustaining life were indeed important to the Lian dynasty, what truly concerned Lai Haoyan and his cohort was the potential existence of treasures. Lu Chen said with a smile, "Is that really so? You didn't come earlier, nor later, why the sudden interest now?" Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Lai Haoyan suddenly remembered something, and he raised his hand. In the next moment, a figure flew towards Lai Haoyan's hand from afar. Gongye Liangpeng's face instantly turned pale. He thought he could use Lai Haoyan's help to destroy the Tianqian world, but he didn't expect that as soon as Lai Haoyan and his forces arrived in the Tianqian world, they would be deterred. Lai Haoyan grabbed Gongye Liangpeng by the throat and said to Lu Chen, "Some Emperor, this incident is entirely due to this man's instigation and mischief. As the mastermind behind this event, I hand him over to you to deal with as you see fit." Gongye Liangpeng struggled frantically, and while doing so, he exclaimed, "I am a member of the Tianji Pavilion, you can't kill me. Whoever dares to offend the Tianji Pavilion will ultimately meet a terrible end." Lai Haoyan ignored Gongye Liangpeng's words and threw him towards Lu Chen. As Gongye Liangpeng noticed himself drawing closer to Lu Chen, panic overtook him, and he hurriedly attempted to escape. However, at that moment, a magnificent influx of spiritual power surged from Lu Chen's body, instantaneously enveloping everyone and the immortal boat in the void with an invisible pressure. Feeling this pressure, Lai Haoyan's face turned a shade paler. Returning Ruin Realm. The Sum Emperor was also a returning Ruin Realm cultivator. How could this be possible? How could those who were supposed to gather intelligence be so incompetent? Even the fact that the Sum Emperor was from the returning Ruin Realm escaped them. Just now, Lai Haoyan and his people thought that Lu Chen had sided with some super force, but now it seems that the Sum Emperor is very likely a member of that super force himself. As Gongye Liangpeng was about to fly toward Lu Chen unsheathed his sword and slashed, releasing a blade of sword qi filled with the power of destruction. In the next moment, Gongye Liangpeng's body instantly turned into a mist of blood. Having dealt with Gongye Liangpeng, Lu Chen's gaze once again fell on Lai Haoyan. At this time, Lai Haoyan felt a vague unease. Currently, he did not have the strength to confront someone from the returning Ruin Realm, let alone two. Lai Haoyan immediately said, "Since the Sum Emperor has taken care of the mastermind behind the chaos, I shall not delay the Sum Emperor's time any further." Having said this, Lai Haoyan then turned and commanded, "Let us leave." Seeing that Lai Haoyan wanted to flee, Lu Chen said indifferently, "Emperor Lai seems destined to stay here today. I share the same thoughts as Emperor Lai. You yearn for the Tianqian world, and I also covet the Lian world. I wonder if Emperor Lai is willing to cede the Lian world to me." Upon hearing this, Lai Haoyan and the cultivators of the Lian dynasty went pale. It seemed they had been fooled. Certainly, the Sum Emperor must have lured them here intentionally, then seized the opportunity to eliminate them. The Lian world was a mid-level world. If the battlefield were in the Lian world, these Washan Realm and Myriad Laws Realm cultivators could put up a fight against the returning Ruin Realm powerhouses with the help of some formations. But here in the void, cultivators above the Washan Realm could exert their full strength without the suppression of the heavenly Tao. Most importantly, this was not Lai Haoyan's home ground. The formations they had set up in the Lian world were useless here. Now, with only a few Washan Realm cultivators, defending against an attack from the returning Ruin Realm powerhouses was no more than a fool's dream. However, even knowing they might be no match for Lu Chen, Lai Haoyan still said coldly, the Sum Emperor has quite the ambition. If you want the Lian world, come and take it yourself. As he spoke, a burst of energy was released from Lai Haoyan's body, and a colossal golden figure appeared above his head. After Lai Haoyan made his move, the Washan Realm cultivators beside him exchanged glances but did not immediately attack. They knew very well they were no match for the two powerhouses from the returning Ruin Realm. If they hailed from a high-level cultivation world with abundant resources or spiritual artifacts, they might have a chance to defeat a stronger enemy. But they were merely cultivators from the chaotic Star Sea, a deathly realm with neither great strength nor powerful spiritual artifacts. How could they stand a chance against the returning Ruin Realm? Yet, to betray the Lian world like this still caused turmoil in their hearts. If they turned traitor outright, what if Lai Haoyan sent a divine sense message back to the crown prince currently presiding over the Lian world? If the members of the royal family acted, their descendants would likely be purged in no time. Seeing that the Washan Realm cultivators beside him did not make a move, Xiao Liangji reminded them, Gentlemen, are you planning to just watch idly by? The futures of your descendants in the Lian world are at stake. If the Sum Emperor gains control of the Lian world, will your offspring have any chance of survival? Hearing this, the expressions of the four Washan Realm cultivators darkened instantly. Xiao Liangji's words were clearly a threat. On the surface, he framed it as the Sum Emperor would not allow their descendants to live, but in truth, it was a warning that if they chose to betray at this moment, the Lian dynasty would swiftly purge all their descendants. Under the threat of Xiao Liangji, the other four Washan Realm cultivators of the Lian world had no choice but to release their law manifestations as well. At this moment, Lai Haoyan thought to himself that although the power of the returning Ruin Realm was formidable, the aura of Empress Xia and her protector was unstable, suggesting that even if they had broken through to the returning Ruin Realm, it was very likely they had done so recently or had sustained severe injuries and had not yet recovered. If he could have his 5 Washan Realm allies stall for him, plus the 2 Earth rank treasures he accidentally acquired before, perhaps he could escape. After escaping, he would seek asylum in some super force from another high-level world and then reveal to that super force the news of treasures in the Tianqian world. As long as he remained alive, the Lian dynasty would once again be his. As for what would happen to his descendants, that was of no concern to him. As long as he wasn't dead, the Lian dynasty still existed, and the death of his descendants was of little consequence. Once his descendants perished, he could simply produce new offspring. For him, survival was paramount, and anything could be sacrificed to achieve that end. Seeing Lai Haoyan and the others prepared for a desperate fight, Yin Zhengye immediately said to Lu Chen, Your Majesty, allow this subordinate to annihilate them. Lu Chen indifferently uttered a single word, good, and upon hearing Lu Chen's reply, Yin Zhengye did not hesitate for a moment and once again summoned the Black Dragon Law Idol. The instant the Black Dragon Law Idol appeared, the nearby cultivators in the void felt an immense pressure. The next moment, the Black Dragon Law Idol flew out from above Yin Zhengye, heading straight for Lai Haoyan and the others. Seeing this, before Lai Haoyan could say anything, Xiao Liangji immediately shouted, Everyone, attack together. As soon as his voice fell, everyone unleashed their own law manifestation power. However, when the Black Dragon Law Idol collided with their law manifestations, it instantly shattered them, and the few Washan Realm cultivators immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Their faces were filled with terror. Was this the power of the returning Ruin Realm? They were completely unable to defend against it. What should they do now? Were they all destined to die here? As the Black Dragon Law Idol drew nearer, Lai Haoyan suddenly took out a small pagoda from his space ring, which instantly grew to an immense size. When the Black Dragon Law Idol collided with the tip of the pagoda, it could no longer advance. Witnessing this, the Washan realm cultivators next to Lai Haoyan were ecstatic, never expecting Emperor Lai to possess such a treasure. To think that the pagoda could withstand the attack of a returning Ruin realm powerhouse. Seeing that Lai Haoyan had blocked his attack, Yin Zhengye frowned and then gathered his spiritual power to once again drive the black dragon law idol, which looked straight up and spewed a breath of black flame toward the golden tower in front of Lai Haoyan. Yet this still did not injure Lai Haoyan. Lu Chen evaluated the golden tower above Lai Haoyan's head and then asked in his mind, "System, what rank is that pagoda?" In fact, Lu Chen had almost determined the rank of that spiritual artifact, but he wasn't yet entirely sure. At this moment, the system answered, "Pseudo-heaven rank spiritual instrument." Thissa. He had guessed it was an upper earth rank spiritual artifact, but was there really such a thing as a pseudo-heaven rank? The system continued, a pseudo-heaven rank spiritual instrument possesses power close to that of a lower heaven rank, but it doesn't match up to a true heaven-grade spiritual weapon. Lu Chen thought to himself that he didn't need reminding, as anything with pseudo in its name naturally didn't stack up to the real thing. But then again, to encounter a pseudo-heaven rank spiritual instrument in a mid-level cultivation world. Would heaven-grade spiritual weapons be commonplace in high-level cultivation worlds? A single pseudo-heaven rank spiritual instrument could resist the law manifestation power of a returning Ruin realm powerhouse, then if a true heaven-grade spiritual weapon were in the hands of a Washan realm cultivator, they would indeed be quite difficult to handle. Lu Chen thought no further and directly took out the Godslayer's sword, then said to Yin Zhengye, "Stand down." Upon hearing this, Yin Zhengye was stunned. In front of Lu Chen, even after donning the Shengwei armor, he couldn't kill a Washan realm cultivator. He felt utterly useless. Yin Zhengye quickly said, "Your Majesty, it's my incompetence." Lu Chen spoke indifferently, "It has nothing to do with you. That is a pseudo-heaven rank spiritual weapon, not so easily dealt with." As soon as his words fell, Lu Chen took steps toward Lai Haoyan and his group through the void. Seeing Lu Chen approaching, a cold smile appeared on the corner of Lai Haoyan's mouth. If even Empress Sha's protector couldn't harm him, how could Empress Sha possibly hurt him? It seemed that escaping wouldn't be too difficult. With this thought, Lai Haoyan spurred the mountain-shaking pagoda again. Suppress. As the word, suppress, left Lai Haoyan's mouth, the mountain-shaking pagoda instantly unleashed a tremendous oppressive force. The people beside Lai Haoyan couldn't withstand it, each of them coughing up blood. However, to everyone's surprise, the mountain-shaking pagoda seemed to have no effect on Empress Sha, who kept walking toward them. Empress Sha was wearing the Shengwei armor and, furthermore, was protected by origin power inside her body. Such pressures meant nothing to her. At that moment, Lu Chen raised the Godslayer's sword in his hand. Seeing this sword, Xiao Liangji panicked. His clone was slain by this very sword. Xiao Liangji quickly warned, "Your Majesty, be careful." No sooner had Xiao Liangji finished speaking than Lu Chen swung his longsword. Ice 8 level sword. 8 streaks of cold light passed through the golden tower, and in the next instant, the golden tower was cleaved into several large pieces. Upon witnessing this scene, Lai Haoyan was completely dumbfounded. In his hand was an earth-rank top-quality spiritual artifact. Even some called this spiritual artifact a pseudo-heaven rank spiritual instrument, which had just now withstood the law manifestation power of a returning Ruin realm expert, and yet couldn't withstand a single sword strike. How could this be? Empress Sha is so powerful. No, it's the sword in Empress Sha's hand. That sword is definitely a heaven rank spirit sword. This time, Lai Haoyan was utterly panicked. Empress Sha was already a returning Ruin realm power, and now she was wielding a heaven-rank spiritual instrument. How could he stand against her? No, he shouldn't resist any longer, he must escape as soon as possible. Immediately turning around, he planned to have Xiao Liangji and the others stay to buy time while he escaped alone. However, the next moment, a spirit sword suddenly pierced through Lai Haoyan's chest. Lai Haoyan looked at the person in front of him in disbelief. "Xiao Liangji, you." After all, Lai Haoyan was a Washan realm cultivator. Just one sword strike couldn't kill him. Regaining his composure, Lai Haoyan slapped Xiao Liangji, sending him flying backward. Seeing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. then said, "What a spectacle of dog-eat-dog strife." From a distance, Xiao Liangji spoke, "Empress Xia, all of this was Lai Haoyan's plan. We were also forced to follow him to Tianshan world. We are willing to pledge our loyalty to you." Lai Haoyan burst out laughing and then said, "Xiao Liangji, I treated you as a brother, yet you betray me at this moment." Xiao Liangji said, "You have a clone, but I no longer have one. I absolutely cannot die here. Washan realm cultivators generally have clones, and since Xiao Liangji's clone had been slain by Lu Chen, if he died now, that would truly be the end." But Lai Haoyan was different. Even if Lai Haoyan were to be slain, it would only be one of his clones. Lai Haoyan sneered coldly, the figure present here was indeed just a clone of himself. However, his clone was different from ordinary clones, as he didn't distinguish between a primary body and a secondary one. He had adopted a special soul-splitting technique, dividing his soul into only two parts to create a new body. If this clone died, he would be greatly weakened and severely injured. Lai Haoyan continued, "You think you can kill me with your power? How ridiculous." Although he genuinely couldn't defeat a cultivator from the returning Ruin realm, especially since the Sum Emperor possessed a sky-grade spirit sword, handling a few cultivators from the divinity transformation realm was not a problem. The thing he hated most in his life was those who betrayed him. Even if this clone perished, he was determined to kill Xiao Liangji, the traitor. At that moment, Lai Haoyan suddenly produced an artifact resembling a jade seal. Jade gold seal. The next moment, the artifact grew enormously and rolled directly towards Xiao Liangji. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Liangji was completely dumbfounded. What was happening? Lai Haoyan had already been seriously injured by him, so how could Lai Haoyan still activate the jade gold seal? They were in the void, which lacked any land. Theoretically, Xiao Liangji could have escaped directly downwards into the void. However, at that moment, his body seemed to be restrained, completely immobilizing him. As the massive gold seal drew closer, Xiao Liangji urgently looked in Lu Chen's direction, "Some Emperor, save me." However, Lu Chen made no move. From the top of Xiao Liangji's head, he had seen that Xiao Liangji's loyalty was negative. After all, Xiao Liangji had killed one of his own clones, how could he possibly hold any fondness for Lu Chen? Such a person would eventually betray him, so it was better to let Lai Haoyan kill him. Seeing that Lu Chen was unmoved, Lai Haoyan burst into a loud laughter. "Xiao Liangji, you didn't expect this, did you? You want to pledge allegiance to a new master, but unfortunately, he doesn't care about you at all." With that, Lai Haoyan bellowed, "Die!" The next moment, the jade gold seal smashed down from the void directly onto Xiao Liangji. Xiao Liangji immediately ignited his divine soul in an attempt to block the jade gold seal. However, having recently lost one of his split souls, his strength had diminished too severely to withstand Lai Haoyan's full-powered strike. The jade gold seal quickly shattered the protective spiritual power shield and smashed directly onto Xiao Liangji's body. Beneath Xiao Liangji's feet, it was as if a patch of land appeared to block his retreat. Soon, Xiao Liangji was smashed into a pulp by the jade gold seal. However, a Washan realm cultivator isn't so easily killed. Even if the physical body is destroyed, the divine soul can still exist. As long as the divine soul doesn't die, it doesn't count as true death. After his physical body was crushed, Xiao Liangji's divine soul immediately fled towards the distance. Seeing Xiao Liangji attempting to escape, Lai Haoyan activated the jade gold seal again, and immediately a colossal seal character flew out, instantly crushing Xiao Liangji's divine soul. After eliminating Xiao Liangji, Lai Haoyan spat out another mouthful of blood. The other Washan realm cultivators looked at one another, unsure of what to do. If they betrayed Lai Haoyan now, they feared they would meet the same fate as Xiao Liangji. Additionally, it was likely that their descendants would also be massacred. But even if they steadfastly stood by Lai Haoyan at this moment, Lai Haoyan was at his last gasp and his fall was only a matter of time. Once they were defeated, it was very likely that their descendants would also be killed by the Sum Emperor. At that moment, they looked at each other once again. They had already notified their descendants of the unexpected turn of events by divine sense transmission, advising them to be cautious of the Lian dynasty and to find a place to hide as soon as possible. They didn't know if there was still enough time. At that moment, Lai Haoyan coughed up another mouthful of blood, then looked up at Lu Chen in the distance and said, "Even if I am to die, I won't let you have an easy time." Upon saying this, Lai Haoyan once again activated the jade gold seal. Lu Chen glanced at the massive seal and asked the system again, "What kind of spiritual artifact is this?" The system answered, "This is a life-bound spiritual artifact nurtured by a cultivator's vital blood, possessing the power of an earth-grade spiritual artifact." Lu Chen thought to himself that since it was only an earth-grade spiritual artifact, it likely couldn't block a single strike from his sword, so he might as well finish this. Immediately, Lu Chen circulated the spiritual power throughout his body, activating the Godslayer's sword, and in the next moment, numerous gigantic sun apparitions appeared behind him. Star-shifting thousand swords technique. Following that, countless golden tremendous swords struck towards Lai Haoyan. Lai Haoyan hastily urged the jade gold seal, attempting to use it to block Lu Chen's attack. However, when those golden tremendous swords came into contact with the jade gold seal, they instantly penetrated it, shattering the jade gold seal into countless pieces, and at that moment, Lai Haoyan was directly pierced by those golden swords, even his divine soul was destroyed. Seeing this scene, the remaining 4 Washan realm cultivators were utterly stunned in the void. It was too powerful. Even relying on an earth-grade spiritual artifact, Lai Haoyan was no match for their opponent. If they couldn't even match Lai Haoyan, how could they possibly stand up to the Sum Emperor? The few of them looked at each other once more. They found themselves in a difficult position. If they didn't surrender, they would certainly die. If they surrendered, their descendants might already have been slaughtered by the time they returned to the Lian dynasty. Lu Chen glanced at the loyalty above the heads of those Washan realm cultivators. Their loyalty had already reached 70, indicating that they had already lost their will to fight. Lu Chen then said, "I am not a man who revels in slaughter. I can give you a chance to live, as long as you are willing to submit. I will spare you and your descendants." The few understood that if the Sum Emperor wanted to kill them, it would be easy. But if they really surrendered, their descendants might face a disaster abruptly. While they were thinking this, Lu Chen lightly said, "If you surrender earlier, perhaps you can arrive in the Lian world before Emperor Lai's duplicate cleans up your respective forces." Hearing this, the people were startled and then quickly responded by saying in unison, "We are willing to submit to the Daxia dynasty, never to betray in this life." Hearing this, Lu Chen immediately said, "Your immortal boats are too slow. Come onto the Great Sum's immortal boat." Seeing that Lu Chen had spoken, the people thought no further and most of the cultivators from the Lian world boarded the Tianqian world's immortal boat. The Tianqian world's immortal boat, brought from the Black Dragon Holy Land by Yin Zhengye, was naturally incomparable to those made in the Lian world. The most apparent feature was the speed. In just the blink of an eye, the Feihong immortal boat led the other immortal boats to the outside of the Lian world. Meanwhile, Lian Dynasty, Imperial Palace. In a chamber beneath the Imperial Palace, a young man suddenly opened his eyes wide, then spat out a mouthful of blood. A fierce look flashed across his eyes and he then said, "Someone come." Shortly after, a soldier entered the room and saluted the man, saying, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince." Lai Haoyan said, "Issue my order. Xiao Liangji has betrayed the Lian world, exterminate the Xiao family immediately." The Crown Prince of the Lian dynasty, who was also Lai Haoyan's duplicate, had employed this tactic to keep a firm grip on power. He had often stated that as long as he was not around, the orders of the Crown Prince were his commands. Upon hearing the command of Lai Haoyan, the soldier was completely stunned, standing still. He knew that Xiao Liangji had the best relationship with His Majesty among the non-kinsman kings. Crown Prince actually commanded the annihilation of the whole Qi Prince's clan. Seeing the soldier frozen in place, Lai Haoyan coldly said, "Do you not understand what I am saying?" After snapping back to his senses, the soldier hurriedly replied, "Your Highness, please calm your anger. I will go at once." The emperor had said countless times that when he was not present, the Crown Prince's commands were his own. Since the Crown Prince had already issued the command, those below could only follow what he had said. After the soldier left, Li Haoyan spat out another mouthful of fresh blood, his head feeling as if it were splitting, losing half of his divine soul, not only causing his strength to plummet but also bringing him immense pain. Li Haoyan managed to say with a growl, "If this vengeance is not avenged, I swear I am not a human." Although he longed for revenge, Li Haoyan also understood that with his current strength, he was no match for the returning Ruin Realm. To seek revenge, he would need to find a backer in other high-level cultivation realms. Thinking this, Li Haoyan clenched his fist. He had never left the chaotic Star Sea. Even as his end drew near, he had always stayed in the chaotic Star Sea. It was not that he couldn't leave this place, but rather because he feared losing everything he currently possessed. In the Leon world he was an emperor, but in the high-level cultivation world, he would be among countless semi-saints, and returning ruins less than dogs. He was the sort who would rather be a big fish in a small pond than a small fish in a big pond. Being an emperor in the Leon world, why would he go and be a dog for others? But now it seemed he might indeed have to become someone else's dog if he wanted his revenge. At this time, Li Haoyan headed towards the door. The priority was to hastily leave the Leon world, as the Sum Emperor might already be on his way there. Soon, Li Haoyan had left the Leon world. Whether his soldiers had carried out his recent command was no longer his concern. When he returned one day, if the descendants of Xiao Liangji were still alive, he could still annihilate them all then. There was no rush at the moment. Escaping was what mattered most. Deep inside the imperial palace, in a secluded palace, a woman in a red dress was cultivating when suddenly she opened her eyes. She then stood up and walked to the door, looking up at the sky. Her palace was extremely deserted, with only one or two palace maids. Seeing the woman in white come out, the two maids hurried over and asked, "Your Highness, Princess, do you need anything?" The woman glanced at the sky and then indifferently said, "It's nothing." Hearing this, the two maids returned to their original positions. Moments later, the woman in red muttered to herself, "It seems I need to leave this star domain." Not long after, the entire Leon dynasty fell into chaos. It was evident that practically all the forces had received the divine sense transmissions from their ancestors. Members of the royal family, upon learning of the defeat in the Leon world, hurriedly searched for the crown prince to discuss their plans. However, people searched throughout the entire capital city and could not find any trace of the crown prince. It was as though he had vanished. With no crown prince, the entire capital city also descended into chaos, but despite the chaos, people could not escape. Their immortal boats had already been dispatched, and without immortal boats, ordinary cultivators found it impossible to linger in the void. However, cultivators of the All-Law realm could attempt to construct world passages and then leave this world. At that time, none of the major forces in the Leon world wished to resist, because in their view, since the divinity transformation realm experts of Leon world had been defeated, those remaining in the Leon world were even less likely to be opponents for the Tianqian world. Though the Leon world possessed numerous formations, the people of Leon world had by then lost their will to fight. Such was the nature of a world that overly emphasized the survival of the fittest. Once the powerful were vanquished, the weaker ones would immediately follow the new power. For the majority of people, it mattered little who ruled, it was all the same to them. It wasn't long before the boundary of the Leon world began to stir, and immortal boats pierced the boundary, stirring ripples. Seeing the immortal boats in the sky, the people of the Leon world showed expressions of horror on their faces. Although it did not matter who ruled, nobody could be sure whether the new ruler would be a tyrant or not. Even though Emperor Li had also exploited the common people, they were still able to barely survive, with only the lower-level cultivators lacking cultivation resources. The Feihong immortal boat effortlessly arrived above the capital city of the Leon dynasty without encountering any hindrance or resistance. The immortal boat bore the elders and ancestors of various forces from the Leon world, naturally preventing the people of that world from acting rashly. At that point, Yin Zhengye spoke. The Leon dynasty invaded the Daxia dynasty, and now Emperor Li is dead, and all the major Foss's elders and ancestors have surrendered. With these words, the entire capital city fell silent. Since the unification of the Leon dynasty, there had not been any major internal strife, nor an event such as this. It was unforeseen that the Leon dynasty, when first facing a foreign enemy, would be annihilated. Before departing, hadn't Emperor Lai said they had only found a low-level world? How could a low-level world be so powerful? At that moment, Yin Zhengye said to Lu Chen, "Your Majesty, how should we deal with the members of the royal family from the Lian dynasty?" Yin Zhengye was uncertain about Lu Chen's thoughts. Were it up to him, he would not hesitate to kill them all, but Lu Chen was different. Lu Chen was not a man given to slaughter. Lu Chen said calmly, "First, imprison them all." Yin Zhengye responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." Immediately after, Yin Zhengye led the War Dragon army into the capital city of the Lian dynasty. Before long, the palace echoed with the sounds of booming. At that moment, Lu Chen paid no attention to the disturbances within the imperial palace. He circulated his spiritual power, feeling the suppression exerted by the heavens and the earth around him. From the moment he entered the Lian world, he felt an invisible force suppressing the power inside his body. Had he been in the void, he could have exhibited the strength of the returning Ruin realm. However, in the Lian world, at most he could only manifest the strength of the first or second layer of the divinity transformation realm. Lu Chen thought to himself, so this is the complete suppression imposed by the heavenly Tao laws on cultivators. Then, Lu Chen asked the system, is it true that the higher level the cultivation world, the more severe the suppression of a cultivator's strength? The system answered, yes. The heavenly Tao of each world, to prevent powerful beings from destroying the world, greatly suppresses the strength of cultivators, especially in those worlds with more complete laws. Tianqian world and Ziyang world are only low-level worlds and lack complete laws, thus they cannot suppress the strength of cultivators. Internally, they cannot withstand the mighty blows of divinity transformation realm cultivators. But it's different in the Lian world. Divinity transformation realm cultivators can easily exert force in the Lian world. As for this kind of suppression, Lu Chen was not overly concerned. After all, once inside that world, the strength of all cultivators would be suppressed, and the strong would naturally remain strong. At this time, Lu Chen tried to communicate with the heavenly Tao of the Lian world, but the heavenly Tao of this world didn't respond at all and completely ignored him. Lu Chen chuckled, and then he mobilized the origin power, releasing the aura of origin power. The next moment, a faint consciousness appeared in Lu Chen's mind. The heavenly Tao does not speak, but because of the origin power, Lu Chen could easily understand the intentions of heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao recognized that he was not an ordinary person, hence it wanted to know why he had come here. Origin power is the supreme force of this universe, not something ordinary people can possess. The heavenly Tao of Lian world also developed a hint of fear towards Lu Chen. Afterward, Lu Chen said to the heavenly Tao of the Lian world, I have come to this world for two reasons. First, to take control of the entire Lian world, and second, for the chi fortune of the Lian world. Upon hearing these words, the Lian world suddenly trembled, and almost instantly, all the cultivators in the Lian world felt the ground shake and the mountains quiver. People were frightened by this scene. The Lian world had never experienced such an event before. Now that the invader from the Tianqian world had arrived, the entire Lian world suddenly experienced an earthquake. Could it be that the invader from the Tianqian world intended to destroy the entire Lian world? Lu Chen felt that the heavenly Tao of the Lian world was very angry. For the heavenly Tao of a world, chi fortune is extremely important. If it lost its chi fortune, then the world might disappear and gradually head towards death. Lu Chen then smiled and said to the heavenly Tao world, there's no need to be so angry. I am only after half of the chi fortune, and just once. You should be well aware that taking just half of the chi fortune won't harm you, so there's no need to worry too much. Hearing this, the heavens consciousness of the Lian world again expressed its refusal and sought to expel Lu Chen, who then felt a force trying to push him out of the Lian world. Lu Chen immediately called upon origin power to resist this force repelling him. With the resistance of origin power, the heavenly Tao of Lian world had no way to expel Lu Chen from the Lian world. After all, even if it's the high-level cultivation world or certain powerful holy lands, they are just part of this universe. As a part of this universe, they must submit to the laws of the universe, and the origin power contains the supreme law. For a medium-sized world like the Leon world to attempt to contend with origin power that contains the supreme law was clearly impossible. Once it felt powerless against Lu Chen, the heavens consciousness of the Leon world simply gave up. It was the first time it had encountered a human cultivator who possessed origin power. Clearly, this was not something it could handle. If it were just an ordinary cultivator, especially those from the Leon world, it might be able to annihilate them with a few strikes of heavenly thunder. But for the cultivator before it, who was protected by the law contained within origin power, it truly had no means of dealing with him. Seeing that the heavens consciousness had given up, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth slightly rose, knowing that one of his wives was about to receive a blessing. At this moment, inside a palace of the Leon Imperial Palace, a woman in red gazed at the distant sky, her Liame eyebrows slightly furrowed. She appeared to have discovered something extraordinary. For the first time since her birth, she frowned. For her, a reborn individual, the Leon world had never contained anything that could threaten her. Even though she had sensed the Tianqian world had already made its move, she remained utterly unconcerned. For her, the Leon world was just a temporary stop, and she would leave one day. Even if people from Tianqian world arrived, they couldn't stop her from leaving, so she was not panicked at all, nor was she in any hurry to go. But because she delayed her departure by just a moment, she saw something extraordinary. Lai Hongyun possessed the divine soul of a great emperor, allowing her to distinctly perceive that the world's heavenly consciousness was communicating with a young man aboard an immortal boat, and the heavens consciousness seemed to be very afraid of that young man. The heavens consciousness had just tried to expel the man from the Leon world but failed, and in the end, it chose to compromise. Who could withstand the power of the heavenly Tao from a medium-level world? Just who was this young man? According to the intelligence she had just received, it appeared that the Tianqian world possessed strong entities from the returning ruin realm, but even for those at the returning ruin realm, it shouldn't be possible to withstand the expulsion of heaven's consciousness. And yet, heaven's consciousness seemed to be frightened of this man. Who on earth was this man, able to strike fear into heaven's consciousness itself, when even a saint realm powerhouse would struggle to scare the consciousness of a medium-level world's heavenly Tao? Only a great emperor would possess such ability. Could it be that the young man was a great emperor? However, the aura emanating from him didn't seem to match that of a great emperor. If he were a great emperor, she would have definitely sensed the emperor's aura the moment he entered the Leon world. It seemed she really couldn't stay in the Leon world any longer. With this thought, Lai Hongyun immediately prepared to leave, yet just at that moment, a man's voice rang out in the courtyard, "Princess, where might you be going?" Lai Hongyun glanced at the newcomer and instantly determined that his strength was only at the divinity transformation realm. She then spoke emotionlessly, to be able to elevate a Washan realm cultivator's strength to be comparable with the returning ruin realm, it seems quite possible that the Tianqian world might indeed have a great emperor's tomb. Seeing that Lai Hongyun had seen through his realm at a glance, Yin Zhengye merely smiled faintly, not surprised in the slightest because he had felt an overwhelming pressure upon entering the courtyard. It was apparent that Lai Hongyun's realm was above his. This woman was definitely no ordinary princess. Yin Zhengye then said, "I am quite puzzled. As a powerhouse of the returning ruin realm, why doesn't your highness protect the Leon world?" Lai Hongyun replied without expression, "I am merely stopping here temporarily. Why should I involve myself in such troublesome affairs?" Upon hearing these words, Yin Zhengye was slightly taken aback. This woman was, after all, a princess of the Leon dynasty, but she seemed to have no sense of belonging to it at all. But that made sense. Within the cultivation world, such cases were quite common. Some cultivators would leave their homes and never return, almost abandoning their familial ties, solely focused on achieving immortality. It seemed this woman was no different. At that moment, Yin Zhengye transmitted his voice directly to Lu Chen in the sky. "Your Majesty, I have discovered a returning ruin realm strong entity in the Imperial Palace." Hearing this, Lu Chen, who was communicating with the heavenly Tao on the immortal boat, immediately snapped back to reality. The returning ruin realm. Lu Chen's brows furrowed slightly and then he asked, "Are you sure the person is from the returning ruin realm?" Yin Zhengye replied, "I am certain. The oppressive feeling that the woman gives me is very strong, Only a powerhouse above the returning ruin realm could possess such an aura. Lu Chen felt incredibly puzzled. What was a cultivator from the returning ruin realm doing in a medium-level world like the Leon world? Or was this person originally from the Leon world? If that were true, then why hadn't they intervened when they saw the Leon world being invaded? Lu Chen's heart was full of curiosity about the returning ruin realm experts that Yin Zhengye had mentioned. Although he now possessed the strength of the returning ruin realm, he was not a true member of the returning ruin realm. If he were to face a genuine returning ruin realm expert, he was not sure whether he could match his opponent. Might as well take a look first. After all, he was someone who possessed origin power, so there was no need to worry too much. Thereupon, Lu Chen sent a telepathic message, "You wait there, I'll be right over." Afterward, Lu Chen sensed Yin Zhengye's location and, in the next moment, he used shadow shifting to appear right beside Yin Zhengye. When Lu Chen appeared, Lai Hongyun was slightly taken aback. Judging from the aura, the young man before her was the same one who had communicated with the heavenly Tao just now. Today, Lu Chen was dressed in an attire with a white base and golden edges, making him look dashing, graceful, and strikingly handsome. Even though Lai Hongyun had seen many handsome heavenly prides before, she still found the man before her particularly outstanding. While Lai Hongyun was sizing up Lu Chen, he was also taking her in, using the system to identify Lai Hongyun's information. Name: Lai Hongyun. Identity: Empress reincarnated, daughter of Emperor Lai, the 9th princess of the Leon dynasty, currently possessing the strength of the first layer of the returning ruin realm. She is very curious as to why the Sum Emperor can deter heaven's consciousness and suspects that the Sum Emperor is also a reincarnated Great Emperor. Score: 99. Favorability: 60. Seeing the score of 99 for Lai Hongyun, Lu Chen's eyes immediately brightened, but he quickly came to his senses. Considering that Lai Hongyun possessed the strength of the returning ruin realm and was the reincarnation of an empress, she was probably not easy to deceive. Seeing that Lu Chen kept staring at her, Lai Hongyun felt a trace of displeasure inside. In her previous life as a great emperor, few dared to gaze at her so blatantly. At that moment, Lu Chen inwardly asked the system, does empress refer to a female emperor of an empire, or does it mean she possessed the strength of a great emperor in her past life? The term, empress, had multiple interpretations, and he needed to clarify the specific meaning of empress to better strategize for her persuasion. There was a difference between the perception of an empress and that of a great emperor. Knowing her exact identity from her past life was more advantageous in winning her over. The system then replied, a female great emperor. Hearing the system's answer, Lu Chen inwardly sighed. A great emperor, now that really complicated things. Now that she had the power of the returning ruin realm, it would be very difficult for him to force her to stay. If a forceful approach wouldn't work, a soft one probably wouldn't fare any better. After all, she had been a great emperor in a past life and had seen all sorts of things. To convince her to stay without any real tactics would likely be futile. After much thought, Lu Chen directly asked, Princess, are you planning to leave the Leon dynasty? Hearing this question, Lai Hongyun felt a bit puzzled. If she didn't leave the Leon dynasty, was she supposed to stay here and become his female slave? Lai Hongyun then said, now that the Leon world has been taken under your control, the Leon dynasty is considered as having been obliterated. If I do not leave, what reason do I have to stay? Lu Chen replied with a smile, who said that the Leon dynasty has been annihilated. Upon hearing these words, Lai Hongyun instantly grasped Lu Chen's implication, as the Sum Emperor planning to support a puppet emperor. At this moment, Lai Hongyun had guessed Lu Chen's identity. Although Lu Chen was not wearing a dragon robe, the information she had previously gathered was enough for her to infer that the person before her was indeed the Sum Emperor. When the Sum Emperor said that the Leon dynasty wouldn't be destroyed, it most likely meant that the Sum Emperor intended to support a puppet emperor to help him control the Leon world. Such practices were extremely common in the universe, especially among higher-tier empires controlling dozens of star domains. They couldn't manage them all, so they would appoint countless dynasties to govern on their behalf. Clearly, this Sum Emperor was no ordinary individual, and thus, he couldn't possibly stay forever in the chaotic star sea, a star domain depleted of spiritual energy. Consequently, the Leon world would need someone to help manage it. After hearing Lai Hongyun's words, Lu Chen said, "Worthy of being the reincarnation of an empress, indeed you are clever." Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flashed momentarily in Lai Hongyun's eyes, as she hadn't expected this man to see through her identity at a glance. However, Lai Hongyun quickly came to her senses. She herself had suspected that this man might be the reincarnation of some great emperor, so it seemed reasonable for him to think she was the reincarnation of an empress. Lai Hongyun then said, "Reincarnation of an empress. What does the Sum Emperor mean by that? I fail to understand your words." Lu Chen responded indifferently, "There's no need to keep up the act. The moment I encountered you, I detected that your divine soul was incredibly powerful. Only the reincarnation of a great emperor could possess such a formidable divine soul." Lai Hongyun asked, "So by that reasoning, is the Sum Emperor also the reincarnation of a certain great emperor?" Only a great emperor could perceive the strength of another great emperor's divine soul. Since Lu Chen could observe the strength of her divine soul without her being aware, it proved that Lu Chen also possessed an even more formidable divine soul, implying that Lu Chen himself was reincarnated from a great emperor. Lu Chen stated, "There's nothing to hide, I am indeed the reincarnation of a great emperor." Hearing Lu Chen's affirmative response, Lai Hongyun thought to herself that it was indeed as she had suspected. However, she continued, "The Sum Emperor dares to reveal his own identity. Could it be that you intend to forcibly keep me here?" In general, those reincarnated from powerful beings were afraid of retribution, as they might have many enemies from their past lives who would want to kill them before they regain their full strength should it become known they've reincarnated into much weaker forms. As such, great emperors typically do everything in their power to conceal their true identities upon reincarnation. Yet now, the Sum Emperor was telling her his greatest secret despite them not being close. This only left one possibility that the Sum Emperor intended to forcibly keep her here, which was why he didn't care about revealing his identity. When Lai Hongyun raised the question, Lu Chen smiled faintly, then said, "With your strength at the returning ruin realm first layer, it's impossible to keep you here by force, and I have no such intention." Lai Hongyun persisted, "Are you not afraid that I will tell others about you? Do you think that because I am the reincarnation of a great emperor, you have some leverage over me? If that's the case, then you're being far too naive. In this world, the ones who most want to kill reincarnated great emperors are usually other reincarnated great emperors. Great emperors usually reincarnate for specific reasons, and to reclaim their throne, they need many of the same things. To a reincarnated great emperor, another of their kind is a competitor. Thus, for reincarnated great emperors, the most dangerous are other reincarnated great emperors who share their secret." With a smile, Lu Chen said, "I'm indeed not worried about these matters, because I believe you won't do it." Lai Hongyun was taken aback. It was the first time someone who had just met her trusted her so readily. Lai Hongyun quickly realized and chuckled, "Since your majesty knows that I was a great emperor in my previous life, you should understand that a great emperor is not some young maiden." Lai Hongyun had heard the ambiguous undertone in Lu Chen's words, so Lu Chen did not truly believe her, but rather had an ulterior motive. After all, Lai Hongyun was a great emperor who had lived countless years. What flattering words hadn't she heard? Though she devoted herself to the path of cultivation in her past life, never having sought out men, having lived so many years, she was well aware of what men are like. Lai Hongyun continued, "If the Sum Emperor has no further business, I shall take my leave now. Of course, you may try to attack me, though I know not what spiritual artifact you used to elevate your power to the returning ruin realm, fake strength remains fake." Hearing this, Lu Chen thought, could it be that there really is no way? Having finally encountered a woman with a 90 score, how could he just let her leave? But if they really fought, not only would he spoil the favorable impression, but he also might not be able to keep her. He possessed the origin power, which did give him the power to fight her, but capturing her wouldn't be so easy. Seeing that Lu Chen offered no reaction, seemingly having no intention of stopping her from leaving, she said nothing more. Then, She slowly raised her delicate jade hand, and the next moment, a massive black hole appeared before her palm. This was the true power of a returning Ruin Realm fighter. In a medium world, creating a world channel was but the work of a moment. However, just as she was about to leave, Lu Chen asked, to reach the pinnacle once more as a reincarnated great emperor, you would need quite a few resources, wouldn't you? Lai Hongyun slightly turned her head and looked at Lu Chen, asking, what exactly does the Sum Emperor wish to say? Lu Chen smiled and said, if you are willing to stay in Liyan world as the Empress, I can provide you with the cultivation resources you need. Hearing this, Lai Hongyun was somewhat speechless. How could this man, also reincarnated from a great emperor, be so naive? Providing cultivation resources. Not to mention he surely harbored ulterior motives for wanting her to stay. Even if she did stay, what resources could he possibly provide for her? The chaotic Star Sea was a remote and impoverished location, hardly possessing the cultivation resources she needed. Lai Hongyun then asked, why would the Sum Emperor offer me cultivation resources? Lu Chen saw right through her thoughts, but she did not feel any attraction towards him despite finding him very handsome as something almost ethereal that she seldom saw even in her past life. But just like in her past life, her mind was focused on cultivation, uninterested in romantic entanglements. Lu Chen then directly said, I have the ability to divine the heavens, and the moment I first saw you, I foresaw that you would become my Taoist couple. Hearing this, Lai Hongyun was even more speechless of such antiquated lines. She then said, if you believe I will become your Taoist couple in the future, why the hurry at this moment? Thissa. Lai Hongyun continued, or are you actually lying, unable to divine the heavens, merely wanting to keep me here? Lu Chen came back to his senses and knew Lai Hongyun was not easy to fool. He then said, I truly can divine the heavens, and indeed, I wish for you to stay. Now, it depends on what you think. If you insist on leaving, I won't force you to stay. Lai Hongyun then said, if so, then until we meet at the pinnacle. As her voice faded, Lai Hongyun didn't give Lu Chen any further chance to retain her and directly entered the world passage, leaving the Liyan world. Lu Chen felt slightly sad inside. He no longer lacked women, so even though Lai Hongyun had left, it didn't mean a loss to him. However, he couldn't help feeling an immense sense of regret and pity. Well, he had encountered so many women with scores over 90 in the lower and middle worlds. Perhaps in the future, after leaving this star domain, he might meet even more women with scores over 90. There was no need for urgency. For now, he had to find ways to make his wives and concubines produce more child worlds. These child worlds wouldn't only provide him with origin power, but they also brought benefits to his wives and concubines. Both Chu Yukan and Mu Zixuan's realms were rapidly advancing, and their chi fortune was becoming increasingly prosperous. The chi fortune of the intelligent life forms in the child worlds added up to that of Chu Yukan and Mu Zixuan. Gathering such immense chi fortune together, they would undoubtedly become great emperors in the future. After Lai Hongyun had left, Lu Chen turned his head and said to Yin Zhengye, find a suitable prince to become emperor. Yin Zhengye understood Lu Chen's intention immediately and responded, yes, your majesty, I will do it now. Clearly, Lu Chen didn't plan to directly incorporate the Liyan dynasty into the Daxia dynasty. Instead, like with the Ziyang world, he was looking to find someone to help them manage the entire world. Soon, Yin Zhengye found a suitable prince and brought him before Lu Chen. Yin Zhengye had found a young man who looked somewhat frail, with a power level at the creation realm first level. Lu Chen quickly scanned the man's file. Name: Lai Wendy. Identity: the 256th prince of the Liyan dynasty in Liyan world. Power: creation realm first level. Loyalty: 95. Such high loyalty. Lu Chen was confused for a second but then quickly understood what was going on. He then asked Lai Wendy, do you want to be emperor? Hearing this, Lai Wendy was stunned. He hadn't expected this visitor from the returning Ruin realm to consider him for the throne. But he wasn't foolish. He clearly understood why the Summer Emperor chose him to be the new emperor of the Liyan dynasty. It was obviously to control him. However, he didn't mind this, as even being a puppet emperor would be better than his previous life. Lai Wendy promptly replied, it is entirely as your majesty commands. Lai Wendy showed low posture, not expressing any desires, as he was now a prisoner and had no right to make choices. Whatever the other party asked him to do, he had to comply. At this time, Lu Chen asked, I am curious why you seem quite willing to see the Lian dynasty under control by aliens. Startled inwardly, Lai Wendy was about to speak, when Yin Zhengye interrupted and said, Your Majesty, when I found him, he was imprisoned in a residence, trapped by an array to absorb his vital essence. Lu Chen's interest was piqued immediately, so he said to Lai Wendy, Tell your story. Lai Wendy went straight to the point, My mother was a palace maid. My father emperor, in a fit of insanity from his cultivation practices, favored my mother, which led to my birth. Because I was born of a palace maid, I was never favored. Moreover, with my father emperor having many offspring, I was often ostracized. Hundreds of years ago, my father emperor somehow acquired a cultivation method that required the essence blood of close relatives, so he imprisoned me and continuously used my blood for his cultivation. Yeah. That's enough, Lu Chen interrupted. Lu Chen had read plenty of web novels, and Lai Wendy's life experience gave him a strong sense of da copyright Yavu. No wonder Lai Wendy had a loyalty score of 95 the first time he saw him. In Lai Wendy's eyes, they were not invaders but rather the saviors who had rescued him. Had it not been for their arrival, Lai Wendy would probably still be imprisoned, continuing to have his lifeblood essence extracted for Lai Haoyan's cultivation. Even if the Daxia dynasty had killed him, he would have felt grateful to them for liberating him, as being constantly drained of lifeblood essence was a fate worse than death. At this time, Lu Chen said, Since it was I who saved you, you must know what you should do next. Upon hearing this, Lai Wendy didn't hesitate to extract a drop of his lifeblood essence from the center of his forehead. This is my lifeblood essence. From this moment forward, I am your servant. Lai Wendy offered up his lifeblood essence readily, partly because Lu Chen truly had done him a favor, and partly because he understood that the Lian dynasty was now controlled by Empress Xia. The entire royal family, including himself, had no other choice. If they willingly gave up their lifeblood essence, they could live a bit longer. If they refused, death was likely the only outcome awaiting them. Lu Chen didn't hesitate either, taking Lai Wendy's lifeblood essence then and there. He then said, You are a smart man. From now on, you will be the new emperor of the Daxia dynasty. Lai Wendy immediately responded, Thank you, Your Majesty. Lu Chen then addressed Yin Zhengye, Let's leave it at that. The rest is up to you to handle. I need to return to the immortal boat. What followed would be supporting Lai Wendy's ascension to the throne and then purging the resistant forces in this world. They had already conquered a world and had ample experience. Lu Chen didn't need to personally handle everything. Yin Zhengye replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Farewell, Your Majesty. As Yin Zhengye's words fell, Lu Chen's body disappeared from the spot. Yin Zhengye's gaze returned to Lai Wendy. Come, let's go see the full court of your Lian dynasty and your brothers and sisters. At this moment, the plaza outside the Hall of Political Affairs of the Lian dynasty was already crowded with people. The full court and representatives of major powers had nearly all arrived, and of course, the members of the royal family were there too. The plaza buzzed with noise, as people speculated about the future events. Alas, I never imagined that the Lian dynasty would come to this day. I wonder if Empress Xia will have us all killed. She probably won't, right? If Empress Xia wanted to kill us, those long-standing elders who participated in the attack on the Tianqian world couldn't have possibly returned alive. You're right. We're definitely safe, but the Lai family is likely to face disaster. Some people in the crowd wore troubled frowns, while others took delight in the misfortune of others, well aware that the heavens of the Lian world were about to change. After an indefinite period, Yin Zhengye arrived at the plaza with Lai Wendy. The moment Yin Zhengye stepped onto the plaza, he released an intimidating pressure. Instantly, those present felt an immense force bearing down on them, causing some of the less courageous and weaker individuals to fall to their knees. A look of terror appeared in everyone's eyes. Was this the might of a returning Ruin Realm powerhouse? The energy was too terrifying. Then Yin Zhengye spoke, From today, Lai Wendy is the new emperor of the Lian dynasty. The announcement left everyone present momentarily stunned. Lai Wendy. The prince born to a palace maid who was imprisoned by Emperor Lai for rebellion. Emperor Lai had many children, and not everyone present knew all the princes and princesses. People knew of Lai Wendy mainly because he was once a prodigy, his cultivation speed was exceptionally high, and many even believed that, despite his mother's low status barring him from becoming the crown prince, he could still be bestowed a kingship and rule his own territory in the future. However, Lai Wendy was later discovered to be involved in a treasonous plot and was consequently imprisoned by the emperor. Since then, Lai Wendy's realm had fallen continuously, and there had been no news of him. At this moment, many of those who knew the inside story were somewhat shocked. After so many years of having his lifeblood essence drawn, Lai Wendy was still alive, they had assumed he must have died long ago. If Lai Wendy were to become the puppet emperor, it would probably be a disaster for the members of the royal family. Those princes and princesses had not spared him their mockery and torment in the past. Once Lai Wendy came into power, he would likely first target the imperial family members, delivering this act as a gesture of fealty to Empress Xia. Without killing one's kin, one cannot prove true loyalty. Suddenly, a prince stood up and said, "Elder, I'm not sure if the position of emperor was decided by Empress Xia herself or by you." Hearing this question, Yin Zhengye squinted at the prince and asked with a smile, "What do you want with this information?" The prince continued, "If it was the elder's decision, I was wondering if you might reconsider the appointment, as I believe I am more suited to be the emperor." At this statement, Yin Zhengye chuckled. The next moment, the prince's body exploded instantly, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Seeing this, the members of the royal family were so terrified that they didn't dare say another word. Then, Yin Zhengye asked, "Is there any other prince present who wishes to be the emperor? Please, stand up." Hearing this, the members of the royal family shivered with fear. In this situation, they dared not harbor other ambitions, they would be grateful just to survive. Several princes immediately said, "We will follow the elder's arrangements entirely." At this point, everyone spoke in unison, "Greetings to your majesty." Seeing that everyone present had bowed their heads, Yin Zhengye nodded and then said, "You are sensible. The imperial throne of Lai Wendy was decided by Her Majesty herself. I trust you know what to do." Lai Wendy was still relatively weak, and if someone with ulterior motives wished to replace him, they would undoubtedly send an assassin to kill him. Yin Zhengye's words served as a warning to those present. Lai Wendy was the spokesperson for the Daxia dynasty. If anything happened to him, everyone there would suffer the consequences. Subsequently, the people once again spoke in unison, "We will keep the elder's words in mind." Good. Prepare yourselves. The coronation ceremony will be held tomorrow. After returning to the Feihong immortal boat, Lu Chen let out a soft sigh. He had finally met a woman with a score over 90 only to find out she was the reincarnation of a great emperor. Despite thinking that there would be plenty of grasses as fair on the other side of the world and he could have as many 90-score women as he desired once he left this star domain, he still felt it was a pity. Such is human nature, the more unattainable something is, the more it preoccupies the mind. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen finally said, "Summon someone." Lu Chen then drafted an imperial edict, making Lai Hongyun one of his noble concubines. Although he couldn't have her now, Lu Chen thought that a woman who scored 90 must be special in some way, and it was very likely that they would meet again in the future, so he decided to bestow upon her the title of noble concubine. At this very moment, at the pinnacle of some world, a vortex-like hole slowly opened, and Lai Hongyun walked out from within it. The next second, her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her expression turned very serious, as if she had discovered something unsettling. Speaking to herself, Lai Hongyun said, "What is going on? Why did I suddenly acquire a marriage line?" As the reincarnation of a great emperor, even without the strength of a great emperor, the divine soul of a great emperor could help Lai Hongyun see some threads of fate. Just now, rings of red silk threads appeared around her, and Lai Hongyun immediately realized these were marriage lines, signifying that she already had a Taoist couple. The other end of this silk thread was connected to her Taoist couple. When had she acquired a Taoist couple? She herself didn't know. Although she was the divine soul of a great emperor, capable of seeing threads of fate, with her current strength, she still didn't have the capacity to sever fate. At the very least, she would need to recover her cultivation state to the level of the Great Emperor realm before it would be possible to cut this line. Her face turned ice cold in an instant. Although she still didn't know who was connected at the other end, she already had a vague sense of it. She had previously met the Sum Emperor, and he was the first man she had felt was exceptionally handsome in both her lifetimes, and she had never spoken so much to a man in her previous life. But then again, she merely thought his appearance was exceptional, and she had not established a Taoist couple relationship with him. Why then, did a marriage line form between herself and him? As far as she knew, such marriage lines only formed after a Taoist couple relationship was clearly defined, and it wasn't something that could be imposed by just anyone. Although a great emperor could sever some fate threads, to impose fate out of thin air was not so simple. If one could impose fate out of thin air, then such a person would be invincible in this world. After much thought, Lai Hongyun still had no clue, and then she decided to let it be. Once she recovered the power of the great emperor, she would take action to sever this marriage line. This marriage line was so thin that it couldn't cause a great impact on her. With this thought, Lai Hongyun no longer dwelled on this matter. A few days later, in the Liyan world. The Liyan world was now completely under the control of Lu Chen, and feeling that things were almost settled, Lu Chen began to absorb the chi fortune of this world. The chi fortune of a medium world was much more abundant than that of a lower world. Lu Chen thought to himself that if he reached a high-level world, perhaps absorbing half of the chi fortune of a high-level world would help him impregnate his wives with child worlds. On the Fei Hong immortal boat. Lu Chen sat cross-legged on a soft couch. After absorbing the chi fortune of the Liyan world, he started to convert this chi fortune into his own. After a while, he had completely transformed the chi fortune, and then he fell into deep thought. Who among his wives should he allow to give birth to a child world first? During his moment of contemplation, Lu Chen glanced at Bai Qingqing standing by the door. Bai Qingqing had always followed by his side, and she might encounter many dangers in the future. She was the one who most needed to improve her strength. In that case, let Bai Qingqing give birth to a child world as well. With that thought, Lu Chen spoke. Bai, come here for a moment. Hearing this, Bai Qingqing came to the soft couch without any hesitation. Your Majesty, what's the matter? In reality, Bai Qingqing had already guessed what Lu Chen was going to do, as she had followed him for so long and had come to understand him very well. With this thought, a faint blush appeared on Bai Qingqing's cool cheeks. She did not reply immediately but instead said with a smile, the weather in the Liyan world is a bit hot, you should take off your armor. At the moment, Bai Qingqing was wearing Shengwei armor, and over it, a black gold-colored battle armor, making her look valiant and formidable. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Bai Qingqing's blush deepened even more. The temperature in the Liyan world was indeed much higher than that in the Tianqian world, but for cultivators like them, such a temperature was hardly significant. They could cover their bodies with spiritual power to insulate them from some of the heat, so no matter how thickly they dressed, they wouldn't feel hot. Lu Chen's words were clearly. However, Bai Qingqing didn't ponder over it too much and soon began to slowly remove her armor. Underneath the armor was a set of white undergarments, as Lu Chen reached out with his hand and pulled Bai Qingqing's graceful body into his embrace. Bai Qingqing slightly turned and gazed into Lu Chen's handsome face. Her heart started to pound fiercely. Although they were an old married couple, she still felt a touch of nervousness whenever they were intimate. Of course, this nervousness wasn't a bad thing. On the contrary, the coyness of a cold beauty made Lu Chen even more excited. After pulling Bai Qingqing into his arms, Lu Chen hesitated no further and slipped his hand into her clothes. Then he leaned in and sealed her red lips with his. Bai Qingqing didn't resist. She had grown accustomed to this, and soon they started kissing passionately. When the preliminaries were sufficiently out of the way, Lu Chen laid Bai Qingqing down on the soft couch and slowly pressed down. Lu Chen looked at Bai Qingqing's beautiful face and said with a smile, Bai, I plan to create a small world for you. When cultivators reach a certain realm, they can create their own small worlds. Bai Qingqing's cultivation state hadn't yet reached the point where she could create one. However, Bai Qingqing had heard of small worlds before and instantly understood what Lu Chen meant by his words. She said with a flushed face, "Your Majesty, your consort thanks you." Lu Chen didn't hesitate anymore and started busying himself with the matter at hand. Half a month later. Wangji World, Kanghai Sect. A young man stood at the entrance to the Kanghai Sect, looking somewhat hesitant, but when he thought of how Lu Chen had taken everything from him and even killed one of his avatars, causing his power to plummet, he felt indignant. He must take his revenge. Then Lai Haoyan voluntarily followed the group headed towards the Kanghai Sect and made his way up the mountain. Today was the annual new disciple recruitment event for the Kanghai Sect. As the leading sect in Wangji World, countless cultivators wished to join the Kanghai Sect each year, so the competition during disciple selection was fierce. Even for an outer sect disciple, it was likely that not even 1 out of 1,000 would make it in. Lai Haoyan was somewhat nervous. With a sect as large as Kanghai Sect, it wouldn't be easy to join given his abilities. Whilst he had been an emperor in a mid-level cultivation world, here in the high-level cultivation world, he was just an ordinary cultivator. The Wangji world he was in was located at the Imperial Mountain Star region, a region with abundant cultivation resources and home to countless high-level cultivation worlds. Washan realm cultivators were everywhere. Not to mention Washan realm cultivators, there were also many saints. Despite his worries, Lai Haoyan still decided to try his luck. As long as he could enter the Kanghai Sect and connect with an elder, he could immediately inform the sect about the great emperor's tomb in the Tianshan world. Even though the Kanghai Sect was considered a super force, the great emperor's tomb still held a very strong attraction for them. He believed that as long as he conveyed the news of the great emperor's tomb to someone from the Kanghai Sect, they would surely reward him. Sigh. Comfort. In a bedroom of the Fei Hong immortal boat, Lu Chen was helping Bai Qingqing construct a small world. At the moment, Bai Qingqing's face was flushed with a ruddy hue spreading across her skin. Just then, Lu Chen looked down at Bai Qingqing's face, dripping with fragrant sweat, and gently straightened her somewhat disheveled hair with his hands. Afterward, he said, "Sense the child world within your body." Upon hearing this, Bai Qingqing didn't hesitate at all and immediately closed her beautiful eyes. The next moment, her divine sense arrived in a dark world, utterly desolate and void of anything. It was then that Lu Chen's voice came to her ears. "The child world is currently in a stage of gestation. It will take some time before it matures and can then produce life." Comforted by these words, Bai Qingqing felt relieved. She'd thought something might have been wrong. Since her man had said so, there was nothing to worry about, and Bai Qingqing's divine sense exited the child world. When Bai Qingqing opened her eyes again, she found her nose pressed against Lu Chen's, his eyes brimming with tender affection as he gazed back at her. A wave of bashfulness rose in Bai Qingqing's heart once again. Feeling Bai Qingqing's muscles tense all over her body, Lu Chen, with a smile, said, "Bai, you are being naughty. After so many days, you're still thinking about this." Bai Qingqing shifted her body slightly without speaking. Although she was somewhat exhausted, Lu Chen was her everything. If Lu Chen wished to continue, she was willing to accompany him to the end. However, at this time, Lu Chen didn't pursue the matter further. Instead, he glanced over at the system interface beside him. Host has helped his wife conceive a child world, rewarded with a saint-level teleportation array. Thinking it over, Lu Chen, while hugging Bai Qingqing's soft body, turned over, allowing Bai Qingqing to lie on top of him. He placed one large hand on her smooth back, enveloping her in his embrace. Then Lu Chen opened the Saint-level teleportation array details. Saint-level teleportation array. Establish this array in any world within this universe, and one can instantly travel from one place to another in the blink of an eye. Seeing the function of this teleportation array, Lu Chen was incredibly surprised. Could a saint-level teleportation array truly make distance no obstacle within this universe? Shouldn't this teleportation array be considered a god-level teleportation array at least? If a saint-level teleportation array had such terrifying ability, then what about a god-level teleportation array? As Lu Chen pondered, the system alerted, constructing a saint-level teleportation array requires a large number of spirit stones. Hearing this, Lu Chen paused for a moment, then quickly check the required spirit stones for constructing a saint-level teleportation array. At first glance, there were countless zeros, and they were measured in spirit crystals. It took 10 top-grade spirit stones to exchange for a single low-grade spirit crystal, and even the entirety of his possessions could not amass the required spirit crystals for building a single saint-level formation. Moreover, such an array would need to exist in two separate worlds to function properly. If there was only a transmission array in one world, it would be of no use. Unable to afford even one saint-level teleportation array, let alone two, he realized he was still too poor. Clearly, he needed to find a way to earn more spirit stones and spirit crystals. At that moment, Bai Qingqing lay atop Lu Chen's chest, quietly watching him daydream. Regardless of when she looked at him or from what angle, the man beneath her was always so handsomely dashing. Even though their pleasurable time had passed, she still greatly relished the feeling. She enjoyed these peaceful moments, liking nothing more than to lie continuously in Lu Chen's arms and feel his warmth. In fact, Lu Chen's women were all like this, they just loved to curl up in his arms and savor the afterglow of nurturing affection. In Wangji world, within Kanghai sect. On the plaza, a man in a gray robe glanced at the newly recruited disciples and then muttered to himself, there are quite a few good prospects this year. Hearing this, Lai Haoyan became somewhat nervous. Although he had passed the disciple examination and was now one of the disciples, if the other party were to assign him as an unnamed disciple, it would be difficult for him to get in touch with more core figures of Kanghai sect at present. In such a case, it was very likely that no one would believe what he said. At that moment, the gaze of the outer gate deacon fell upon Lai Haoyan, and Lai Haoyan's nervousness intensified. Zhang Chengyu started, though you are young, your divine soul is quite strong. However, it seems you have suffered some injury that caused your power to decline. I guess it's because a part of your soul was destroyed, isn't it? Lai Haoyan hastily and politely replied, just as Elder surmised, my divine soul indeed has been heavily damaged. Zhang Chengyu stated indifferently, as long as you join Kanghai sect, repairing your divine soul won't be a difficult task. Alright, from now on, you will join the outer sect. Upon hearing this, Lai Haoyan quickly expressed his gratitude, thank you, Elder. Lai Haoyan breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, finally, he had entered Kanghai sect. All he needed to do now was to find an opportunity to inform the outer sect elder about the great emperor's tomb in the chaotic Star Sea and perhaps he could quickly return to Liyan world. With this thought, a fierce and ruthless light flashed in Lai Haoyan's eyes. His revenge against the Sum Emperor might soon be at hand. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Now, Lu Chen's control over the Tianqian world, Ziyang world, and Liyan world had stabilized, even though there were still many who harbored ulterior motives internally. However, in the remote areas like the chaotic Star Sea, no matter how many schemes they had, they were unable to carry them out. In Ziyang world, within the imperial palace of Zishao dynasty. In the empress's bedroom, sounds kept emanating. The maids standing guard outside were blushing, their ears red. Every time the heavenly emperor came to visit, sounds like these would emerge from the empress's bedroom. Even though the maids had gotten used to it, they still found it difficult to bear every time they heard such noises, especially since the Sum Emperor's visits lasted for 10 to 15 days at a time. Meanwhile, inside the bedroom, Nangong Yuehua was still trying hard to hold on, but no matter how she circulated the spiritual power within her body, she couldn't withstand the sensations Lu Chen brought her. Nangong Yuehua was starting to feel a bit resentful in her heart. That bastard was doing it on purpose. Whenever she remained silent, he would torment her to death. She used to like enduring it, but now she couldn't be bothered to play the Empress's role, since he liked to hear it so much, she'd just let him listen. After what seemed like a long while, Lu Chen finally stopped his rough behavior. Seeing that Lu Chen had finally stopped, Nangong Yuehua let out a long sigh of relief. Sigh. From now on, it looked like she couldn't keep up her reserved demeanor. The more she tried to put on the airs of an empress in front of this man, the more excited he seemed to get. Having spent so much time with Lu Chen, Nangong Yuehua had more or less figured out his personality. At that moment, Lu Chen was looking into her eyes, which were soft and moist, and with a smile, he said. Qingya said you're no different from her, and it seems she was right. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yuehua huffed lightly and did not respond. Nangong Yuehua didn't want to pay attention to Lu Chen at that moment, having just been troubled by him, so a bit of minor resentment in her heart was normal. Just then, a cool notification sound echoed in Lu Chen's mind. Yun Shenxian successfully nurtured a child world, awarded Heavenly Burst Rune. Hearing the notification, Lu Chen curiously opened the information on the Heavenly Burst Rune. Heavenly Burst Rune, the high-end version of the basic explosive talisman pattern, can be used in the making of rune weapons, but requires extremely precious materials to contain the power of the rune, or else the weapon could explode and possibly harm the wielder. After reading the introduction of the Heavenly Burst Rune, Lu Chen fell into contemplation. The item was indeed excellent. The basic explosive talisman pattern made into a weapon could allow any ordinary person to kill a heavenly man realm cultivator. Now that he had the heavenly version of the explosive talisman pattern, wouldn't the power of the crafted rune weapons be even greater? At this thought, Lu Chen felt a surge of excitement within. Excited, Lu Chen's interest was piqued once again, and upon seeing the cold beauty before him, he couldn't help himself and got busy again. Nangong Yuehua clenched her teeth tightly. This bastard, she had no idea what he had thought of just now. Why had he suddenly gone mad again? She had thought that their interaction would have ended this time. They had already been together for over a month, and she now felt like she was a part of him. Meanwhile, Kanghai sect. After a year of struggles, Lai Haoyan had finally caught the attention of an outer sect elder and had become the elder's disciple. With the help of that outer sect elder, Lai Haoyan's strength was not only restored, but his divine soul had also been somewhat healed. At this moment, atop a certain peak, an elder looked towards distant mountains and said to Lai Haoyan standing behind him, "Haoyan, your strength has almost recovered. Your master plans to find an opportunity for you to go out and gain some experience. Your talent isn't particularly great, but your strength is passable. Together with your dedication to cultivation, you might be able to enter the inner sect in the future." Hearing this, Lai Haoyan replied, "Yes, disciple shall follow master's orders." Zhou Feiyong then said, "All right, you may go prepare." As Zhou Feiyong's words fell, Lai Haoyan did not leave immediately. Seeing that Lai Haoyan seemed to have something on his mind, Zhou Feiyong asked, "What is it? Do you have something else to say?" Lai Haoyan answered, "Honored master, there is something that disciple is uncertain whether to discuss with you." Zhou Feiyong, looking puzzled, said, "What matter? Speak plainly." Lai Haoyan was a disciple who usually devoted himself to cultivation and seldom took the initiative to ask for anything, so the fact that he suddenly had something to say today piqued Zhou Feiyong's interest. Lai Haoyan then said, "Disciple was once the emperor of a certain dynasty. One day, my subordinates discovered a great emperor's tomb in the neighboring world." Before Lai Haoyan could finish, Zhou Feiyong immediately interrupted, "Wait, a great emperor's tomb? Are you speaking the truth?" Lai Haoyan said, "Every word disciple says is true. It's only a lower world, but the cultivators there can break through to the returning ruin realm, and they possess many heaven-grade spiritual weapons. Most importantly, that world was sealed with restrictions by a mighty being. That lower world is right next to the world where disciple resided, yet my dynasty has existed for so long without the ancestors ever discovering that world." Hearing Lai Haoyan's words, Zhou Feiyong fell into silence. To be honest, he wasn't initially convinced by Lai Haoyan's claim of a lower world containing a great emperor's tomb. But a place that was sealed by a mighty being to the extent of being impenetrable surely held treasures. Add to that a lower world capable of giving birth to those in the returning ruin realm and possessing numerous heaven-grade spiritual weapons, it might indeed be possible that there was a great emperor's tomb in that world. If that's the case, Zhou Feiyong's face revealed a trace of a smile, and then he looked at Lai Haoyan and asked, "Haoyan, in which star domain is that world you spoke of? If this matter is reported to the sect and they confirm the existence of a great emperor's tomb in that place, you'll be the one with the greatest merit. Then, your entry into the inner sect will be assured." Lai Haoyan immediately replied, "That world is called the Tianqian world and is located in the chaotic star sea." Upon hearing this, Zhou Feiyong was momentarily stunned. The chaotic star sea. What place is that? How come I have never heard of it? Zhou Feiyong then said, how come I've never heard of this chaotic star sea that you speak of? Lai Haoyan quickly said, the chaotic star sea is a barbaric star domain, filled with worlds of death, and space-time turbulence frequently occurs. It's not surprising that Honored Master is unaware of the chaotic star sea. Zhou Feiyong said, so it's merely a barbaric star domain, no wonder I've never heard of it. However, since you come from the chaotic star sea, you should also know how to get back there, right? Seeing that Lai Haoyan was at a loss, Zhou Feiyong frowned slightly and said, you come from the chaotic star sea, and you're telling me you don't know how to return to the chaotic star sea. Lai Haoyan replied, to be honest with Honored Master, ever since the disciple willingly left the chaotic star sea, I've lost my sense of direction. I have been searching for a star map of the chaotic star sea for a year but have come up empty-handed. Hearing this, Zhou Feiyong was not angry. In fact, the smile on his face became even more vibrant. Indeed, not many people know about the barbaric star domain. After all, very few set their course for it, but there was bound to be someone who knew of it. If there wasn't even a trace of it, and considering what Lai Haoyan had mentioned earlier about someone enacting prohibitions on a lower-level world, preventing its discovery, it suggested that this barbaric star domain was likely intentionally hidden. Perhaps it was the work of the power who set the prohibitions to hide that lower-level world, which further suggested the probable existence of a great emperor's tomb in the chaotic star sea. Inside a great emperor's tomb lay countless opportunities and heritages. If he could find that place, his chances of breaking through to the Saint Realm would be much greater. With this in mind, Zhou Feiyong said to Lai Haoyan, don't report this matter to the sect for now. After all, you can't find the way back, and no one knows whether what you've said is true. If in the end, the great emperor's tomb you spoke of is not found, the sect will definitely punish you. How about this instead? I will send some people to help you, and you try to find a way back to the chaotic star sea. If you can find a star map of the chaotic star sea, I will immediately report it to the sect on your behalf. Upon hearing this, Lai Haoyan happily said, disciple thanks Honored Master. Zhou Feiyong continued, let's just do that for now. Yes, Honored Master. Subsequently, Lai Haoyan turned and left. Watching Lai Haoyan's departing figure, the corners of Zhou Feiyong's mouth couldn't help but curl upward slightly. He stroked his beard, seemingly plotting something in his mind. He decided not to tell the sect about the news of the great emperor's tomb for the time being. After all, the more people who knew about the inheritance and the opportunities, the more competitors there would be. It was better for as few people as possible to know. He planned to find the chaotic star sea that Lai Haoyan had spoken of first, and then explore it on his own. As time passed, Lu Chen's realm advancement had become increasingly slow, as if he had encountered some kind of bottleneck. Now, whether he cultivated alone or engaged in dual cultivation, he barely felt any improvement in his realm. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed, and the three worlds had essentially integrated. The Tianqian world had also become more and more prosperous. The Tianqian world had entered the industrial era. Due to the increased production of spirit rice, more and more ordinary people were able to consume it. For cultivators, spirit rice could speed up their cultivation and increase their cultivation state, while for ordinary people who could not cultivate, it also had benefits. It could extend life, and a small amount could satisfy their hunger for several days. Now, ordinary people almost no longer faced the problem of famine. Black Dragon City, Imperial Palace. Lu Chen lay on Yun Shenxian's soft body, feeling her warmth. At this moment, the two were very much in harmony, each feeling the other's heartbeat. Then Yun Shenxian said, selling spirit rice to ordinary people, that's something only you would think of. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and said, to enter the industrial era, we can't let the commoners starve, and now that the production of spirit rice has increased, there is no scarcity. Selling some to the ordinary folks isn't bad at all. The spirit rice seeds that the system initially provided to Lu Chen were highly productive, and after numerous plantings, the yield per mu had already exceeded 10,000 catties. Moreover, Lu Chen had sent people to store up a considerable amount of land in the Liyan world, a medium-level cultivation world. There, in the cultivation world imbued with abundant spiritual energy, the yield of spirit rice further increased, and now the storage of Spirit Valley even surpassed that of ordinary rice. It made more sense to sell this excess food to the common people. Although the price of spirit rice was somewhat higher than that of regular rice, it was very filling. If an ordinary person consumed spirit rice all year, the cost of food would even be cheaper than that of ordinary rice. Lu Chen continued, even though the cultivation world believes in the survival of the fittest, in my world, I don't want to see my subjects unable to feed themselves. Yun Shenxian said, there are only so many resources in the cultivation world, if you take more, others will have less. Yun Shenxian wasn't completely in favor of the survival of the fittest, but that was just how the cultivation world was. It wasn't something you could change just because you wanted to. The law of the survival of the fittest couldn't be determined by human will. Lu Chen responded, that isn't necessarily true, sometimes people are just too greedy. Look at that spirit rice. Even though we only sold a small portion to ordinary folks, now in the Tianqian world, Ziyang world, and Lian world, ordinary mortals no longer need to fear starvation. Yun Shenxian said, ordinary spirit rice doesn't have such high yields. Lu Chen's spirit rice yield far surpassed that of ordinary rice, and the yield of spirit rice in the cultivation world was not even 1/10 of Lu Chen's spirit rice. How could it be sold to ordinary people? Lu Chen smiled and stated, that is true indeed. As his voice faded, Lu Chen hugged Yun Shenxian's waist and slowly turned over, placing her atop his body. At that moment, Yun Shenxian asked, does the child world inside me provide a special power that allows my cultivation state to advance very quickly? Since the child world inside her had been cultivated, her cultivation state had been rising rapidly. In just 1 year, she was almost reaching the returning ruin realm. Yun Shenxian found that power unfamiliar and did not know what it was, but she could feel that it was not harmful to her. Lu Chen explained, that is the origin power. The child world that we cultivated together can produce some origin power to aid in our cultivation. Hearing these words, Yun Shenxian was slightly stunned. Origin power. As a manifestation of Yun Qingshu, she naturally knew what origin power was, though that was all she knew. Origin power was the supreme power of this universe. It was rumored in the ancient era that once one controlled the origin power, it equated to controlling the entire universe and being able to prevent the great calamity. However, up to the arrival of the great calamity, no one had controlled origin power, and eventually, the ancient era was destroyed and reset. Was that power really origin power? No wonder she felt that the will of the heavenly Tao in this world seemed somewhat afraid of her. Origin power contained the supreme laws, which dominated over all other cosmic laws. And with origin power within her, she also suppressed the heavenly Tao of this world to some extent, hence the will of the heavenly Tao was afraid of her. At this moment, Yun Shenxian once again couldn't help but ask the question she had always wanted to know. Lu Chen, I am becoming more and more curious. Who exactly are you? For a child world that developed alongside him to generate origin power, to produce this universe's supreme power, was utterly unheard of. Even with all of Yun Qingshu's memories, the origin of Lu Chen still transcended her knowledge. Acquiring origin power through the affairs of men and women, such a claim would be unbelievable to anyone. Previously, she had always thought that Lu Chen was solely focused on the affairs between men and women, merely knowing dual cultivation. She feared it would be difficult for him to become an emperor. Now it appeared she was too inexperienced. As Yun Shenxian's voice fell, she slowly rose to her feet, placing her hands on either side of Lu Chen's head, looking down into his eyes. At this moment, Lu Chen's hands slowly lifted, playfully caressing her body. Yun Shenxian did not mind as she had already grown accustomed to it, besides, they were supposed to be in an intimate state now. While playing with the object before him, Lu Chen responded, I actually also don't know who I am. Yun Shenxian had not expected this to be Lu Chen's answer. How could someone not know who they are? Yun Shenxian felt a shock in her heart. She herself hadn't known she was Yun Qingshu's manifestation in the past. Could it be that Lu Chen was also the manifestation of some great power? As Yun Shenxian was pondering this, Lu Chen continued, my memories have not fully awakened yet. Once I release the seal on my memories, perhaps I will then know who I am. Lu Chen's response was not evasive, he truly did not know who he was. He clearly remembered his life on Earth, but it turned out his previous existence wasn't an Earthling, but rather the son of Emperor Shenwu. Now, he was even doubting whether his memories on Earth were false memories instilled by the Sky Evolution Stone during his reincarnation. If everything on Earth was a lie, then what was the point of the Sky Evolution Stone implanting such false memories in him? And what about the system? Lu Chen used to think about these issues, but over the years, he had become too lazy to puzzle it out. Whether or not there were conspiracies behind the system, once he grew to a certain extent, he would naturally discover what all this was about. Yun Shenxian saw that Lu Chen did not look like he was joking, so she did not continue to ask. She slowly leaned down and lay again on Lu Chen's chest, her slender, snowy arms embracing his sturdy waist. She lay quietly in the arms of this rebellious disciple, feeling as comfortable as engaging in that intimate act, a comfort that satisfied her spiritually. Seeing Yun Shenxian lying in his arms like a little woman, a smug look appeared in Lu Chen's heart. This must be one of the most delightful pleasures in life. The once cold fairy had now been conquered by him. Lu Chen lifted his hand and gently stroked Yun Shenxian's silvery white hair, his fingers slowly weaving through her silky locks. Both of them had now fallen into silence, just feeling each other's bodies and quietly enjoying the afterglow of their intimacy, which was quite pleasant. At this moment, Yun Shenxian couldn't help but think that she never expected that one day her relationship with this rebellious disciple would evolve into what it was now, initially having only wanted to use Lu Chen as a pawn. She truly hoped that these days would last forever. As Lu Chen played with Yun Shenxian's hair, a voice entered his ears. Bai Qingqing has birthed a child world. Congratulations host on obtaining the heavenly talisman pattern weapon blueprint. Hearing this notification, Lu Chen was overjoyed. Bai Qingqing had finally birthed a child world. He then calmed his mind and his thought directly entered Bai Qingqing's child world. When he entered Bai Qingqing's child world, he found that Bai Qingqing's divine sense was also there. Bai Qingqing, having just felt the changes in her body, immediately used her divine sense to examine herself, and unexpectedly found that Lu Chen was also present. Your servant pays respects to your majesty. Lu Chen smiled slightly, then asked, Bai, how are you feeling now? Bai Qingqing answered, your servant felt a strange power surge into her body. Your servant's strength and realm have both greatly increased. Lu Chen said, once your child world births more life forms in the future, especially intelligent ones, you will be able to obtain more of that power, and your strength and cultivation state can become even stronger. Hearing this, Bai Qingqing immediately said, your servant thanks your majesty for your gracious gift. Previously, Bai Qingqing had not felt the significance of the child world. These past 2 years, she hadn't paid much attention to it. Only today did she really understand the great opportunity Lu Chen had given her. Lu Chen then said, all right, that's it for now. As his voice faded, Lu Chen's divine sense left Bai Qingqing's child world. Coming to his senses, Lu Chen opened the blueprint for the heavenly talisman pattern weapon. The blueprint did not specify the name of this weapon. Lu Chen was not too interested in the grade of the weapon at the moment. He eagerly looked at the materials required to make this weapon. For him, the type of blueprint was not important. What mattered was whether he currently had the materials to make it. Having blueprints without materials would render the blueprints useless. Soon, Lu Chen's gaze fell on the materials section. The materials for crafting this rune weapon were called vibrant gold, primarily used to construct immortal boats. At this point, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief, relieved to find the material wasn't as rare as he had feared. He had thought that the materials required for crafting a heavenly talisman pattern weapon would at least be as rare as those for a heaven-grade spiritual weapon, but it turned out they were just using the same material as an immortal boat. However, that said, although the Liyan world also possessed some vibrant gold suitable for crafting immortal boats, most of it had already been used for that purpose. Now, even if there were some vibrant gold mines left in the Liyan world, they would likely yield only scraps, not enough to craft many weapons. It seemed they would need to have some vibrant gold sent over from the Black Dragon Holy Land in the Tianyuan world. Of course, they could also just relocate to the Tianyuan world. In fact, given their current situation, moving from the Tianqian world to the Tianyuan world would be the best decision. Although the fusion of Tianqian world and Ziyang world had increased the spiritual energy in Tianqian world, and Lu Chen now controlled a medium cultivation world like Lian world where some cultivators could go directly to cultivate. This place was ultimately in the chaotic star sea. Even as a medium cultivation world, it couldn't compare to those in other star domains, and its resources were even inferior to other medium cultivation worlds. The Tianyuan world, where the Black Dragon Holy Land was located, was also a medium cultivation world, but both its spiritual energy concentration and cultivation resources were much more abundant than those in the Lian world. Moving to the Tianyuan world would greatly aid Lu Chen's cultivation. However, relocating to Tianyuan world might invite substantial trouble. Firstly, the fifth prince, Lu Yanghua of the Shenyu dynasty, had cultivated considerable influence there. If Lu Chen were to move there, he was bound to run into Lu Yanghua. For the time being, he preferred not to reveal himself. His own power was still too weak, and Chu Yukin's main body still harbored some grudges against him. If the news of him leaving Tianqian world reached the main body of Chu Yukin, she might send people to trouble him again. While he was in Tianqian world, no matter what he did, they would not find out, nor would they bother to come to such a remote place to look for trouble. Lu Chen thought to himself, let's wait a bit longer. Once my strength is formidable enough, then I'll move to another world. First, let's conquer all the worlds within the chaotic star sea. The chaotic star sea was located in the remote star regions of the universe, a vast domain with many worlds teeming with life. Lu Chen planned to unify all these worlds and then establish an empire. At that moment, Lu Chen's gaze fell back onto the heavenly talisman pattern weapon in his hand. Even a weapon etched with basic explosive talisman patterns could kill a heavenly human realm cultivator. Now that he had acquired a heavenly grade explosive talisman pattern and the blueprint for crafting rune weapons, all that was left was to produce the rune weapons. Lu Chen was not worried about crafting rune weapons because there were many artifact refiners within the Black Dragon Holy Land, who understood the production of rune weapons far more than the craftsmen he had come across in the Great Sum. Moreover, crafting rune weapons was different from refining artifacts. Crafting heaven-grade spiritual weapons required a very powerful refiner, but crafting a rune weapon only required the ability to etch runes. Once the production of heavenly talisman pattern weapon was massively scaled up, unifying the entire chaotic star sea would likely not take much time. Thinking of this, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth slightly lifted, a fiery fervor growing in his heart. Sensing Lu Chen's suddenly inflating ambition, Yun Shenxian snorted softly, thinking this wayward disciple must be scheming something bad, suddenly becoming so excited. After being comfortably attended to by Yun Shenxian, Lu Chen quickly took a bath, dressed, and made his way to the imperial study room of the Black Dragon City Imperial Palace. He then summoned Yin Zhengye to see him at the imperial study room. The next moment, Yin Zhengye appeared inside the imperial study room. Your Majesty, he greeted. Lu Chen said indifferently, dispense with the formalities. I have obtained a blueprint for crafting heavenly talisman pattern weapons. Therefore, I wish for those artifact refiners from the Black Dragon Holy Land to put aside their current tasks and focus on creating rune weapons for me. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhengye was taken aback. Naturally, he knew of rune weapons, but it was only after arriving in the Tianqian world that he understood such mystical weapons existed in the universe. Rune weapons differed from spiritual artifacts. Although some spiritual artifacts also required engraving with formations, their craft was by no means as effortless as that of rune weapons. An artifact refiner would need several hours to create a single spiritual artifact, yet the craftsmen of the Daxia dynasty could produce dozens of rune weapons in just 2 hours. The formidable aspect of rune weapons lay in their simplicity. All one needed to do was inscribe the talisman patterns onto the weapon, and it would unleash considerable power, and even ordinary people could utilize them. However, rune weapons also had a downside. Their power limit was set in stone. No matter how strong the user was, the rune weapon's power could only reach so high. Conversely, the power of a spiritual artifact grew with the might of its wielder. The stronger the cultivator, the greater the weapon's potency. But you couldn't ignore the ease of wielding rune weapons. If an average cultivator could master a weapon that could effortlessly annihilate opponents several realms higher than themselves, then the Daxia dynasty would likely stand a decent chance of victory even if they were to attack the high-level cultivation worlds. Yin Zhengye said, "Your Majesty, I shall arrange for it immediately." Lu Chen continued, "There's no need to hurry. Crafting rune weapons requires a substantial amount of vibrant gold, or as you call it, Shanjin. Have your people from the Black Dragon Holy Land deliver more Shanjin to the Tianqian world." Upon learning that vibrant gold was needed for the production of rune weapons, Yin Zhengye was somewhat relieved. He had assumed that heavenly talisman pattern weapons were like those lower-tier rune weapons, which could be forged simply using the steels produced by the Daxia dynasty. If it were so, the weapon would be excessively powerful. He feared such weapons would flood the market in the future. If everyone had a heavenly talisman pattern weapon, it would pose a significant threat to cultivators and not necessarily be a good thing. Even ordinary mortals armed with basic rune weapons could slay those at the heavenly human realm. What, then, if cultivators possessing cultivation states acquired heavenly talisman pattern weapons? Wouldn't they be able to kill at will those of the All-Law realm or even the divinity transformation realm? Yin Zhengye was quite conservative at heart. He saw both positives and negatives in mass-producing rune weapons. If they were held solely in their own hands, then, of course, there would be no problem as it significantly increased their strength. But if the rune weapons leaked out and fell into other Fasa's hands, it would become a disaster for the Tianqian world, for the Daxia dynasty. In the future, there could be incidents of others wielding heavenly talisman pattern weapons attacking the Tianqian world. Nevertheless, Yin Zhengye did not voice any further concerns. He believed that if he was aware of these issues, His Majesty must be as well. Since His Majesty had already made this decision, it must be well considered, and all he needed to do was to follow His Majesty's instructions. Subsequently, Yin Zhengye responded, "As you command, Your Majesty." "Very well, you may go now," said Lu Chen. This subordinate takes his leave. With those words, Yin Zhengye promptly left the imperial study room. At the same time, in cosmic space, an immortal boat was slowly flying toward the distance. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of everyone aboard the immortal boat were far from pleasant. This immortal boat belonged to the Yin Fire sect, which was the one specially arranged by Liu Yanghua to track and monitor the mysterious Moon Palace's departure from the Tianyuan world. It was also tasked with sending assassins to kill Lu Chen. To avoid detection by the mysterious Moon Palace, they had always maintained a considerable distance from the mysterious Moon Palace's fleet of immortal boats. However, Liu Yanghua's spies implanted within the mysterious Moon Palace had been continuously passing them information, so they were not worried about losing track of the mysterious Moon Palace's fleet. However, suddenly, 2 years prior, the reports from the front stopped coming in, and they had completely lost track of the mysterious Moon Palace's fleet. Without the intelligence from the spies, how could they possibly find Tianqian world? At that moment, Sima Haoyan said with a gloomy face, "Damn it, we've been played by mysterious Moon Palace. They probably knew long ago that someone was passing us information. They must have intentionally allowed those people to keep sending us information and then led us elsewhere." By now, the members of the Yin Fire sect had already realized the situation. According to the information they had, they should have already arrived at Tianqian world. The fact that they hadn't and that they had lost contact with the spies inside the mysterious Moon Palace proved that they had been deceived. Upon thinking of this, the followers of the Yin Fire sect felt incredibly stifled. They had been led around like dogs. Lan Wei then spoke, "What do we do now? If we go back now, I'm afraid we won't be able to explain ourselves to him." Given Liu Yanghua's personality, if they failed at such a simple task, there was the possibility that Liu Yanghua would dispose of them all directly. But if they continued searching like this, it probably wouldn't be a solution either. The universe was vast. Where should they begin to look for a low-level world? There were countless worlds in this universe, and without a star chart, they feared they might not find Tianqian world even if they searched until their final moments. Moreover, the mysterious Moon Palace had certainly led them in a direction different from Tianqian world. Even if they continued to search along their current course, they still might not find Tianqian world. Sima Haoyan pondered for a long while, then sighed and said, I still plan to tell that person about this matter. After all, it was his spies who had trouble, not us. Lan Wai said, that seems to be the only way now. As soon as Lan Wai's words fell, suddenly their immortal boat seemed to hit something, and then the immortal boat began to spin. The expressions of the Yin Fire sect members aboard changed drastically. Not good, it's space turbulence. Quick! Fly out of here now. If they were caught in space turbulence, it was very likely that the destructive temporal forces would tear their bodies apart. Even if they survived, they might be transported to some remote barbaric star domain or even lose their way, never able to return to their original world. They could never have imagined that space turbulence would exist in this place. Just as the people on the immortal boat were preparing to abandon the vessel and flee for their lives, a huge black hole formed below them. Then, a terrifying suction force came, sucking all of them into the space turbulence. Just when Sima Haoyan and Lan Wai believed they were doomed, their vision suddenly brightened, and they found themselves in a void filled with broken worlds.